Welcome back to another story on Goofy Harry. This time, we're bringing you What If Harry Was the Son of Nyarlathotep and Lily? Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1. The boy who waited the spider in the corner of the cupboard under the stairs had been dead for 3 days before it started moving again. Harry watched it from his mattress, chin propped on his folded arms, as the small brown body twitched and then righted itself on legs that moved in the wrong order. It crawled in a circle, not the purposeful spiral of a living thing hunting or building, but a slow, deliberate pattern that Harry recognized because he'd seen it before. In the frost on the window, in the cracks spreading across the ceiling plaster, in the way the ants arranged themselves on the garden path when he sat outside alone. The pattern meant something. He didn't know what, but it was his. Boy. The cupboard door shuddered as Vernon Dursley's fist struck it. Harry didn't flinch. He'd stopped flinching a long time ago, not because he'd grown brave, exactly, but because at some point the fear had simply left. Like water draining from a tub. One day it was there. The next, gone. Replaced by something patient and still, like the surface of a pond so deep you couldn't see the bottom. Get up. Dudley's breakfast won't make itself. Harry unfolded from his mattress, stepping carefully over the spider, which had stopped moving and gone back to being dead the moment Vernon's voice broke his concentration. He opened the cupboard door and walked into the hallway, blinking at the morning light. Vernon stood at the base of the stairs, already red-faced at 7:30 in the morning, his mustache bristling. He looked down at Harry with that expression he always wore, not quite anger, not quite disgust, but something more complicated. Something with fear in it, buried deep under the bluster where Vernon probably couldn't even see it himself. Well, get moving. Harry walked past him toward the kitchen. As he passed, close enough that Vernon could have reached out and cuffed him, the big man stepped back. Just half a step. Barely noticeable. Vernon probably told himself he was making room, getting out of the way, being practical. He'd been telling himself things like that for years. The truth was simpler. Vernon Dursley had tried to hit Harry exactly once, when Harry was 4 years old and had somehow gotten onto the roof of the garden shed. Vernon's hand had come down fast and hard, aimed at the back of Harry's head, and then stopped. Not blocked. Not deflected. Just stopped, as if the air between Vernon's palm and Harry's skull had become solid. Vernon had stood there, arm frozen, face purpling, for almost 10 seconds before he'd wrenched himself away and retreated to the living room without a word. He'd poured himself 3 fingers of whiskey at 11 in the morning and not looked at Harry for the rest of the day. He'd never tried again. Petunia hadn't either, though she'd never been the physical type. Her cruelty was meant to be subtler: the thin meals, the endless chores, the cupboard instead of a bedroom, the steady drumbeat of you're nothing, you're unwanted, you're a freak. But even that had dulled over the years, her venom losing its edge, her voice trailing off mid-insult as if she'd forgotten what she was saying. Or as if something had made her forget. Harry cooked breakfast. Bacon, eggs, toast. He was good at it: steady hands, patient attention, an understanding of heat and timing that went beyond what a 10-year-old should have. He set 3 plates on the table and took nothing for himself, because that was the routine, and Harry liked routine. It was a human thing. Regular. Predictable. He found comfort in its smallness. Dudley thundered down the stairs, already dressed in his Smeltings uniform for the school year ahead, the ridiculous cap perched on his blonde head like a pimple on a ham. He shouldered past Harry to get to his chair, then stopped mid-stride and glanced back with a flicker of something uneasy in his piggy eyes. What are you looking at? Dudley grunted. Nothing, Harry said. This was true. Harry had been looking at nothing, at the thin place behind Dudley's left shoulder where the wallpaper pattern didn't quite match up, where the light bent slightly if you watched from the right angle. He'd noticed the thin places years ago. They were everywhere if you knew how to look. Seams in the world. Spots where reality was a little threadbare, like old cloth worn through by something pressing against it from the other side. Dudley sat down and began shoveling food into his mouth, and the moment passed. Harry ate a piece of dry toast standing at the counter, watching the garden through the window. It was a gray Surrey morning, the street outside identical to every other street in Little Whinging, neat lawns, neat cars, neat lives. Except the Dudley garden, which was doing something strange again. The flowers Petunia had planted along the fence were growing wrong. Not dying, growing. But the roses were too red, almost black at the edges, and their stems had developed extra thorns that curved in directions thorns shouldn't curve. The petunias, and Harry appreciated the irony, had begun to bloom in colors that didn't exist in any nursery catalog. Deep, shifting purples that seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. Petunia had ripped them out twice. They grew back overnight. She'd stopped mentioning it. She'd stopped mentioning a lot of things. Harry finished his toast, washed his plate, and went to the hall closet to get his jacket. Today was a Saturday, which meant he was free in the sense that the Dursleys wanted him gone so thoroughly that they didn't even bother assigning chores to keep him in the house. He pulled on a jacket 2 sizes too large, one of Dudley's cast-offs, and stepped out the front door. Number 4, Privet Drive, exhaled him like a held breath. He walked. He always walked down Privet Drive, past the identical houses with their identical driveways, turning left onto Magnolia Crescent, where the pavement was cracked in patterns he recognized. Past the playground where Dudley's gang usually gathered, though it was too early for them now. Past the row of shops that were just opening, the newsagent and the chip shop and the little convenience store where Mrs. Fig sometimes ran into him and gave him chocolate cake that tasted like it had been baked during the Crimson Era. He ended up where he always ended up, the small patch of scrubby woodland behind the housing estate, where the trees were old enough to remember when this had all been farmland. Harry sat on a fallen log and breathed, and the woods breathed with him. It was subtle. If anyone had been watching, and no one ever was, they might have noticed the way the shadows under the trees deepened slightly when Harry inhaled. The way the birdsong quieted, not in fear, but in deference, the way a crowd goes silent when someone important enters the room. The way the undergrowth leaned toward him, just a degree or two, as if orienting itself around a new center of gravity. Harry didn't think about it. It was just how things were. The world had always responded to him, and he learned early that pointing this out only made the Dursleys more afraid and more cruel, so he'd stopped mentioning it. But he hadn't stopped noticing. He noticed, for instance, that the shadows were doing something new today. Usually they moved with him, deepening and shifting in ways that tracked his mood, darker when he was angry, restless when he was bored, very still when he was content. But today they were reaching. Stretching from under the trees toward the east, toward a direction that pulled at something inside Harry's chest, a compass needle he hadn't known was there swinging toward a point on a map he'd never seen. Something was coming. Harry sat on his log and waited, because he was very good at waiting. He'd been waiting for 10 years, though for what, he couldn't have said. Only that the waiting was almost over, and whatever came next would be more real than anything that had come before. The shadows reached, and Harry let them. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was in the kitchen when it came through the mail slot, landing on the mat with a soft whisper of paper. He felt it before he saw it, a tiny pulse in the air, like a heartbeat, like something alive wrapped in an envelope. He was drying dishes, but his hands went still and his head turned toward the hallway with the involuntary precision of a predator catching a scent. Vernon was at the table, reading the paper. Petunia was pouring tea. Neither of them noticed Harry set down the plate and walk out of the kitchen, moving with a quiet that wasn't stealth. He wasn't trying to be sneaky. He was simply forgettable when he wanted to be, a trick of attention that he'd never had to learn. The letter was on the mat, thick yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry picked it up and felt the pulse again, stronger now, warm against his fingers. He turned the envelope over. A purple wax seal, a coat of arms. A lion, an eagle, a badger, a snake. The letter H. He slid his finger under the seal and opened it. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read it twice, standing in the hallway, morning light falling through the frosted glass of the front door. He read it with the same careful, unhurried attention he gave to everything, turning each word over in his mind, examining it. Witchcraft. Wizardry. School. A list of supplies: cauldrons, wands, robes. A train ticket. A world. He felt something he rarely felt: surprise. Not at the existence of magic. He'd always known there was something, had always felt the current of it running under the surface of the world like groundwater. But that there was a school. That there were others. That someone had taken the strangeness and organized it, given it textbooks and term dates and a supply list. It was, Harry thought, very human. To find something vast and unknowable and immediately build a school around it. He liked that. What have you got there? Vernon's voice, sharp and suspicious, from the kitchen doorway. Harry looked up. He didn't hide the letter or flinch or stammer. He held it out so Vernon could see the address. A letter, Harry said. For me. Vernon's face went through a rapid sequence of colors, pink to red to white, that Harry found clinically interesting. The big man lunged forward, snatching the letter from Harry's hand, and read the first 3 lines before making a strangled noise in his throat. Petunia. He bellowed. What followed was loud and confused and, to Harry, largely irrelevant. Vernon and Petunia shouted at each other in the kitchen while Harry stood in the hallway and listened. He learned a great deal in a short time. That Petunia had known, had always known. That Harry's mother had been one of them, a witch, that she'd gone to this very school, that Petunia had been the normal one, the good one, the one left behind. That they'd sworn to stamp it out of Harry, whatever it was. Harry listened to all of this with his head slightly tilted, the way a bird listens for worms. He didn't interrupt. He didn't need to. The information settled into him and connected with things he'd already suspected, filling in shapes he'd been tracing in the dark for years. His mother had been a witch. His mother had known about magic. And someone, somewhere, had sent him a letter inviting him in. Vernon tore the letter to pieces over the kitchen sink and told Harry the subject was closed. Harry nodded agreeably and went back to his cupboard. He sat on his mattress in the dark and thought about the word Hogwarts and the way the parchment had pulsed against his fingers like a living thing, and he smiled. More letters came. They came in 2s, then 5s, then dozens. They came through the mail slot and under the door and squeezed through the gaps in the windows. Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. They came down the chimney. Vernon boarded up the fireplace. They came in the eggs Petunia bought from the supermarket, rolled tight and tucked inside the shells where yolks should have been. Harry watched all of this with quiet amusement. He didn't need the letters, he'd memorized the contents of the first one. But he enjoyed the spectacle, the slow escalation, the way the wizarding world pressed against the Dursleys' reality like a thumb against a soap bubble. And he was curious to see how it would pop. Vernon, driven to a state of wild-eyed paranoia that Harry found genuinely entertaining, packed the entire family into the car on a Sunday morning and drove. Just drove north, then east, then north again, muttering about shaking them off, finding somewhere they couldn't reach. Petunia sat rigid in the passenger seat. Dudley whimpered about missing television. Harry sat in the back and watched the landscape change outside the window, feeling the pull in his chest growing stronger with every mile, the compass needle spinning now, the thing that was coming getting closer. They ended up on a rock in the sea. Vernon found the place through some chain of logic that only made sense inside his increasingly unhinged mind, a shack on a tiny island, barely more than a stone outcrop, accessible only by a rented boat. He herded them all inside, looking triumphant. The shack was cold, damp, and smelled of seaweed and rot. The floor was dirt. The wind cut through gaps in the walls like knives. "Nobody's sending anything here," Vernon announced, looking satisfied for the first time in a week. Harry sat on the floor, wrapped in Dudley's thinnest blanket, and drew the pattern in the dirt with his finger. The spiral, the angles, the curves that weren't quite curves. He drew it without thinking, the way another child might doodle, and the shadows in the corners of the shack gathered close like animals drawn to warmth. Dudley's watch, fat digital thing, strapped to his fat wrist, beeped midnight. Dudley was asleep on the sagging couch, mouth open, wheezing. Vernon and Petunia had taken the only bedroom, such as it was. Harry sat alone in the dark and felt the world hold its breath. He was 11 years old. Something was coming. The door didn't knock. It boomed, a sound so deep and heavy that Harry felt it in his teeth, in his bones, in the thin places where reality wore through. Dudley jerked awake with a squeal. Vernon came thundering out of the bedroom with a rifle, where he'd gotten a rifle. Harry had no idea, and Petunia was screaming behind him. Boom. 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 The door came off its hinges. The man who stepped through was enormous, twice as tall as a normal person and nearly 3 times as wide, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of birds. He wore a massive overcoat with dozens of pockets and carried a pink umbrella in one hand, which struck Harry as a deeply incongruous detail that he immediately appreciated. "Sorry about that," the giant said, picking up the door and leaning it roughly back into its frame. His eyes, small, black, and bright as beetles, swept the room and found Harry. Something in his expression softened so suddenly it was almost violent. "There ya are, Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your mum. Not your dad. Your mum." Harry filed that away. "Who are you?" he asked. Not afraid. Genuinely curious. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." The giant beamed and then turned a significantly less friendly expression on Vernon, who was pointing the rifle at him with shaking hands. "Put that away, Dudley, before ya hurt yourself. And if ya point it at the boy, I'll tie it in a knot around your neck. I demand that you leave at once." Vernon blustered, but his voice came out thin and reedy, and the rifle barrel trembled. "You are breaking and entering." Hagrid reached out, took the rifle from Vernon's hands like plucking a toy from a toddler, and bent it into a pretzel shape with about as much effort as Harry would use folding a napkin. He tossed it into the corner. "Now then," Hagrid said, settling himself onto the couch, which groaned alarmingly, and producing a squashed box from one of his coat pockets. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry opened the box. Inside was a cake, slightly sat on, with "Happy Birthday, Harry" written in green icing. Something happened in his chest that he didn't immediately recognize, a warmth, a tightness, something human and raw that caught him off guard. No one had ever made him a birthday cake before. No one had ever remembered. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it in a way that surprised him. Hagrid explained. He explained about Hogwarts, about magic, about the wizarding world hidden in the margins of the mundane one. He explained about Lily and James Potter, Harry's parents, heroes of the war, murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort. He explained about the night Harry had survived, about the curse that should have killed him, about the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Harry listened. He listened very carefully. And as Hagrid talked, Harry noticed something interesting. The big man was telling the truth as far as he knew it. But there were gaps. Places where Hagrid's story didn't quite fit, where the narrative had been trimmed to shape like a hedge pruned to look natural. Hagrid believed what he was saying. Harry could taste the sincerity of it, a warm, honeyed flavor at the back of his mind. But someone had told Hagrid what to say, and that someone had left things out. His mother was a witch. His father was James Potter. They died to protect him. Harry touched the scar on his forehead and felt the old familiar hum, the low vibration of something vast sleeping very lightly just beneath his skin. 2 out of 3 wasn't bad for a cover story. "Hagrid," Harry said, when the big man paused for breath. "What happened to Voldemort when he tried to kill me?" Hagrid flinched at the name, physically flinched, like he'd been poked with something hot. "Don't say the name. And, well, nobody rightly knows, Harry. He just vanished. Some say he died. Some say he's still out there, too weak to carry on. All anyone knows is something about you stopped him. Something he didn't expect." Harry nodded slowly. Something he didn't expect. Yes, he imagined that was accurate. "I'd like to go to Hogwarts," Harry said. The words felt right in his mouth. Not because of the magic, his own magic, whatever it was, had never needed a school. But because there was a world out there full of people like his mother, people who could do things the Dursleys couldn't, and he wanted to walk among them. He wanted to understand the current he'd always felt. And somewhere in that world, there were answers about what he actually was. You will not. Vernon had found his voice again, though he'd retreated behind Petunia like a ship seeking harbor. I will not pay for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks. Hagrid stood up so fast the shack trembled. Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me, Hagrid growled, each word a separate boulder dropping from a height. He pointed the pink umbrella at Dudley, who was trying to eat Harry's birthday cake, while everyone was distracted, and there was a flash of violet light. Dudley squealed, clutching his backside, and when he turned around, a curly pig's tail was poking through his pajama bottoms. In the chaos that followed, Petunia screaming, Vernon roaring, Dudley running in circles trying to see his own rear end, Hagrid leaned down to Harry with a conspiratorial wink. Shouldn't have done that, he said, not sounding remotely sorry. Don't mention it at Hogwarts. Strictly speaking, I'm not allowed to do magic. Harry looked at the tail, looked at Hagrid, and laughed. It was a real laugh, not the polite, empty sound he'd learned to produce when expected, but something genuine and warm that rose from a place he hadn't known existed. The shadows in the shack flickered, and for just a moment, the pattern appeared on the wall behind Hagrid, the spiral, the angles, traced in salt spray and lamplight. Hagrid didn't notice. Nobody ever noticed. But outside, in the storm-dark sea, something vast turned its attention toward the little island, and was pleased. Diagon Alley was a revelation. Not because of the magic. Harry had expected magic. But because of the density of it, the sheer layered weight of human enchantment built up over centuries like geological strata. Every brick hummed. Every shop window shimmered with barely contained potential. The air tasted of ozone and old books and possibility, and Harry walked through it all with his eyes wide open, drinking it in. Hagrid led him through the Leaky Cauldron, a dingy pub that existed in a fold of London that Muggle eyes slid right off, and into the alley itself, which opened from a brick wall like a door into another world. Which, Harry supposed, it was. People stared. They stared at Hagrid first, because he was impossible to miss, and then at Harry, and then they stared harder. A whisper moved through the crowd like wind through wheat. Harry Potter. That's Harry Potter. The boy who lived. A pale young man in a purple turban approached them almost immediately, wringing his hands and stammering. And Mr. Potter. What an honor. What a privilege, Professor Quirrell. I'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Harry shook his hand. And immediately wished he hadn't. The touch sent something screaming through his nerves, not pain, but recognition, the way you might recognize a smell from childhood, overwhelming and disorienting. Something was wrong with this man. Not wrong in the way the Dursleys were wrong, which was a small, pinched, human kind of wrongness. Wrong in a way that made the thin places shiver. There was something attached to Professor Quirrell, something parasitic, clinging to the back of his skull like a remora on a shark. Harry could feel it, a consciousness, cold and sharp and utterly consumed with the need to survive, pressing against the inside of Quirrell's mind like a hand pressing against the inside of a latex glove. Harry looked at Quirrell's turban. Quirrell looked at Harry's eyes. For just a moment, the stammering stopped, and something old and afraid looked out from behind Quirrell's watery gaze. Then the moment passed, and Quirrell was babbling again, and Hagrid was steering Harry away toward Gringotts Bank, and the crowd was pressing in with their handshakes and their tears and their gratitude for something Harry hadn't consciously done. Harry filed Quirrell away in the growing catalogue of things he needed to think about. The list was getting long. Gringotts was run by goblins, which delighted Harry in a way that was hard to articulate. They were sharp-eyed, sharp-toothed, and sharp-tongued, and they looked at Harry with an appraising directness that he found refreshing after the wizard's fawning. The goblin who took them to the vault, a hook-nosed creature called Grip Hook, led them through underground caverns on a cart that rattled along tracks at breakneck speed, plunging deeper and deeper into the earth. Harry felt the age of the place pressing against him. These tunnels were old, older than the bank, older than the goblins, old in a way that tickled something at the base of his skull. There were things down here in the deep dark that predated human civilization, sleeping in stone pockets, curled around mineral deposits like dragons around hoards. He could feel them dreaming. His vault, the Potter Vault, was full of gold. Mountains of it, coins in 3 sizes, glittering in the torchlight. Harry looked at it and felt very little. Money was a human tool, useful but uninspiring. He filled a bag as Hagrid suggested and allowed himself to be led back to the surface. They stopped at a second vault on the way out, Vault 713, nearly at the deepest level of the bank. Hagrid went in alone and came out with a small package wrapped in brown paper, which he tucked into his coat with elaborate nonchalance. "Hogwarts business," Hagrid said. "Top secret. Don't ask." Harry didn't ask. But he'd felt what was inside the package, a brief, bright flare of concentrated human magic, old and refined and desperately important to someone. He added it to his list. They shopped. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool and made polite conversation with a pale, pointed boy who talked about Quidditch and blood purity with the casual arrogance of someone who'd never been meaningfully challenged. Books at Flourish and Blott's, where Harry bought everything on the supply list and then 5 more books that caught his attention, histories, theories, explorations of the boundaries of magical knowledge. Potions ingredients at the apothecary, where the shelves of bottled things made Harry think of specimen jars, of collections, of someone cataloging the pieces of a world they were taking apart to study. And then Hagrid took him to get his wand. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty, crammed floor to ceiling with thin boxes stacked in columns that leaned against each other like exhausted soldiers. The air was thick with something, not dust, exactly, but potential. Distilled magic in its rawest form, sleeping in shaped wood and creature parts, waiting to be woken. A man appeared from the back of the shop like a spider emerging from its web, old, silver-eyed, with a soft voice that somehow carried more authority than Vernon Dursley's loudest bellow. Said Mr. Ollivander. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He peered at Harry with those moon-pale eyes, and Harry peered back, and for a long moment neither of them blinked. Harry felt the old man's attention like a physical thing, a gentle pressure against the surface of his mind, not intrusive, not aggressive, but searching. Professional. Ollivander was reading him the way a jeweler reads a stone, looking for the cut, the clarity, the flaws. Harry let him look. There was nothing on the surface to find. "Your mother," Ollivander said softly. "Lily Evans. Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work." His gaze sharpened. "Your father, James Potter. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A powerful wand for transfiguration." Harry caught the hesitation. A fraction of a second, barely there, a tiny hitch before the word father. Ollivander knew something. Or suspected. The old wand maker's pale eyes flickered, just for an instant, with something that wasn't curiosity. It was caution. "Well, let's get you sorted. Which is your wand arm?" Harry held out his right hand, and Ollivander began measuring wrist to elbow, shoulder to fingertip, knee to armpit, around the head, while a tape measure continued on its own after he let go, flying around Harry like a deranged butterfly. The first wand was beechwood and dragon heartstring. Harry waved it. Nothing happened. Not the nothing of a bad match. Ollivander had seen plenty of those, wands that sparked weakly or sent papers flying. This was a deeper nothing. The wand simply refused, as if the magic inside it had looked at what was holding it and decided to play dead. The second wand was maple and unicorn hair. Same nothing. Third, fourth, fifth ebony, oak, cedar, with cores of dragon and unicorn and phoenix, in lengths from 8 to 14 inches. Each one went dead in Harry's hand, their magic retreating like animals from a fire. Ollivander's eyes were getting wider. He was pulling boxes from higher and deeper shelves, his movements becoming quicker, less assured. After the 20th wand, he stopped and looked at Harry with an expression that had gone far past professional curiosity into something raw. "Tricky customer," he murmured. But his voice had changed. The warmth was gone. "Very tricky indeed." He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry waited, standing among the discarded wands, feeling their collective unease like a hum in his back teeth. The wands were afraid of him. Not the wood was dead, it felt nothing. But the cores, the living magic trapped inside them, the pieces of dragon and unicorn and phoenix, they recognized something in Harry that didn't belong in their taxonomy, and they wanted no part of it. Ollivander returned with a single box, held carefully, almost reverently. He set it on the counter and opened it with fingers that trembled slightly. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry picked it up. And this time, something answered. Heat flooded through his fingers and up his arm, a rush of warmth and light that was, Harry recognized with some surprise, the wand trying very hard to bond with him. It was reaching, stretching, throwing everything it had at the connection. Red and gold sparks erupted from the tip like fireworks, and Hagrid cheered from the doorway, and Ollivander clapped his hands together once, sharply. But Harry felt the truth underneath the display. The wand was working, yes. It had accepted him, sort of. But it was like fitting a garden hose over a fire hydrant. The connection was there, but the scale was wrong. The wand could channel some of what Harry was. A fraction. A thin stream of the vast dark current that ran through him, filtered through Hollywood and Phoenix Feather into something the wizarding world could recognize as magic. It was, Harry thought, like being given a teacup and told it was his ocean. But it would do. For now. Curious, Ollivander said, and his voice was barely above a whisper. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. And that wand gave you that scar. Harry touched the lightning bolt on his forehead. It tingled. Inside, in the deep place where the patient stillness lived, something turned over in its sleep. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said, and now he was watching Harry with those pale eyes, and Harry could see the fear in them, naked and undisguised. And he understood that Ollivander had looked deeper than he'd meant to and seen something that had shaken the foundations of everything the old man thought he knew. But I wonder. I do wonder. He trailed off. Harry waited, but Ollivander didn't finish the thought. Instead, he boxed the wand, took Harry's gold, and retreated into the back of his shop without another word. Through the dusty shelves, Harry heard the old man sit down heavily, heard the creak of a chair, heard silence. Harry left the shop with his holly wand in its box and something like pity in his chest. Ollivander had looked into him and seen the edge of something that human minds weren't built to contain. It wasn't Harry's fault. He hadn't done it on purpose. But he resolved to be more careful in the future, to keep the surface smooth and opaque, to give people only what they could handle. It was what his mother would have wanted, he thought. Though he wasn't sure how he knew that. Right then. Hagrid was beaming, oblivious. Got everything on your list. Oh, I haven't gotten ya a birthday present yet. 20 minutes later, Harry was the owner of a beautiful snowy owl who sat on his shoulder and looked at him with great amber eyes that held no fear at all. She was the first living thing he'd encountered that seemed entirely comfortable with what he was. He named her Hedwig, after a saint he'd read about in one of the Dursleys' dusty history books, and she nipped his ear affectionately and made a sound like laughter. Hagrid put him on a train back to Surrey, pressing a thick envelope into his hands with his ticket, platform number, and all the details he'd need for September 1st. The big man was teary-eyed. "You'll be fine, Harry. You're gonna be a great wizard. Your mom and dad would be so proud." Harry thanked him. He sat on the train as it pulled away from the station, watching London slide past outside the window, and he held his wand in his lap and felt it hum against his palms, a small bright thing trying its best to contain something that shouldn't fit inside anything. He thought about his mother. Lily Evans, a witch, brilliant and brave. Even the Dursleys' bitter scraps of information painted that picture. She'd died to protect him. She'd loved him enough to die. He thought about James Potter. A good man, by all accounts. A hero. His father. Except he wasn't. Harry didn't know how he knew this, but he knew it the way he knew the pattern of the spirals, the way he knew the shadows, the way he knew the thin places in the world. James Potter had loved him and raised him and died for him, and that mattered. It mattered enormously. It was a debt Harry would carry forever. But James Potter had not made him. Something else had. Harry watched his reflection in the train window, thin face, dark hair, green eyes that were Lily Evans's eyes, ordinary and human, and not quite right if you looked too long. Behind his reflection, the landscape rushed by, and in the spaces between trees and buildings and telephone poles, he could see the thin places shimmering. The world was full of doors, and Harry was starting to understand that he was the key to all of them. September 1st was a bright, bustling chaos of a day, and Harry moved through it with the calm detachment of someone watching a play. King's Cross Station was packed with Muggle commuters, none of whom noticed the unusual number of owls, the families dressed in robes they'd half-heartedly covered with Muggle coats, or the fact that dozens of people were walking directly at a solid brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10 and vanishing. Harry had figured out the trick before he arrived. The thin place between the platforms was obvious to him, a shimmer in the air like heat haze, the largest and most stable such seam he'd yet encountered. Somebody had carved it open centuries ago and pinned it in place with magic, creating a permanent doorway to a space that existed in the folds between. He walked through without breaking stride and found himself on platform 9 3/4, which was exactly as chaotic as the Muggle station, but considerably more interesting. A scarlet steam engine sat at the platform, belching white smoke. Students were everywhere, hauling trunks, chasing escaped pets, clinging to parents, shouting to friends. The noise was immense, a wall of human excitement and anxiety that Harry waded through with something approaching enjoyment. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and sat by the window with Hedwig's cage beside him. She hooted softly and tucked her head under her wing, apparently deciding that a nap was more interesting than the spectacle outside. The train began to move. London fell away. Countryside replaced it, green and gold and gray under a September sky. Harry watched it pass and felt the pull in his chest again, stronger now, the compass needle pointing north and east toward something that waited at the end of these tracks. The compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The boy was tall and gangly, with bright red hair, a long nose, and a face full of freckles. He had a smudge of dirt on his cheek and an expression of hopeful anxiety that Harry found immediately and inexplicably endearing. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy sat down across from him, and for a moment they just looked at each other. Then the red-haired boy's eyes drifted up to Harry's forehead, where the scar was half hidden by his fringe, and went wide. "Blimey. Are you or not? Are you Harry Potter?" "I am. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He stuck out his hand, and Harry shook it, and Ron's grip was warm and firm and entirely without the flinching hesitation Harry had come to expect from people who touched him. Ron Weasley, it seemed, had no instinct for self-preservation whatsoever. Harry liked him immediately. They talked. Ron talked about his family, 6 siblings, parents who loved each other loudly, a house that was apparently held together by magic and stubbornness. Harry listened and asked questions and shared almost nothing about himself, which Ron didn't seem to notice or mind. Ron was the kind of person who filled silence naturally, not out of nervousness, but out of an excess of life. He had opinions about everything Quidditch, chocolate frogs, his brother Percy's pomposity, and he shared them freely, and Harry found himself smiling more in the first hour of that train ride than he had in the previous 10 years combined. A round-faced boy named Neville appeared looking for his toad, radiating anxiety like a space heater. A bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger appeared looking for Neville's toad, radiating competence like a laser beam. She'd already changed into her robes and informed Harry and Ron that she'd memorized all the textbooks and was particularly looking forward to Transfiguration. "Are you really Harry Potter?" she asked, in a tone that suggested she'd already researched him and was looking for primary source confirmation. "I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "That's a lot of books about me," Harry said mildly. "Any of them accurate?" Hermione blinked. "I don't know. Are they?" "Probably not. but I appreciate your thoroughness." She left looking thoughtful, which Harry suspected was her default state. Ron watched her go with an expression of bewildered admiration that he probably would have denied if asked about. The train rolled north. The sky darkened. Harry changed into his robes and watched through the window as the landscape grew wilder, more rugged, the tamed English countryside giving way to Scottish highlands that felt older and closer to the bone of the world. And then, as the train rounded a bend, he saw it. Hogwarts. It rose from the darkness like a dream, towers and turrets and battlements, lit from within by 1,000 windows, reflected in the black glass of a vast lake. It was enormous, ancient, and alive in a way that nothing Harry had encountered in the Muggle world had ever been. He could feel it from here, even through the walls of the train, the castle's awareness, its accumulated centuries of magical habitation, the layered enchantments soaked into every stone. But there was something else. Something under the castle, under the lake, under the bedrock itself. Something old. Not human magic, older than that, older than the school, older than the wizards who'd built it. A presence. A pulse. A heartbeat in the deep earth that matched the rhythm Harry felt in his own chest. Hogwarts had been built on a thin place. The biggest one Harry had ever felt. And whatever was on the other side was aware of him. Harry pressed his hand against the cold glass of the window and felt the castle reach back, vast and warm and curious, like an old dog sniffing a new hand. The wards, he could feel them now, layer upon layer of protective magic, woven over centuries, trembled at his touch. Not in alarm. In recognition. Hello, Harry thought. Or felt. The distinction was getting blurry. The castle hummed. Ron appeared at his shoulder. "First sight of Hogwarts," he said, grinning. "Pretty brilliant, isn't it?" "Yes," Harry said. "It is." They crossed the lake in boats, 4 to a vessel, gliding over water that was black and still and deep beyond measuring. Harry trailed his fingers in the water and felt things moving far below, large things, old things, not hostile but watchful. The giant squid brushed against his consciousness like a cat rubbing against a leg, and he sent back a pulse of acknowledgement that made the water ripple. Ron, sitting beside him, shivered. "Did you feel that?" "Feel what?" "I dunno. Like a wobble. In the air." "Probably just the wind," Harry said. The castle doors opened. A stern-faced woman in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, she introduced herself, led them through an entrance hall that could have contained the Dursleys' entire house, and into a small chamber off the Great Hall. She gave a brief speech about the 4 houses, about the sorting, about how their house would be their family. Harry listened to the words, but paid more attention to the castle itself, which was examining him with increasing interest. The stones under his feet were warm. The torches on the walls burned a little brighter as he passed. In the portraits that lined the hallways, the painted figures stopped their usual business and turned to watch him with wide, confused eyes, as if they could sense something but couldn't quite place it. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and Harry's breath caught. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students. Above them, the ceiling was enchanted to mirror the sky outside, a vast field of stars, undimmed by cloud or light pollution, blazing with cold fire. Thousands of candles floated in midair. At the far end, the staff table was occupied by the most eclectic collection of adults Harry had ever seen, a tiny man perched on a stack of cushions, a severe woman with her hair in a bun, a man dressed entirely in black with a hooked nose and eyes like flint. And in the center, in a golden chair, a very old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who radiated power the way the sun radiates heat. Dumbledore. It had to be. Harry looked at him and felt the old wizard's magic, vast, controlled, refined over more than a century of practice. Formidable. The most powerful human wizard alive, if the books were to be believed. Dumbledore looked back at Harry, and their eyes met, and something passed between them that was too quick and too deep for words. A measuring. A question. A warning, perhaps, issued in both directions simultaneously. Then Dumbledore smiled, and the moment passed, and McGonagall was placing a battered old hat on a stool at the front of the hall. The Sorting Hat sang. Harry barely listened. He was watching the staff table, cataloging faces, and the magic that clung to them. The hook-nosed man in black, Snape, it had to be Snape, the name Hagrid had mentioned with a grimace, was staring at Harry with an expression of such concentrated loathing that it was almost impressive. And behind the loathing, buried deep grief. Old grief, worn smooth by years of handling, but still sharp enough to cut. Quirrell was there too, turban and all. The thing on the back of his head was quiet, dormant, but Harry could feel it like a splinter in his awareness. Names were called. Students went forward, sat on the stool, put on the hat. The hat shouted house names. Tables cheered. It was orderly and ritualistic and very British, and Harry found the normalcy of it comforting. Potter, Harry. The whisper that went through the hall was like a wave. Heads turned. Necks craned. Harry walked to the stool with his usual unhurried pace and sat down and let McGonagall lower the battered hat onto his head. Silence. Not the silence of the hall, that was already quiet, hundreds of students holding their breath. This was a different silence. The silence inside the hat. The consciousness that lived in the enchanted fabric reached for Harry's mind with practiced ease, the mental equivalent of a firm handshake, and met something it didn't recognize. Harry felt the hat's presence brush against his surface thoughts, the human layer, the part of him that was Lily Evans's son, bright, curious, brave, with a sharp mind and a hunger for understanding. The hat rummaged through these with professional efficiency, muttering to itself. Plenty of courage, yes. A good mind. Talent, oh yes. And a thirst to prove yourself, no, not quite that. A thirst to understand yourself. Difficult. Then the hat went deeper. Just a fraction. Just enough to brush against the edge of what lay beneath the human surface. The hat screamed. Not out loud, though a shudder ran through the fabric that was visible from the staff table. Inside Harry's mind, the hat's consciousness recoiled like a hand from a hot stove, its ancient enchantment flickering with something Harry recognized as raw terror. What are you? The thought was a shriek, a howl, a 1,000-year-old magical artifact confronting something that predated magic itself. Harry felt the hat's wards activating, defensive enchantments woven by the founders themselves, trying to wall off what it had glimpsed. Harry answered calmly. Not in words, in a feeling. He let the hat see what he wanted it to see, his mother's face, or what he imagined it to be, red-haired and green-eyed and brave. His friends, Ron's easy grin, Hermione's rapid-fire questions. The birthday cake Hagrid had made him. The small, warm, human things that mattered to him. I'm a student, Harry thought. I'm here to learn. Where should I go? The hat was shaking. Harry could feel it trembling on his head, its consciousness fractured between duty and self-preservation. It had seen something in Harry that no student before had ever contained. Not dark, exactly, not evil, but so far outside the categories of human magic that the hat's enchantments didn't have a framework for it. You could be great, the hat whispered, and its voice was thin and frightened. In any house. Any house at all. Slytherin would give you the path to power, but you don't need a path, do you? You don't need anything I can give you. I'd like to be where I can be with my friends, Harry thought. The hat seized on this like a drowning man grasping a rope. Gryffindor, it screamed, and the word was less a sorting and more an expulsion, the hat ejecting Harry from its consciousness before it had to look any deeper. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took off the hat and set it gently on the stool, and as he did, he smoothed a thought against the hat's trembling consciousness, a gentle touch, an assurance, a thank you that carried with it a tendril of warmth. The hat went still. When the next student put it on, it sorted her in 3 seconds flat, as if eager to prove it was still functional. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table between Ron and an older red-haired boy who turned out to be Ron's brother Percy. People were slapping him on the back, shaking his hand, talking over each other to welcome him. He smiled and nodded and let the warmth of it wash over him like water. Across the hall, Dumbledore watched. His blue eyes were twinkling, that was the word everyone used, twinkling, but Harry looked at them and saw calculation behind the sparkle, centuries of chess games reflected in that bright blue gaze. Dumbledore had noticed the hat's reaction. Of course he had. The old wizard noticed everything. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes and smiled pleasantly, and after a moment, Dumbledore smiled back. It was, Harry thought, the opening move of a very long game. The feast appeared, food materializing on golden plates, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place, rich and hot and absurdly plentiful. He ate roast beef and Yorkshire pudding and roasted potatoes, and the food was good, and the company was better. Ron ate like he was being timed. Hermione, sorted into Gryffindor as well, to Ron's mixed feelings, interrogated Percy about the curriculum. Neville, also a Gryffindor, looked shell-shocked by his good fortune. Harry ate and listened and laughed at Ron's jokes and answered Hermione's questions, and for the first time in his life, he felt something that he tentatively identified as belonging. Not the deep, cosmic belonging of the shadows and the thin places, the world bending around him in recognition. This was smaller and warmer and more fragile, the belonging of sitting with people who wanted him there. Human belonging. His mother's gift. Up at the staff table, Snape stared at Harry with those dark, flinty eyes, and the grief behind the hatred was so palpable that Harry could almost taste it. Whatever Snape's problem was, it went deeper than house rivalries or schoolyard grudges. It was personal. It was about Lily. Harry would deal with that later. For now, he had treacle tart and a friend who was trying to explain the rules of Quidditch with his mouth full, and that was enough. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood and gave a short speech, a few words of welcome, some start-of-term notices, a warning about a forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor that would result in a painful death for anyone who entered it. Harry noted the specificity of that warning. If you wanted students to stay away from something, you didn't tell them exactly where it was. You told them because you wanted someone to go looking. Another chess move. Percy led the Gryffindor first years up through the castle, through corridors and up staircases that moved and along hallways lined with portraits that whispered and pointed as Harry passed. The castle was vast and confusing by design, but Harry navigated it by feel, tracking the warmth of the wards, the pulse of the building's ancient awareness. It knew him now. The portraits might whisper, but the castle itself was quiet in his presence, settled and content, like a house finally meeting the occupant it was built for. The Gryffindor common room was round and warm, draped in red and gold, dominated by a massive fireplace. Harry stood in the doorway and let the warmth of it roll over him. Students milled about, chatting excitedly, comparing house assignments, speculating about teachers. Ron yawned cavernously. Bed? Bed, Harry agreed. Their dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase, a round room with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red curtains. Harry's trunk was already there, at the foot of the bed nearest the window. He changed into pajamas, climbed into bed, and pulled the curtains closed. In the privacy of his curtained bed, in the dark, Harry lay on his back and stared at the canopy above him. The castle hummed around him, its vast old magic settling into its nighttime rhythm. Somewhere far below, in the deep places under the lake, under the bedrock, the pulse beat on slow, patient, ancient beyond measure. Harry closed his eyes. Behind his lids, in the space between waking and sleep, he saw the pattern. The spiral, the angles, the curves. It turned slowly in the dark of his mind, and as it turned, it whispered to him in a language he didn't speak but understood perfectly. "Welcome home," it said. Not home, Harry thought back, but close. The darkness laughed. It was a warm sound, almost fond, and it came from somewhere very far away and very close at the same time. Harry fell asleep smiling, and the shadows in his curtained bed arranged themselves into the pattern, and outside the window, the stars burned in configurations that no astronomer would have recognized, and somewhere in the castle, the Sorting Hat sat on its shelf in Dumbledore's office and shook and could not stop shaking. And on the back of Quirrell's head, beneath the turban, something that had once been the most feared dark wizard in history pressed itself flat against its host's skull and thought, for the first time in many years, that perhaps there were things in this world more frightening than death. The thing about being Harry Potter, Harry discovered, was that everyone already had an opinion about you. He walked the corridors of Hogwarts in those first days like a new exhibit at a zoo, gawked at, whispered about, approached by strangers who wanted to shake his hand or just stand near him, as if proximity to the boy who lived might confer some kind of protective benefit. First years pointed. Older students stared. A pair of third-year Hufflepuffs followed him between classes for an entire day before he turned around and looked at them, and they fled. Harry bore it with patience. It was, in its own way, familiar. He'd always been watched. By the Dursleys with fear. By the things in the shadows with attention. Now by an entire school with awe. The flavor was different, but the dynamic was the same, and Harry had long since learned that being observed was simply a condition of his existence. What surprised him was how quickly the novelty wore off for the people who actually spent time with him. Ron stopped thinking of him as famous within approximately 48 hours, reverting to the comfortable default of treating Harry as his best mate who happened to be rubbish at chess and oddly good at finding his way around a castle that was specifically designed to be impossible to navigate. "How do you always know where you're going?" Ron asked on their third morning, as Harry led them unerringly to the Transfiguration classroom, despite the staircase having moved twice. "I listen to the building," Harry said. Ron blinked. "Right. Course you do." He accepted it the way he accepted everything about Harry, with a shrug and an easy willingness to file things under weird stuff Harry does, without requiring further explanation. It was, Harry thought, either extraordinary loyalty or extraordinary incuriousness, and he suspected it was actually both, braided together into something that felt remarkably like unconditional friendship. Hermione was different. Hermione noticed things. "The portraits move out of your way," she said on the fourth day, falling into step beside him as they walked to Charms. "Have you noticed? When you walk past a painting, the figures shift. They don't do that for anyone else." "Maybe they're shy," Harry said. "They're not shy. They crowd into each other's frames to watch Dumbledore pass. For you, they clear a path, like they're making room." She was watching him with those sharp brown eyes, not afraid, not accusatory, but determined to understand. "And the torches burn brighter when you're near them. And yesterday in herbology, the venomous tentacula reached toward you and then pulled back, like a dog that wants to come closer, but isn't sure it's allowed. You notice a lot of things, Hermione." "You're a lot of things to notice, Harry." He looked at her. This bushy-haired girl who read too many books and talked too fast and had never once looked at his scar, only at his eyes, and he saw in her the same hunger that lived in him, not for power, but for knowledge, for the shape of things, for the truth behind the surface. "Yes," he said. "I suppose I am." She waited for more. He didn't give it. After a moment, she nodded, not satisfied, but willing to wait, and they walked to Charms in companionable silence. Classes themselves were a curiosity. The magic the professors taught was functional and structured, a system of wand movements and incantations that channeled raw magical energy into predictable effects. Harry understood it the way a concert pianist understands a child's first lesson. The fundamentals were there, recognizable, but the scope was so limited it was almost quaint. He did the assignments. He waved his wand and said the words and produced the results. In Transfiguration, he turned a match into a needle on the first try, prompting a rare smile from McGonagall and an expression on Hermione's face that was equal parts admiration and competitive fury. In Charms, he levitated a feather without effort, then spent the rest of the lesson watching Ron struggle, offering quiet suggestions that Ron pretended not to need and then followed exactly. The truth was that Harry didn't need the wand for any of it. The Holly and Phoenix feather was a filter, a translator, a device that converted whatever Harry was into something the wizarding world recognized as magic. Without it, he could still do everything the professors taught, and much, much more, but the results would look different. Wrong. The kind of wrong that would make people ask questions he wasn't ready to answer. So he used the wand. He attended classes. He did his homework. He was, by all outward appearances, a gifted but not impossibly so first-year student, and if the wards of Hogwarts hummed a little louder when he passed, if the shadows in the corridors pulled a little deeper around his feet, well, Nobody looked at shadows. Except Snape. Potions class was in the dungeons, which suited Snape's personality the way a cave suits a bat. The room was cold and dark and smelled of chemicals, and Snape presided over it with the air of a man who considered teaching to be a punishment inflicted on him by an unjust universe. He swept in on the first day, robes billowing, and immediately locked onto Harry with those black eyes. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The word dripped with enough venom to fill several cauldrons. Around the room, students shifted uncomfortably. Draco Malfoy, a pale Slytherin boy who'd been sneering at Harry since the train, smirked. Harry looked at Snape and saw the layers. The hatred on the surface, reflexive and practiced. The grief beneath it, vast and old. And under that, something else, a desperate, searching attention, as if Snape were looking for something in Harry's face and simultaneously terrified of finding it. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew the answer. He'd read the textbook, and more importantly, he could feel the properties of the ingredients the way a musician could feel the pitch of a note, asphodel's drowsy weight, wormwood's bitter edge, the way they'd combine into something soporific and final. The draft of living death, Harry said calmly. Snape's eye twitched. He'd expected ignorance. He adjusted quickly. And where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. Though I suspect you have several in your supply cupboard, given their usefulness as a universal antidote. The room was very quiet. Snape's face was doing something complicated, his sneer pulling against something softer, something that kept trying to surface and being shoved back down. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Silence. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, and in that moment, something cracked in his careful facade, and Harry saw the truth. Snape was looking at Lily. Lily's eyes in a stranger's face. Lily's intelligence, Lily's calm precision, Lily's way of answering questions completely and without flourish. But the face wasn't James Potter's, not really, not if you looked closely. The structure was wrong. The angles were different. And if Snape was the kind of man who looked closely, and he was exactly that kind of man, then he might eventually notice that the boy sitting in front of him didn't look like James Potter at all. He looked like Lily, and like something else entirely. Sit down, Snape said roughly, and turned away, and for the rest of the lesson did not look at Harry once. The days folded into weeks. Harry settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts, like a stone settling into a riverbed, finding his place in the current. He ate meals in the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione, studied in the library, attended classes, and explored the castle in the quiet hours between dinner and curfew. The castle showed him things it didn't show other students. Hidden corridors that opened at his touch. Rooms that hadn't been entered in centuries, their doors sealed by ancient magic that recognized Harry and swung wide. A staircase that led down past the dungeons and the foundations, down to a cavern far below the lake where the air was thick with magic so old it had a physical texture, like velvet against his skin. He sat in that cavern sometimes, in the dark, and felt the pulse of whatever lay beneath Hogwarts, and it felt like sitting beside a vast sleeping creature, something that dreamed in geometries the human mind couldn't process. It was comforting. It felt like recognition. Like family. But the surface world had its own gravity, and Harry found himself pulled back to it again and again, by Ron's laughter, by Hermione's questions, by the simple pleasure of being young and alive and surrounded by people who wanted nothing from him except his company. He ate too much treacle tart and stayed up too late talking in the common room and fell asleep in history of magic and was, in all the ways that mattered, an 11-year-old boy having the best time of his life. And then, one Friday evening, the thing on the back of Quirrell's head woke up and looked at him. Harry was at dinner, reaching for the potatoes, when he felt it, a cold, probing touch against his awareness, like a finger tracing the outline of his mind. It was subtle, careful, the product of a consciousness that had spent decades refining the art of mental invasion. It slid along the surface of Harry's thoughts like oil on water, looking for a crack, a weakness, a way in. Harry set down the potatoes. Across the great hall, at the staff table, Quirrell was staring at his plate, apparently absorbed in his meal. But the turban, the thing beneath the turban, was focused entirely on Harry. It was, Harry realized, trying to read him. Trying to understand why the killing curse had failed. Trying to see what lay beneath the surface of the boy who lived. Harry could have blocked it. Could have shrugged it off like brushing away a fly. Instead, moved by something he couldn't quite name, curiosity, perhaps, or a faint sense of mischief, he let the probe slip just beneath his surface. Let it slide through the human layer, past the schoolboy concerns and the homework and the Quidditch discussions, down to the edge of what lay beneath. And then he let it see. Just a glimpse. Just the faintest edge of the vast, dark, infinite something that lived inside him, the inheritance that no human magic could touch. Across the hall, Quirrell knocked over his goblet. Wine spread across the white tablecloth like blood. His face had gone the color of old paper, and his hands were shaking so badly that the fork rattled against his plate. Snape, sitting 2 seats away, looked at Quirrell with narrowed eyes. Dumbledore, from the center of the table, looked at Harry. Their gazes met again, and this time Harry saw something new in those blue eyes, not suspicion, not calculation, but a kind of grim confirmation. As if a theory had been tested, and the results were exactly as disturbing as expected. Harry turned back to his potatoes. The shadows under the Gryffindor table curled around his ankles like cats, and the candles overhead flickered, and somewhere on the back of a stuttering professor's head, Lord Voldemort pressed himself flat against his host's skull and tried to remember what it felt like to be brave. Ron elbowed him. "You going to eat those or just stare at them?" Harry laughed and passed the potatoes and let the moment dissolve into the warm, human noise of dinner, and the darkness inside him settled and was still. It had been a good first week. It was going to be an interesting year. Chapter 2, The Crawling Dark. The thing about Hogwarts that no one told you, that no guidebook mentioned and no prefect covered in their welcome speech, was that the castle dreamed. Harry discovered this at 3 in the morning on a Wednesday, 2 weeks into term, when he woke to find his bed drifting 6 inches off the floor. Not floating. Drifting. A slow, lazy rotation, as if the castle's sleeping mind had reached out and plucked him up the way a child picks up a favorite toy, holding him close while it slumbered. The curtains around his bed hung motionless, undisturbed by wind or magic, and the air was thick with the taste of old stone and deep water and the faintest hum of something that vibrated just below the threshold of human hearing. Harry lay still and let it happen. He could feel the castle's dreams pressing against his mind, fragmentary, non-linear, the accumulated memories of 1,000 years folding over each other like geological strata. He caught flashes, for figures standing on a hilltop, arguing about foundations. A woman with dark hair weaving wards into stone while singing in a language that predated Latin. A red-bearded man laughing as he wrestled a troll into a basement. A pale man with cold eyes descending a staircase into darkness, carrying a cup that gleamed with terrible purpose. And beneath all of it, older than the castle, older than the founders, older than the hill itself, the pulse. The slow heartbeat of whatever lay in the deep places, the thing that had been here before humans came and would be here long after they left. Harry breathed with it. In and out. The castle's dream deepened, and his bed settled slowly back to the floor, and by the time Ron's alarm went off at 7, there was no sign that anything unusual had happened at all. He went to breakfast. He ate toast. He went to herbology and repotted bouncing bulbs, and when one of them bit Neville's finger, Harry looked at it, and the plant wilted into sudden, trembling stillness, its leaves curling inward like a dog rolling onto its back. "How'd you do that?" Neville asked, sucking his bleeding finger. "I asked it to stop," Harry said. Neville accepted this with the uncomplicated gratitude of a boy who'd been bitten by too many plants to question a reprieve. Professor Sprout, working 3 tables away, glanced over with sharp eyes but said nothing. These small moments accumulated. They were, Harry knew, building a picture, one odd incident at a time, one impossible thing after another, a mosaic that would eventually resolve into a shape that anyone paying attention could read. He wasn't trying to hide. Hiding implied fear, and Harry didn't have that particular emotion available to him anymore. Not really, not since it had drained away in the cupboard all those years ago. But he was aware that a mosaic was forming, and he was curious about who would read it first. The answer, as it turned out, was Severus Snape. Thursday afternoon. Double potions. The dungeon classroom smelled of copper and something acrid that Harry identified as lacewing flies before Snape even opened his mouth to announce the day's assignment. Page 47, Snape said, sweeping between the rows of desks like a particularly venomous shadow. The forgetfulness potion. You have 90 minutes. Begin. Harry set up his cauldron and began measuring ingredients with the mechanical precision that came naturally to him. Potions was, of the subjects Hogwarts taught, the one that interested him most, not because of the magic involved, which was rudimentary, but because of the underlying principle. Potions was chemistry with intent. It was the idea that the physical world could be rearranged through knowledge and will, that matter itself was negotiable. This was a concept Harry understood on a level that went far deeper than textbooks. He worked quietly while Ron struggled beside him, his potion turning the wrong shade of blue because he'd stirred counterclockwise when the instructions clearly said clockwise. Hermione, on Harry's other side, was 3 steps ahead of everyone else and radiating quiet triumph. Snape prowled. He stopped at Neville's cauldron and delivered a cutting remark about the boy's inability to follow basic instructions. He paused at Malfoy's station and offered a thin smile of approval that Malfoy accepted like a dog accepting a treat. And then he came to Harry. He stood behind Harry's right shoulder, close enough that Harry could feel the man's body heat, and watched. Harry continued working, adding 2 drops of Lethe River water, stirring twice clockwise, letting the potion simmer. He didn't look up. He didn't need to. Adequate, Snape said, in a tone that made the word sound like an insult. Then lower, so only Harry could hear. Look at me. Harry looked up. Snape's black eyes met his green ones, and Harry felt it, the push. Not the gentle, searching probe that Quirrell's passenger had used. This was a battering ram. Snape drove his consciousness against Harry's mind with the precision and force of someone who'd been doing this for 20 years, a legilimens of exceptional skill using the full weight of his talent to crack open a student's thoughts like an egg. He got through the surface. Past the homework and the Quidditch and the daily clutter of school life. Past the human layer, into the space where the light dimmed and the temperature dropped and the thoughts became less like thoughts and more like currents in deep water. Harry let him come. Not out of carelessness and not out of malice. Out of a genuine desire to see what would happen when a human mind met what lived inside him. Snape went deep. He was looking for something specific, Harry realized, looking for James Potter, looking for arrogance and entitlement and the bullying swagger that had tormented Snape's adolescence. Looking for confirmation that Harry was his father's son, that the hatred was justified, that the boy deserved the contempt Snape needed to feel because the alternative, looking at Lily's eyes and feeling what he actually felt, was unbearable. He didn't find James Potter. He found the dark. It hit Snape like a wall of black water. Not hostile, Harry wasn't attacking him. But the sheer scale of it, the incomprehensible vastness of what lay beneath Harry's human surface, struck Snape's legitimacy like a candle flame hitting an ocean. For one terrible, crystalline moment, Severus Snape saw what Harry was. Not the details, no human mind could process those and remain functional. But the scope. The endless, wheeling dark. The geometries that didn't correspond to any mathematics humans had devised. The sense of something so much larger than the universe. Snape understood that his entire conception of reality was, by comparison, a child's drawing of a house. And at the center of it, burning like a green star in all that darkness, Lily's eyes. Snape wrenched himself out. He staggered. Actually staggered, catching himself on the edge of Harry's desk, his face drained of every trace of color. His breath was coming fast and shallow, and his eyes, those hard, controlled, carefully expressionless eyes, were wide with something that Harry had seen before on Vernon's face, on the Sorting Hat, on Quirrell's passenger, but never this raw, never this naked. Terror. Pure, distilled, existential terror. The classroom had gone quiet. Students were staring. Snape's hands were gripping the desk so hard his knuckles had turned yellow. "Professor?" Harry said, his voice pitched perfectly to convey concern without alarm. "Are you all right?" Snape looked at him. The terror was still there, but something else was rising through it, not anger, not hatred, but a kind of stunned, reeling comprehension. The gears behind those black eyes were turning, fitting pieces together, rebuilding his understanding of the world to accommodate what he'd just seen. "Class dismissed," Snape said. His voice was hoarse. "Get out. All of you." Students scrambled. Cauldrons were abandoned mid-brew, bags snatched up, chairs scraped back. Ron grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him toward the door, and Harry let himself be pulled, glancing back once as he left. Snape was still standing at Harry's desk, gripping the edge, staring at the spot where Harry had been sitting. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who'd just been told the sky was a painted ceiling and the stars were holes poked in the canvas. "What was that about?" Ron asked as they emerged into the corridor. "I think he's feeling unwell," Harry said. Ron snorted. "Unwell? Yeah, that's the word for it. Did you see his face? He looked like he'd seen a ghost. And I mean, we have ghosts, so that's saying something." Hermione fell into step beside them, her bag bulging with the books she'd somehow had time to grab during the evacuation. Her eyes were sharp and calculating and aimed directly at Harry. "He used legilimency on you," she said. It wasn't a question. Ron looked blank. Harry looked at Hermione with renewed respect. "I read about it," she said, to Ron's unasked question. "It's the magical art of navigating another person's mind. It's highly regulated by the Ministry. And it's illegal to use on a student." "Well," Harry said, "he probably won't do it again." The certainty in his voice made Hermione's eyes narrow, and she opened her mouth to ask a follow-up question, but Ron chose that moment to realize they'd been released from potions an hour early and still had the rest of the afternoon free. And his whoop of joy effectively ended the conversation. Harry let it end. But he carried with him the image of Snape's face, that raw, shattered expression, and felt, beneath his amusement and his sympathy, a thin thread of sadness. Snape had loved his mother. That much was painfully obvious. And now the man who'd loved Lily Evans had looked into her son and seen something that had no business existing in any world Lily had belonged to. Harry wondered how Snape would handle it. Denial, probably. That was the human default. Push it down, wall it off, pretend it didn't happen. Muggles and wizards were the same in that regard. He was wrong. Snape didn't deny it. But what he did instead was something Harry didn't expect, and it took 3 days to become apparent. Snape started watching. Not the hostile, contemptuous surveillance of the first 2 weeks. This was something different, careful, covert, almost scientific. Harry would feel Snape's attention in the Great Hall during meals, in the corridors between classes, in the brief moments when their paths crossed. Snape was observing him the way a naturalist observes a new species, with intense focus, meticulous attention to detail, and a profound awareness that what he was looking at could probably kill him. Harry found it almost flattering. October came in wet and gray, draping the castle in fog that crept up from the lake and settled into the corridors like a living thing. The trees of the forbidden forest turned rust and gold, and the ground squelched underfoot, and the students of Hogwarts settled into the rhythms of term with the resigned familiarity of people who'd done this before. Harry had not done this before, and he found every part of it fascinating. He loved charms, where tiny Professor Flitwick stood on his stack of books and taught them to make objects fly, his enthusiasm so genuine that it was infectious even for someone who could bend reality without a wand. He loved Transfiguration, where McGonagall's iron precision concealed a deep creative passion that Harry recognized and admired. She saw Transfiguration not as a tool, but as an art, the reshaping of matter through understanding and will. He loved astronomy, where they climbed the tallest tower at midnight and mapped the stars, and Harry looked at the constellations and saw the pattern woven between them. The geometry that connected every point of light to every other in a web of meaning that no human telescope could capture. He even loved history of magic, though not for the reasons the curriculum intended. Professor Binns, the ghost who taught it, droned about goblin wars and giant treaties in a monotone designed to induce comas. But beneath the dry facts, Harry could feel the weight of the history itself, the echoes of old magic, old conflicts, old powers that had shaped the world before wizards decided to organize it with ministries and laws. History was a record of humanity's attempt to impose order on chaos, and Harry found this deeply, personally relevant. He did not love flying lessons. Not because he was afraid of heights. Harry wasn't afraid of anything, a fact that occasionally concerned him in the way that a missing tooth concerned a tongue, the absence more troubling than any presence would have been. He didn't love flying lessons because they were taught by Madame Hooch on the lawn in front of the castle, in full view of everyone, and the broomsticks responded to him in a way that was difficult to disguise. "Up!" shouted 20 students at their broomsticks, and 19 broomsticks rolled or twitched or reluctantly lifted off the ground. Harry's broom leaped into his hand before he opened his mouth. "Nice one, Potter," Madame Hooch said, nodding approvingly. "Natural talent. Your father was the same way." Harry caught Hermione's eye. She was looking at the broom in his hand and then at his face and doing the calculations she always did, adding another data point to whatever model she was building in that formidable brain. The lesson deteriorated quickly. Neville, nervous and overcompensating, kicked off too hard and rocketed straight up, lost control, and tumbled from his broom at 30 feet. The crack of his wrist breaking was audible across the lawn. Madame Hooch rushed to him, scooping him up, and marched him toward the hospital wing with strict instructions that nobody was to move or touch a broomstick until she returned. Naturally, Draco Malfoy chose this moment to be himself. "Did you see his face?" Malfoy drawled, picking up the remembrall that had fallen from Neville's pocket. "The great lump." "Give that back, Malfoy," Harry said. It wasn't a request. Harry didn't make requests. He made statements that people could choose to comply with or not, and the consequences of noncompliance were their own responsibility. He said it calmly, without heat, the way you might tell someone they were standing on a trapdoor. Malfoy heard the tone and his smirk flickered, just for a moment, an instinctive animal reaction to something his conscious mind wasn't processing. But he was 11, and he was a Malfoy, and the combination of youth and privilege produced a kind of armored stupidity that mere instinct couldn't penetrate. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find," Malfoy said, swinging onto his broom with practiced ease. "How about the roof?" He kicked off. Harry watched him rise, a small pale figure against the gray October sky, and felt the familiar patient stillness settle over him. He could bring Malfoy down without a broom. Without a wand. Without moving. The air up there was his as much as it was anyone's, and it would obey him, and Malfoy would float gently back to Earth with no memory of why he'd changed his mind. But that wasn't the human way. And Harry was trying very hard to do things the human way. He mounted his broom. The moment he kicked off, he understood why James Potter had been a Quidditch star. Flying was, there was no other word for it, joy. Pure, physical, uncomplicated joy, the rush of wind and the pull of gravity and the impossible freedom of three-dimensional movement. Harry rose like a cork from a bottle, the broom responding to his slightest thought, and he felt his face split into a grin so wide it hurt. Malfoy was hovering 50 feet up, remembrall in hand, his smirk faltering as he watched Harry ascend with the ease of someone stepping onto an escalator. "Give it here," Harry said, pulling alongside him, "or I'll knock you off that broom." Malfoy looked at Harry's face. Whatever he saw there, the calm certainty, the complete absence of bluff, made his grip on the remembrall tighten reflexively. "Catch it, then." Malfoy threw the remembrall hard, a glittering arc against the clouds, and dove for the ground. Harry didn't think. He leaned forward and the broom shot after the remembrall like a dart, wind tearing at his robes, the ground rushing up at impossible speed. The ball was falling, glinting, and Harry reached out and caught it cleanly 6 inches from the grass and pulled up so hard the broom's tail twigs brushed the lawn. He landed. Stood. Held up the remembrall. Silence, and then the Gryffindors exploded, cheering, whooping, pounding each other on the backs. Ron was yelling something incoherent. Even Hermione, who clearly disapproved of the entire enterprise, was trying and failing to suppress a smile. Harry Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through the celebration like a blade. She was striding across the lawn, her face set in an expression of such magnificent fury that several students involuntarily stepped back. Come with me. Now. Harry followed her into the castle, up a corridor and around a corner, and watched with interest as her expression underwent a transformation that would have done credit to a metamorphmagus. The fury dissolved. What replaced it was something Harry had never seen directed at him by an authority figure: excitement. Wait here, she said, and disappeared into a classroom, returning moments later with a burly fifth year who looked confused. Wood, I've found you a seeker. Oliver Wood's face went through approximately 6 emotions in 2 seconds before settling on rapturous disbelief. You're joking. I never joke about Quidditch, Mr. Wood. And, just like that, Harry was on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The youngest seeker in a century, McGonagall told him, her Scottish accent thickening with pride. Special dispensation from Dumbledore. A Nimbus 2000 was procured, arrived by all the next morning at breakfast, gleaming and beautiful, and Ron made a sound when he saw it that was frankly indecent. Harry accepted all of this with his usual equanimity, which is to say he said thank you and ate his toast, and did not mention that he could fly without a broom if he wanted to, that the wind would carry him, that the sky was just another room in a house that was his to walk through. He'd fly with the team because it sounded fun, and because Oliver Wood's happiness at finding a seeker was so intense it was practically radioactive, and because the human way of doing things, with rules and teams and equipment and effort, had a charm that Harry was learning to appreciate. The charm of limitation. The beauty of doing things the hard way when you didn't have to. His mother, Harry thought, would have understood that. Hermione cornered him in the library on a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks before Halloween. She did it with the tactical precision of someone who'd thought carefully about timing and location. The library was nearly empty, too close to dinner for the studious types, too early for the midnight crammers. Ron was at Quidditch practice. He'd taken to attending Harry's sessions as a spectator and self-appointed tactical advisor. The only other person nearby was Madame Pants, the librarian, who guarded the books with the protective ferocity of a mother dragon and wouldn't eavesdrop because she was too busy glaring at a second year who'd dog-eared a page. I need to talk to you, Hermione said, sitting down across from Harry and placing a stack of books on the table between them like a barricade. Harry marked his place in a history of magic. He was reading the sections been skipped, the ones about the founding of Hogwarts, looking for mentions of what had been here before. All right. I've been researching you. I know. You know? Hermione, you research everything. I'd be insulted if you hadn't. She had the grace to look slightly abashed, but only slightly. She opened the top book, Notable Magical Names of Our Time, to a bookmarked page. Harry Potter, she read. Born July 31st, 1980, to James and Lily Potter. Survived the killing curse on October 31st, 1981. Only known survivor in wizarding history. Cause unknown. She looked up. That's the official record. It's in every book. The same facts, the same phrasing, almost word for word. Like someone wrote it once and everyone else just copied it. That's how history usually works, Harry said. No, that's how propaganda works. History has sources. Primary accounts, witness testimony, forensic evidence. The night your parents died, who investigated? Who examined the scene? Who determined what actually happened? Dumbledore, Harry said, because that was obvious. Every account he'd read had the same conclusion. Dumbledore had arrived at the ruins of Godric's Hollow, retrieved the baby, and delivered him to the Dursleys. Every fact the wizarding world had about that night had been filtered through one man. Right. And when a single person controls the entire narrative about a historical event, that's not a record. That's an authorized version. Hermione closed the book and looked at Harry with an intensity that bordered on fierce. I'm not saying Dumbledore is lying. I'm saying that the truth and an authorized version aren't always the same thing. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked at Hermione, really looked, the way he sometimes looked at people when he wanted to see past the surface to the machinery beneath. She was scared. Not of him, she'd moved past that quickly, with the pragmatic efficiency that characterized everything she did. Scared of what she was doing, of questioning authority, of the possibility that the world was less orderly than she needed it to be. But she was doing it anyway. Because the alternative, not knowing, not understanding, leaving the question unasked, was more frightening to Hermione Granger than any answer could be. "What do you want to know?" Harry asked. "What happened when the Sorting Hat was on your head?" Harry blinked. Of all the questions he'd expected, that wasn't one. "I was sitting in the back of the Great Hall," Hermione said. "I hadn't been sorted yet. I had a clear line of sight. When the hat went on your head, I don't know how to describe it. It flinched. And then it took a very long time. And when it finally shouted Gryffindor, it sounded." She searched for the word. "Relieved. Like it was getting rid of you." Silence. The library settled around them, books and dust, and the faint scratch of Madame Pance's quill. "The hat saw something in me that scared it," Harry said. Simply. Without embellishment. "What did it see?" Harry considered lying. It would be easy, a deflection, a joke, a change of subject. Hermione would accept it, or at least she'd pretend to, and the conversation would end, and they'd go to dinner, and he could keep the surface smooth and opaque. But Hermione had earned better than that. She'd paid attention when no one else had. She'd done the research, asked the hard questions, faced her fear of not knowing. She deserved something real. "I don't know exactly what I am," Harry said. "But I know I'm not entirely what everyone thinks I am." Hermione's breath caught. She leaned forward, and her eyes were wide but steady. "What does that mean?" "It means my mother was Lily Evans, and she was a witch, and she died to save me." "All of that is true." "It means I have magic, real magic, the same kind everyone here has." "That's also true." He paused. "And it means there's something else. Something underneath. Something that's been there since before I was born, something that the Sorting Hat looked at and couldn't process. I don't have a name for it. I don't have an explanation. But it's real, and it's part of me, and I'm not going to pretend it isn't." The silence that followed was the kind that has texture, thick, heavy, charged with potential. Hermione sat very still, processing. Harry could practically see the gears turning, hypotheses forming and being tested and discarded, her brilliant mind chewing through the implications. "The portraits," she said slowly. "The plants. The way the castle responds to you. Snape's reaction in potions. That's all connected to this, something else." "Yes." "Is it dangerous?" The question was direct, clinical, unafraid. Harry appreciated it more than he could express. "To you?" "No. Not ever." She heard the specificity. Her eyes narrowed. "But to other people?" "To people who deserve it," Harry said, and smiled, and the smile was genuine and warm and just slightly wrong around the edges, the way a smile is wrong when the thing wearing it learned the expression from observation rather than instinct. Hermione looked at that smile for a long time. Then she nodded once, decisively, the way she nodded when she'd solved a particularly tricky homework problem. "Right," she said. "Well, I'm still your friend. You know that, right? Whatever this is, I'm still your friend." The warmth that bloomed in Harry's chest was startling in its intensity. He'd felt it before, with Hagrid's birthday cake, with Ron's easy laughter, with the first sight of Hogwarts, but each time it surprised him, this human heat, this capacity for connection that his mother had given him along with her eyes and her courage. "I know," he said. "Thank you, Hermione." She gathered her books with brisk efficiency, her armor of competence snapping back into place. "We should go to dinner. Ron will eat everything if we're late." They walked to the Great Hall together, and Harry felt the castle hum around them, warm and approving, and he thought that perhaps the most remarkable thing about humans wasn't their magic, or their history, or their towering ambitions. It was this, the ability to look at something they couldn't understand and choose friendship over fear. Halloween arrived with a weight that Harry felt in his bones. He woke on the morning of October 31st knowing, the way he knew the thin places and the shadows and the spiral pattern, that this day was different. Not because of the holiday. The castle was draped in decorations, live bats fluttering from the ceiling, pumpkins the size of garden sheds carved and enchanted to glow, the air sweet with the smell of baking toffee. The students were excited, buzzing about the Halloween feast, and the professors were in that particular state of organized tension that preceded any large school event. No, the day was different because it was the anniversary. 15 years ago tonight, Lily Evans had stood between her son and a dark wizard and made a choice that rewrote the rules of magic. 15 years ago tonight, whatever protection she'd invoked, love, sacrifice, the desperate prayer of a mother who knew what her child was, had activated something in Harry's blood that turned the killing curse back on its caster. Harry sat in the great hall eating breakfast and felt the weight of it. The date pressed against him like a hand on his chest, and for the first time in his memory, the patient stillness inside him shifted, disturbed by something that felt uncomfortably like grief. He'd never known her. He had no memories of Lily Evans, no face, no voice, no touch. Just the echo of her sacrifice, written into his skin and his bones, and the scar on his forehead. But today, on this day, the echo was louder. "You all right?" Ron asked through a mouthful of porridge, because Ron always noticed when Harry went quiet, even if he couldn't always articulate why. "Fine," Harry said. "Just thinking." Ron nodded and went back to his porridge, and Harry appreciated the absence of follow-up questions with a gratitude that went deeper than Ron would ever know. Classes dragged. Harry went through the motions, attending lectures, taking notes, performing spells, but his mind was elsewhere, down in the deep place where the darkness lived, where the pulse beat slow and patient, where something that might have been his father's attention pressed against the boundary between worlds like a palm pressed against frosted glass. It was in Charms, that afternoon, that things went sideways. Flitwick had them practicing the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, on feathers. It was a straightforward exercise that most of the class had been struggling with for a week. Harry performed it without effort, his feather floating gently upward, and then sat watching as Ron butchered the pronunciation for the 15th time. "It's Leviosa," Hermione corrected from the next seat, "not Leviosa." Ron's ears went red. He jabbed his wand at the feather with unnecessary force, and said something through gritted teeth that was neither the correct incantation nor appropriate for a classroom. The feather didn't move. Ron's frustration, however, was radiating off him in waves. After class, walking through the corridor, Ron's embarrassment curdled into cruelty in that sudden, thoughtless way it sometimes did with 11-year-old boys. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa," he mimicked to Seamus Finnegan, pitching his voice high and nasal. "No wonder she hasn't got any friends. She's a nightmare, honestly." Hermione pushed past them. Her head was down and her pace was fast, and Harry caught a glimpse of her face, flushed, eyes bright, jaw clenched, before she disappeared around the corner. "She didn't go to the next class. She didn't appear at dinner." "I think she heard you," Harry said to Ron. Ron had the grace to look uncomfortable. "She's always bossing everyone around. It's annoying. She was trying to help you. I didn't ask for help. You needed it. Your pronunciation was atrocious." Ron opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and finally settled for a mutinous silence that lasted approximately 4 minutes before he said, very quietly, "Yeah, all right. It was a bit mean. It was very mean. Fine. It was very mean. I'll apologize. After the feast." After the feast, Ron agreed, looking relieved to have a deadline that was comfortably in the future. The Halloween feast was spectacular. The Great Hall had been transformed, 1,000 candles and hollowed pumpkins replaced the usual floating tapers, the live bats swooped and chittered overhead, and the food was extravagant even by Hogwarts standards. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by noise and warmth and the smell of roasting meat, and tried to let the celebration fill the hollow space the anniversary had opened in his chest. It didn't work. The grief, or whatever the eldritch equivalent of grief was, sat in him like a stone, heavy and immovable, and the shadows under the table pulled deeper than they should have, and the candles nearest Harry burned with an almost imperceptible flicker of green. Hermione's seat was empty. She'd been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon, according to Lavender Brown. Crying. Harry was considering whether to go find her, and what he'd say if he did, because comfort was not among his natural talents, When the doors of the great hall slammed open and Quirrell sprinted in, Turban Askew faced the color of old porridge. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed on the floor in a dead faint. The great hall erupted. Screams, shouts, students leaping to their feet, benches toppling. Dumbledore stood and fired a cannon blast from his wand that cut through the noise like a knife. "Silence. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." Order reasserted itself with military efficiency. Prefects herded students toward the doors, Percy Weasley's voice carrying over the crowd with the officious authority of a boy who'd been waiting his entire life for a legitimate emergency. Harry didn't move. Ron grabbed his arm. "Come on, we have to." "Hermione doesn't know," Harry said. The color drained from Ron's face. "She's still in the bathroom." "Yes. The troll is in the dungeons. The bathrooms are not in the dungeons." They looked at each other. Ron swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then he squared his shoulders in a way that Harry found admirable and slightly heartbreaking, because Ron Weasley was afraid, genuinely, viscerally afraid, and he was going to do the right thing anyway. "Let's go," Ron said. They slipped away from the Gryffindor column and ran. Through the entrance hall, up the marble staircase, along the first-floor corridor. Harry navigated by instinct, tracking Hermione's location the way a compass tracks north. He could feel her, a small bright point of human distress, somewhere ahead and to the left. He could also feel the troll. It was not in the dungeons. Quirrell had lied, or been wrong, or, more likely, the troll's presence in the castle was not accidental, and its location had been misrepresented for a reason. Harry filed this away and ran faster, because the troll was between him and Hermione, and it was moving with the blunt, lumbering purpose of something too stupid to be afraid. They smelled it before they saw it, a reek like a municipal dump crossed with a sewer, thick enough to gag on. Then they heard it, massive footsteps, the scrape of something heavy being dragged along the floor, a low, guttural grunting. "Oh no," Ron whispered. The troll rounded the corner. It was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, massively muscled, with a tiny head and enormous feet and a wooden club the size of a tree trunk. It moved with the slow, deliberate momentum of a landslide, and it was heading directly for the bathroom where Hermione Granger was sitting on a toilet crying because a boy had said something thoughtless about her social skills. The absurdity of the situation struck Harry with crystalline clarity. A mountain troll in a school. Children in danger. And the adults, the powerful, experienced, supposedly responsible adults, were in the dungeons, looking in the wrong place, while this happened. He stepped into the corridor. The troll saw him. Its tiny eyes, buried in folds of gray skin, fixed on Harry with the dim, aggressive recognition of a creature that identified anything smaller than itself as either food or furniture. It raised its club. Ron yelled something behind Harry, his name, probably, or a warning, or both, but Harry was already moving. Not away. Forward. He walked toward the troll. The corridor was 20 feet wide and 10 feet tall, and the troll filled most of it, and Harry walked toward it with the same unhurried pace he used for everything. His wand was in his pocket. He didn't reach for it. The holly and phoenix feather was a filter, a translator, and what he was about to do didn't need translation. The troll swung its club. The blow should have reduced Harry to a smear on the flagstones. The club weighed half a ton, driven by arms that could uproot trees, and it came down with a whistle of displaced air that ruffled Harry's hair. It stopped 3 inches above his head. Not because Harry blocked it. Not because he cast a spell. The club simply stopped, frozen in midair, held by nothing visible, and the troll stared at it with an expression of moronic confusion that would have been comical if the creature hadn't been moments from committing involuntary manslaughter. Harry looked up at the troll. The troll looked down at Harry. And in the space between them, something shifted, a change in pressure, a drop in temperature, a thickening of the shadows that had nothing to do with the torchlight. Harry's eyes, Lily Evans's green eyes, went dark. Not a change of color. A change of depth. The green was still there, but behind it, infinitely far back, was something else, a darkness so complete it made the absence of light look cheerful. It was the darkness between stars. The darkness before creation. The darkness that existed in the spaces where reality hadn't gotten around to being real yet. The troll saw it. The troll was 12 feet of muscle and bone and animal stupidity, and it saw what was looking at it through an 11-year-old boy's eyes, and it understood in the deep, instinctive way that animals understand, in the way that prey understands predator, in the way that mortal things understand infinity. The troll dropped its club. The crash of wood on stone was enormous, echoing through the corridor like a cannon shot. The troll backed up. It backed up faster. It was making a sound, a high, thin whimper that sounded wrong coming from something that big, like a mouse's cry from a mountain. Harry stepped forward. The troll tripped over its own feet and fell, 12 feet of terrified creature scrambling backward on the floor, trying to get away from the small dark-haired boy who was walking toward it with the patience of something that had all the time in the universe. "Go," Harry said. The word reverberated. Not loud, Harry hadn't raised his voice. But the word carried weight that had nothing to do with volume, a harmonic that vibrated in the stone and the air and the troll's tiny brain. It was a command that operated on a level deeper than language, deeper than thought, drilling straight into the survival circuits that governed every living thing's relationship with the concept of immediate existential threat. The troll went. It went fast, on all fours, scrambling down the corridor and around the corner and away, away from the thing in the shape of a boy. Its whimpers echoed for a long time after it disappeared. Silence settled over the corridor like snow. Harry blinked. The darkness receded. His eyes were green again, just green, and the shadows retreated to their normal dimensions, and the temperature crept back up, and the world smoothed itself over the disturbance like water closing over a stone. Behind him, Ron was pressed against the wall, breathing hard, his face white. His wand was in his hand, though Harry doubted he'd been aware of drawing it. "What?" Ron said, very carefully. "The bloody hell was that?" Before Harry could answer, the bathroom door opened and Hermione stumbled out, tear-streaked and trembling. She'd heard the commotion, the troll's footsteps, the crash of the club, the silence after. Her eyes went from Ron to Harry to the dropped club on the floor, and her breath hitched. "Was that a troll?" she whispered. "It was," Harry said. "It's gone now." Hermione stared at Harry. Her eyes were swollen from crying, but sharp as ever, and Harry could see the questions forming, dozens of them, layered and interconnected, each one more probing than the last. But Hermione Granger, for perhaps the first time in her academic career, chose not to ask. "Thank you," she said instead. Her voice was small and sincere. Footsteps. Lots of them, fast and heavy. McGonagall rounded the corner first, followed by Snape and Quirrell, all three looking varying degrees of alarmed. McGonagall's eyes swept the scene, the abandoned club, the three students, the absence of Troll, and her lips pressed into a line so thin they nearly disappeared. "What is the meaning of this? Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Hermione didn't know about the troll, Harry said simply. "We came to warn her." And the troll left. McGonagall looked at the club on the floor. It was enormous. No first year should have been able to deal with the creature that wielded it. She looked at Harry, and Harry saw the question in her eyes and the deliberate decision not to ask it. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said tightly. Each. For sheer dumb luck. Now get back to your dormitory before I change my mind. Snape, standing behind McGonagall, was staring at Harry with an expression Harry recognized. The careful, scientific observation of the past few weeks, intensified now, sharpened by what he was seeing. 3 unharmed children and a troll that had fled in abject terror. His black eyes moved from Harry to the club to the corridor where the troll had gone, and Harry could practically hear the conclusions being drawn. Quirrell was silent. He stood slightly apart from the other two, his turban wrapped tight, his eyes on the floor. But beneath the turban, Harry felt the thing pressing itself flat, hiding, trying to make itself as small and invisible as possible. It had felt what Harry had done. It knew. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower. Ron was quiet for an unusually long time, most of the journey, in fact, before he cleared his throat. "So, you scared off a mountain troll?" Without a wand. Yes. By looking at it. More or less. Right. Yeah. Normal Tuesday. Ron was quiet for another moment. Then, with the air of someone making a decision that was bigger than they realized, "You know what, I don't care. You're still the bloke who shares his chocolate frogs and can't beat me at chess. Whatever the rest of it is, you're still Harry." Something cracked in Harry's chest. Not the darkness, something softer. Something human. He felt it give way, a wall he hadn't known he'd built, and what came through was raw and warm and terrifying in its vulnerability. "Yeah," Harry said. His voice was slightly rough. "I'm still Harry." Hermione caught up to them at the portrait hole, slightly out of breath, and somewhere between the corridor with the troll and the warmth of the common room, a friendship was forged that was stronger than anything the wizarding world had encountered in a very long time. Not because of shared danger, though there was that, but because two very human children had seen something inhuman in their friend and chosen to stay. Ron went to get food from the remains of the feast that had been sent up to the common room. Hermione settled into an armchair by the fire with a book that she wasn't reading, her eyes distant and thoughtful. Harry stood by the window and looked out at the grounds, where the forbidden forest was a dark smudge against the darker sky. The forest looked back. Not figuratively. Something in the trees, among the trees, between the trees, was watching the castle with an attention that was different from the usual nocturnal fauna. It was vast and patient and amused, and it was focused on Harry's window with a precision that left no room for coincidence. Harry put his hand against the glass. The window frosted where his palm touched it, and in the frost, the pattern appeared: the spiral, the angles, the curves. It traced itself in ice crystals, delicate and perfect, and Harry felt the presence in the forest respond with a pulse of recognition that warmed the glass against his skin. He didn't know what his father wanted. He didn't know if Nyarlathotep wanted anything in the way humans understood wanting, or if the crawling chaos simply observed and was entertained, the way a scientist watches an experiment progress. But he knew he was being watched. And he knew that the watcher was pleased. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them, the frost was gone, the pattern was gone, and the forest was just a forest. He turned from the window, sat down next to Ron, stole one of his sandwiches, and spent the rest of the evening arguing about Quidditch teams while Hermione made disapproving noises that didn't quite hide her smile. It was, all things considered, a memorable Halloween. His mother would have been proud. November brought cold and Quidditch, and the slowly tightening noose of the mystery on the third floor. The troll incident had changed things. Not dramatically. Hogwarts was a castle full of children, and children were resilient, and within a week the story had been absorbed into the school's folklore and largely forgotten. But it had changed things for Harry in a way he couldn't quite undo. Ron knew. Not the details, not the what or the why, but the broad shape of it, that Harry was something more than a talented wizard, something outside the normal categories, something that could stare down a mountain troll through sheer force of being. Ron handled this knowledge the way he handled everything, by not overthinking it. Hermione knew more. She knew about the castle's reaction, about the plants, about Snape's legitimacy, about the Sorting Hat. She had theories. Harry could see them multiplying behind her eyes every time she looked at him, a growing architecture of hypothesis and evidence. But she was disciplined enough to keep her theories to herself and patient enough to wait for more data. And Snape was a different problem entirely. Potions class had become an exercise in mutual surveillance. Snape no longer bothered with petty cruelty, no more public humiliation, no more pointed comments about celebrity. Instead, he taught with cold efficiency and watched Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsession, those black eyes tracking every movement, every gesture, every flicker of expression. Harry let him watch. He had nothing to hide from Snape, or rather, he had everything to hide, but the hiding happened automatically, a function of his nature rather than a conscious choice. The surface was always smooth. What Snape could see was an 11-year-old boy making potions correctly and occasionally helping Neville avoid melting his cauldron. What Snape suspected was something else entirely. He went to Dumbledore, Hermione reported one evening in the common room, her voice low. After the troll. I saw him going into the headmaster's office. How do you know he was going to Dumbledore? Ron asked. Maybe he was just going for a walk. At midnight. To the 7th floor. Past a gargoyle that guards the headmaster's office. Could have been any gargoyle. Ron. Fine. He went to Dumbledore. So what? So Snape knows something about Harry, or thinks he does, and he's sharing it with the headmaster. Which means Dumbledore is building a file. Harry found this observation both accurate and irrelevant. Dumbledore had been building a file since the moment Harry walked into the Great Hall. The old wizard was too intelligent and too cautious to do otherwise. The question wasn't whether Dumbledore was watching, it was what he planned to do with what he saw. But the third-floor corridor occupied more of Harry's attention than staff politics. The Forbidden Corridor, Dumbledore's carefully placed bait, called to him with a pull that was different from the castle's general warmth. Something was behind that door, something powerful and specific, and it resonated with the pulse in the deep places, a harmonic that made Harry's teeth ache when he walked past. He went, of course. Not through the door, not yet. But past it, again and again, feeling the resonance strengthen each time. And one night, returning from a solitary walk through the castle's hidden passages, he heard something that stopped him mid-stride. Music. Harp music, drifting through the door of the Forbidden Corridor, soft and strange and layered with enchantment. And beneath the music, breathing. Enormous, slow, deep breathing. The breathing of something very large and very asleep. Harry pressed his hand to the door and felt the shape of the guardian. 3 heads, 3 sets of jaws, a body the size of a small elephant, drugged into slumber by enchanted strings. A Cerberus. A 3-headed dog, guarding a trapdoor, guarding something beneath. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry had pieced that together weeks ago. The vault Hagrid had emptied, the package in his coat, the newspaper report about the break-in at Gringotts. Nicholas Flamel's creation, the source of the elixir of life, hidden at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's protection. Someone wanted it. The same someone who'd let a troll into the castle on Halloween, using it as a distraction while they probed the corridor's defenses. Harry didn't need to guess who. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head wanted the stone with a desperation that hummed through the castle's wards like a struck tuning fork. Voldemort. The dark wizard who'd killed his mother. The fractured, parasitic remnant of a man who'd torn his own soul to pieces in pursuit of immortality, now so diminished that he needed another man's body to survive. He wanted the Philosopher's Stone because it was a path back to a body, back to power, back to the terrible purpose that had defined his existence. Harry leaned against the door to the 3rd-floor corridor and considered this. He could end it now. Walk through the door, past the dog, through whatever protections lay beneath, take the stone, and confront the thing wearing Quirrell's body. It would be easy. The obstacles were designed for wizards, and Harry was only partly that. But he didn't. Not because he was afraid, the fear circuits had been quiet since childhood. And not because he lacked the ability. Ability was the one thing he had in abundance. He didn't act because the situation wasn't ready yet. The pieces weren't in position. Dumbledore's game was still in its middle stages, and Harry wanted to see how it played out before he intervened. Patience. His father's gift, perhaps. The ability to watch the experiment run. He took his hand off the door and walked back to Gryffindor Tower, and the shadows followed him like a loyal hound, and the castle hummed its approval in frequencies only he could hear. The first Quidditch match was on a Saturday in November, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and the entire school turned out for it. Harry dressed in the Gryffindor changing room with his teammates, pulling on scarlet robes, listening to Oliver Wood's pre-game speech with the attentive courtesy of someone who understood that rituals were important to humans even when the content was repetitive. Wood was a good captain, passionate, tactical, slightly unhinged about Quidditch in a way that was endearing rather than concerning. "This is it," Wood said, pacing back and forth, his fist clenching around his own broomstick. "The big one. Potter, you're the variable. Catch the snitch, and we win. Don't catch it and, well, catch it." "I'll catch it," Harry said. He said it without bravado, The way he said everything, a simple statement of fact, like announcing that water was wet or gravity was operational. Wood looked at him, seemed to draw strength from the certainty, and clapped him on the shoulder. They flew out onto the pitch to a roar of sound, cheers from Gryffindor, boos from Slytherin, excited neutrality from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The stands were packed, a sea of colored scarves and banners. Harry kicked off from the ground and felt the familiar joy of flight, the wind in his face, the world dropping away below. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. The balls were released. The game began. Harry rose above the action, scanning for the snitch, while below him the chasers dove and wove and the bludgers rocketed back and forth like iron comets. Lee Jordan's commentary blasted from the speakers, enthusiastic and barely controlled, and the crowd surged with every goal and near miss. Harry floated and watched and waited. The snitch was out there, he could feel it, a tiny pulse of enchanted gold, darting through the air with erratic, insect-like movements. He didn't chase it immediately. He let it fly, let it circle, let the game develop beneath him. The Slytherin Seeker, a boy named Higgs, was shadowing Harry, trying to follow his gaze, ready to dive the moment Harry moved. Standard tactics. Harry ignored him, and then his broom jerked. It was sudden and violent, a sideways lurch that nearly unseated him, followed by a buck that would have thrown a less certain rider. Harry gripped the handle and felt something wrong, not with the broom, which was a beautifully crafted instrument that wanted nothing more than to fly true. Something was acting on the broom from outside. A spell, a jinx, a deliberate magical interference that was trying to shake Harry loose. He looked down. The teacher's stand was directly below, a collection of adult faces all pointed upward. Snape was staring at Harry, his lips moving in a continuous, barely audible murmur. And next to Snape, Quirrell was doing the same thing, though his moving lips were hidden behind his hands. 2 spells. One trying to throw him off. One trying to counteract the first. Harry's broom bucked again, harder this time, and the crowd gasped. People were pointing, shouting. His teammates were circling, confused, trying to get close enough to help. Harry tightened his grip and assessed the situation with the clinical detachment that was his default mode in moments of crisis. Quirrell, or rather, the thing wearing Quirrell, was jinxing his broom. Snape was performing a counter-jinx, eyes locked on Harry, not blinking, maintaining the constant eye contact the counter-spell required. Interesting. Snape, who had looked into Harry and seen the abyss and been broken by it for days, was now trying to save his life. Because of Lily. Because whatever horror lived inside her son, she had loved the boy, and Snape had loved her, and that was enough. Harry's broom gave a particularly vicious roll. He was hanging on by one hand now, his legs swinging free, and the ground was very far below. The crowd was screaming. He could have stopped the jinx himself. Could have reached out with the vast dark power that lived beneath his surface and snuffed Quirrell's spell like a candle flame. Could have done it without a wand, without a word, without effort. But the stands were packed with 1,000 students, and what Harry would have to do to break Quirrell's jinx would look nothing like any magic they'd ever seen, and the questions that would follow would be the kind that couldn't be answered with a smile and a shrug. So instead, Harry pulled himself back onto the broom through pure physical effort, arm strength, core stability, the mundane capabilities of a human body. He swung his leg over, gripped with his knees, and steadied himself. And there, directly in front of his face, hovering at eye level as if it had been waiting for him, was the snitch. Harry opened his mouth, not to shout, not to celebrate, but because the snitch was right there, and the fastest way to secure it was the most direct one. He lunged forward and caught it. In his mouth. He landed on the pitch, spat out the snitch into his palm, and held it up to a moment of stunned silence, followed by an explosion of noise so intense it registered as a physical force. Gryffindor students poured onto the field. Ron was screaming himself hoarse. Hagrid was wiping his eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. The Weasley twins were already composing a victory chant that rhymed Potter with the Slytherins are rotters. Harry stood in the center of it all, golden snitch in hand, and felt the joy of it wash through him, not the deep, cosmic joy of the shadows and the thin places, but the small, fierce, utterly human joy of winning a game with friends who cared. Above the celebration, in the teacher's stand, Quirrell had gone very still. The thing on the back of his head was quiet. Calculating. Recalculating. It had tried to kill Harry Potter and failed. Not because of the boy's power, the broom jinx should have worked, would have worked on any normal wizard. But because Snape, of all people, had intervened. The greasy, bitter, broken potions master had sat there chanting counter-jinxes for 5 straight minutes, protecting the son of the woman he'd loved and the thing he feared, and hadn't flinched once. Voldemort didn't understand that kind of loyalty. He never had. It was, perhaps, the greatest of his many blind spots, the inability to comprehend that love could make people do irrational, dangerous, completely unpredictable things. It was going to cost him. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in a place that wasn't a place, no ground, no sky, no horizon. Just space, extending in all directions, filled with a darkness that wasn't empty but full, teeming with movement and meaning, like looking through a microscope at a drop of water and seeing it alive with invisible organisms. The darkness moved. It gathered. It took shape. A man stood before Harry. Tall, impossibly tall at first, then resolving to nearly unusual, a height that loomed without threatening. Dark-skinned, dark-eyed, wearing a suit that was perfectly tailored and somehow wrong, the angles too precise, the fabric too smooth, as if the concept of well-dressed man had been translated from a language that didn't quite have the right vocabulary. He had Harry's cheekbones. Or rather, Harry had his. "Hello, Harry," said Nyarlathotep. His voice was warm. That was the worst thing about it. It was warm and rich and pleasant, the voice of a favorite uncle, a trusted teacher, a friend met unexpectedly on a long road. It was the voice of someone who was genuinely happy to see you, and the genuineness of it was what made it terrifying, because the things that lived in the spaces between stars should not have warm voices, should not express pleasure, should not look at their children with dark eyes that held something horribly close to fondness. Harry stood very still. The patient darkness inside him, which was, he now understood, the inheritance, the piece of his father that lived in his blood, resonated with the presence before him like a tuning fork finding its octave. Every cell in his body sang with recognition. "You're my father," Harry said. "One of many things I am," Nyarlathotep agreed. "But yes, in the way that matters to you, in the human way, I am your father." He smiled, and his smile had too many implications. Harry saw kindness in it, and curiosity, and pride, and something else, something cold and vast and endlessly patient, the amusement of a being that had watched civilizations rise and fall and found the whole process entertaining. "Why?" Harry asked. "Why what? Why did I appear to your mother? Why did I take a form she could understand, could touch, could love? Why did I create you?" The smile widened. "Because I was curious. Because Lily Evans was remarkable. Because the experiment interested me. I'm an experiment. Everything is an experiment. Every star, every species, every thought. The universe is a laboratory, and I am, among other things, a scientist." He tilted his head, studying Harry. "But you're a particularly interesting one. Half of me, half of her. Chaos and love, infinity and limitation, the darkness and the light. I've never made anything quite like you before." Harry felt the vast, dark thing inside him stir, responding to its source, drawn toward Nyarlathotep the way iron filings are drawn to a magnet. It wanted to merge, to reunite, to dissolve back into the infinite. It was the call of the abyss, the pull of the void, the seductive promise of a return to something larger and grander and more terrifying than individual existence. Harry held still and let it pull and did not move. "You're resisting," Nyarlathotep observed, with interest. "That's her, I think. The human half. She gave you an anchor. She gave me a lot of things." "Yes, she did." Something shifted in those dark eyes, a flicker of something that might have been respect, or might have been an alien approximation of it. "Lily was extraordinary. Even among your kind, she was rare. She saw me for what I was and didn't break. She chose to love anyway. And when the time came, she chose to die rather than let anything take you from the world. Including you. Nyarlathotep laughed. It was the sound of the space between frequencies, the tone that existed in the gaps between notes. It vibrated through the dream space and made the darkness swirl. Including me, he said. Her sacrifice did something I didn't anticipate, and I anticipate almost everything. She anchored you to the human world. Bound you to it with love, which is the one force I've never been able to fully model. You're mine, Harry. You carry my essence, my power, my nature. But you're also hers. And as long as her protection holds, you'll have a choice. A choice. Between what you could be and what she wanted you to be. The dream space pulsed. Harry felt it like a heartbeat, the slow, ancient rhythm he'd felt beneath Hogwarts, beneath the earth, beneath everything. His father's heartbeat. The pulse of chaos itself. I came to tell you 3 things, Nyarlathotep said. First, the wraith that clings to your professor is a fragment of a man who tried to cheat death and succeeded only in making himself small. He is beneath you, but he is not beneath notice. He will try to take something from your school, and when he does, you should let him try. The attempt will teach you both something valuable. And the second thing? The old wizard who runs your school is more dangerous than he appears. He is wise, which makes him cautious, and cautious men make plans for things they fear. He fears you, Harry. Not what you might do, what you might be. He will try to control you. Not through cruelty, which isn't his way, but through love. Through kindness and guidance and the gentle, persistent pressure of someone who believes they know best. Be wary of gifts from wise men. Harry thought of Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, the chessmaster's gaze behind the grandfather's smile. And the third? Nyarlathotep stepped closer. The dream space contracted around them until the darkness was intimate, close, like being inside a vast cupped hand. His father's face was close to his, and Harry saw himself reflected in those dark eyes, small and human and fierce, Lily's son, standing in the heart of infinity without flinching. The third thing Nyarlathotep said is that I am proud of you. The words hit Harry like a physical force. Not because of their content. He hadn't known he wanted his father's approval, hadn't known the desire existed until the fulfillment of it bloomed in his chest like a dark flower. But because of the way they were said, simply, directly, with a sincerity that cut through all the layers of cosmic manipulation and ancient power and got to something that was, against all odds, real. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, the messenger of the outer gods, the being that wore 1,000 masks and walked 1,000 worlds, was proud of his son. Harry didn't know what to do with that. So he did the only thing that felt right. He nodded. Thank you, he said. For telling me. Nyarlathotep smiled, the warm smile, the fond smile, the smile that shouldn't exist on the face of something like him, but did anyway, incongruous and impossible and real. Sleep well, Harry. We'll speak again. The dream dissolved. The darkness receded. Harry fell through layers of unconsciousness like sinking through water, down and down, until he landed softly in his bed in Gryffindor Tower, the curtains drawn, the room dark, Ron snoring a familiar, comforting rumble from the next bed. Harry lay still and stared at the canopy and thought about experiments and choices and the strange, terrifying, impossibly human sensation of being loved by something that shouldn't know how to love. The shadows in his bed arranged themselves into the spiral pattern. Outside, an owl hooted. The castle dreamed on. The weeks between Halloween and Christmas passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch practice, and the slow, methodical investigation that Harry, Ron, and Hermione conducted into the mystery of the third-floor corridor. They knew about the dog. Hagrid had let that slip during a visit to his hut, along with the dog's name, Fluffy, which Hagrid seemed to think was perfectly reasonable for a 3-headed monster, and the fact that whatever the dog was guarding was between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid had then gone pale and told them to forget he'd said that, which was roughly as effective as telling someone not to think about elephants. Nicholas Flamel. Hermione had attacked the name like a terrier attacking a rat, burrowing through books and indexes and cross-references with a focus that was inspiring and slightly frightening. She'd find it eventually. Harry knew this because he already knew the answer, had pieced it together from the resonance of the thing beneath the trapdoor and the trail of information Dumbledore had left deliberately accessible. The Philosopher's Stone. Flamel's masterwork. The source of the elixir of life. But he let Hermione search because the searching made her happy, and because there was value in reaching conclusions through effort rather than having them handed to you. That was another human lesson he was learning. The journey mattered as much as the destination. Maybe more. December settled over Hogwarts like a cold white blanket. Snow fell thick and steady, transforming the grounds into a landscape that looked like a Christmas card. The lake froze. The forest turned into a charcoal sketch, bare branches against gray sky. Inside the castle, fires roared in every hearth, and the suits of armor were enchanted to sing carols, badly, and Hagrid could be seen dragging enormous fir trees into the Great Hall for decoration. Most students were going home for the holidays. Ron was staying, his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, and Hermione was going, though she'd left Harry a stack of books, for research, that weighed approximately as much as a small child. "You're staying too?" Ron asked, as if there were any possibility of Harry voluntarily returning to the Dursleys. "Staying," Harry confirmed. Christmas at Hogwarts was quiet and strange and beautiful. The castle, freed from the noise and energy of 1,000 students, settled into a deeper rhythm, its ancient magic humming at a lower frequency, more intimate, more present. Harry could feel it more clearly with fewer people around, the dreams, the memories, the vast intelligence of a building that had been soaking up magic for a millennium. He wandered. Through corridors he hadn't explored, into rooms he hadn't found, down staircases that wound through the castle's hidden geometry. The castle opened itself to him with the eagerness of a house showing off to a favored guest, doors swinging wide, passages revealing themselves, secrets offering themselves up for inspection. It was on one of these wanderings, 2 days before Christmas, that Harry found the mirror. It was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, draped in shadow, covered with a thin layer of dust. An enormous mirror, as tall as the ceiling, with an ornate golden frame and an inscription carved across the top, Erist stra arrow oit uba kafro oit onwosi. Harry read it backward, because backward was a natural direction for him, a perspective that came as easily as forward. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." He stood in front of the mirror and looked. He expected to see his mother. Lily Evans, the red hair, the green eyes, the face he'd never known but carried in his blood. He expected the mirror to show him the human heart's deepest wish, the parent he'd lost, the love he'd never had, the warmth that had been taken from him on a Halloween night when he was 1 year old. That was part of what he saw. Lily was there, standing behind him, one hand on his shoulder, his eyes, bright with love and pride. She was beautiful, and the sight of her broke something open in Harry's chest that he hadn't known was sealed. But she wasn't alone. Next to Lily, tall and warm-eyed and comfortingly ordinary, stood James Potter. Not Harry's biological father, but the man who'd chosen to be. The man who'd known what Harry was and loved him anyway, who'd given him a name and a family and a place in the world, who'd stood in a hallway in Godric's Hollow and tried to buy time for his wife and their son with nothing but his body and his courage. James had his arm around Lily. They were smiling at Harry. Behind them, more figures, the Potter family, stretching back through generations, a lineage of human warmth and human courage that Harry had a right to claim through choice even if not through blood. And in the mirror's depths, behind the family, in the space where the glass went dark and the reflections faded into something deeper, a shadow stood. Tall. Patient. Watching with dark eyes that held no judgment, only interest. Not part of the family portrait, but present. Observing. The permanent audience to Harry's life. Harry looked at the mirror and understood what it was showing him, not one desire, but two. The human wish and the cosmic truth. The mother's love and the father's attention. The warmth and the dark intertwined, inseparable, the two halves of what he was reflected in enchanted glass. He stood there for a long time. Remarkable artifact, isn't it? Dumbledore's voice came from behind him, warm, conversational, as if they'd run into each other at a coffee shop rather than in an abandoned classroom at midnight. Harry didn't startle. He'd felt the old wizard approaching through the castle's awareness, a bright pulse of power moving through the corridors. "The Mirror of Erist," Harry said, without turning. "It shows you what you want most." "Very good. Most people take much longer to work that out." Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, looking into the mirror himself. Whatever he saw made something flicker in those blue eyes, a brief, private pain, there and gone. "May I ask what you see?" Harry looked at the old wizard. Dumbledore's face was serene, open, inviting confidence. It was the face of a man who'd spent a century and a half perfecting the art of making people trust him, and it was, Harry admitted, very good. Almost irresistible. "The kind of face you wanted to tell your secrets to." "My family," Harry said. Which was true, from a certain angle. Dumbledore nodded. "A natural desire. The mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate wish of our hearts. It has driven men mad, Harry. Sitting before it, day after day, wasting away in front of a picture of something they can never have. You're warning me. I'm advising you. There's a difference, though it can be hard to tell." The twinkle was back, but underneath it, the watchfulness. Always the watchfulness. "The mirror will be moved to a new location soon. I would prefer you didn't go looking for it, because it's being used to protect something." Silence. The quality of the silence changed Dumbledore's warmth, cooling by a fraction of a degree, his attention sharpening. He turned to look at Harry fully, and for a moment the grandfather mask slipped and the Archmage showed through, power, intelligence, and a vast, weary caution born of decades of dealing with threats that most people couldn't imagine. "You are a very unusual boy, Harry," Dumbledore said. "So I've been told. The Sorting Hat was disturbed by you. Professor Snape has been to see me 3 times this term. Quirinus Quirrell develops a stammer that I don't recall him having whenever you're nearby. And the castle itself behaves differently when you walk its corridors." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, almost sad. "I promised your mother I would keep you safe. I intend to honor that promise. But I confess I'm not entirely certain what safe means in your case. You knew my mother." "I did. Lily Evans was one of the finest students Hogwarts ever produced, and one of the bravest people I have ever known. She loved you, Harry. More than anything in any world. Any world." The phrase was specific. Harry looked at Dumbledore and saw, behind the warmth and the wisdom and the half-moon spectacles, a man who knew. Maybe not everything, maybe not the name, the nature, the cosmic horror of what Lily Evans had loved. But enough. Enough to be afraid and careful and very, very determined to keep Harry close. "She'd want me to be happy," Harry said. "Yes, she would. Then let me be a student. Let me have friends and classes and Quidditch and all the ordinary, human things she wanted for me. That's what keeps me grounded." He chose the word carefully. "That's what makes me safe." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The blue eyes searched Harry's green ones, and Harry let them, showing the old wizard exactly what he wanted him to see. The human layer, the love, the warmth, the boy who ate treacle tart and laughed at Ron's jokes and lost at chess and wanted, more than anything, to be part of the world his mother had belonged to. It was not a lie. It was the truest thing about Harry. The fact that it wasn't the only truth was something Dumbledore would have to discover in his own time. "Very well," Dumbledore said. He sounded, for just a moment, very tired. "Happy Christmas, Harry." "Happy Christmas, Professor." Dumbledore left. Harry stayed, looking at the mirror for one more moment, at Lily's smile, at James's arm around her, at the dark shape watching from the depths. Then he turned away and walked back to Gryffindor Tower, and the castle settled around him like a blanket, and the thin places shimmered in the corners of his vision, and somewhere beneath the snow and the stone and the sleeping students, the pulse beat on. Christmas morning. Harry woke to Ron pelting him with a pillow and the foot of his bed buried in presents. Presents. He'd never had presents before, and the sight of them, wrapped in bright paper, tagged with his name, produced that same raw, warm shock that Hagrid's birthday cake had triggered on the island. Human things. Small kindnesses. Evidence that people thought about him when he wasn't there. Ron had given him a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, deep green, with a golden H, slightly lumpy and absolutely perfect. Hagrid had sent a roughly hewn wooden flute. Hermione had sent a box of chocolate frogs with a note that said, "Don't let Ron eat them all." And there was one more package. No card. No tag. Just a note in thin, slanting handwriting that said, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it. A cloak, silvery and fluid, slipping through his fingers like liquid moonlight. He knew what it was before he put it on. He could feel the enchantment, old and sophisticated, a masterwork of magical craftsmanship. An invisibility cloak. James Potter's invisibility cloak. He put it on and vanished. Ron yelped. "That's an invisibility cloak." "Blimey, Harry, those are really rare." "Where'd you get it?" "Anonymous gift. The note says it was my father's." "My father." James. The human father. The one who'd chosen him. Harry ran his fingers over the cloak's silvery fabric and felt the echo of James Potter in its weave. Not magic exactly, but impression, the residue of years of use. James had worn this cloak. Had run through these corridors under its cover, invisible and free, breaking rules and having adventures and being young and alive. Harry folded the cloak carefully and set it on his bed. And then he noticed one more gift, half hidden under the wrapping paper from the cloak. Small. Heavy. Wrapped not in bright Christmas paper, but in something dark and textured that felt like no material Harry had ever touched, not cloth, not paper, but something in between, something that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. He opened it. A stone. Smooth, black, about the size of a walnut. It sat in his palm and hummed, not with the warm resonance of the Philosopher's Stone or the bright energy of a wand core. This hummed on a different frequency entirely. A frequency Harry recognized because it matched the vibration in his own bones, the pulse in the deep places, the rhythm of his father's heartbeat. There was no note, no card, no explanation. But Harry knew who'd sent it, as surely as he knew the pattern of the spirals and the language of the shadows. The stone whispered. Not in words, in feelings, in geometries, in the mathematics of realities that existed in the spaces between the ones humans could perceive. It whispered of doors and keys and the infinite corridors of probability that branched from every moment. It whispered of power, not the channeled, structured power of wizardry, but the raw, unfiltered, reality-shaping power of something that existed outside the rules. Harry closed his hand around the stone. The whisper quieted, settling into a gentle background hum that nested inside his awareness like a second heartbeat. A gift from his father. Not James. The other one. The one who watched from the dark between the trees, who wore 1,000 faces, who had loved Lily Evans in whatever way a being like him could love. Be wary of gifts from wise men, Nyarlathotep had said. But he hadn't said anything about gifts from mad gods. Harry put the stone in his pocket and went to Christmas breakfast, where Ron was already wearing his Weasley sweater and eating his way through a pile of presents with the systematic enthusiasm of a boy who understood the value of a good haul. They pulled crackers and ate turkey and laughed at the jokes from the wizard crackers, which were significantly better than the muggle ones, and the great hall was warm and bright and alive with the particular joy of a holiday spent among people who mattered to you. The stone hummed in Harry's pocket. The castle hummed around him. The world hummed beneath, and somewhere in the space between notes, Nyarlathotep listened to the music his son was making, the music of a half-human boy choosing warmth over infinity, choosing friends over power, choosing the messy, complicated, heartbreakingly beautiful human world over the perfect, terrible clarity of the dark. The experiment was progressing beautifully, and the year was only half over. Chapter 3. What looks back, the stone changed things. Not dramatically. Not in ways that anyone else would notice. But Harry felt the difference the way you feel the first shift of wind before a storm, subtle, directional, a change in the pressure of everything. He carried it everywhere. not in his hand. That would draw questions, and Harry was learning that the art of being human was largely the art of not drawing questions. He kept it in the left pocket of his robes, where it pressed against his thigh with a warmth that had nothing to do with body heat. It hummed, always humming, a low, continuous frequency that wove itself into Harry's awareness until he couldn't remember what silence had felt like before. The stone showed him things. Not visions exactly. Not images or prophecies or anything so crude. It showed him the seams. The thin places he'd always sensed were suddenly visible, actually, physically visible, shimmering at the edges of his perception like heat distortion over tarmac. They were everywhere. In the corners of classrooms, along the edges of corridors, behind tapestries, beneath staircases. The castle was riddled with them, places where reality was worn thin, where the membrane between this world and whatever lay beyond it had been stretched by centuries of concentrated magical use. Harry walked through Hogwarts and saw the world the way a geologist sees a cliff face, layers exposed, fault lines visible, the hidden architecture of something most people took for granted revealed in all its fragile, intricate complexity. It was beautiful. And it was dangerous, because the more he saw, the more he wanted to see, and the pull of the stone's frequency was a gentle, persistent invitation to look deeper, press further, peel back another layer. His mother's anchor held. The warmth she'd left in him, the love, the connection to human things, was a counterweight to the stone's pull, a gravitational constant that kept him from falling into the infinite. But Harry could feel the tension between the two forces, and he understood, with the clarity of something that thought in geometries rather than words, that the tension was the point. The stone was a gift, yes, but it was also a test. Nyarlathotep didn't give gifts without purpose. January came in bitter and bright, the Scottish Highlands encased in ice, the castle's breath visible in the corridors despite the fires that burned in every hearth. Students returned from holiday, filling the castle with noise and warmth and the particular chaos of several hundred children who'd spent 2 weeks eating too much and doing nothing constructive. Ron came back sunburned from Romania and full of stories about dragons. Hermione came back with 3 additional books she'd purchased in Diagon Alley and a look on her face that Harry recognized, the look of someone who'd found the thread and was about to pull. Nicholas Flamel, she said, before she'd even taken her coat off, cornering Harry and Ron in the common room. I found him. She pulled a book from her bag, Alchemical Achievements of the 15th Century, and opened it to a dog-eared page. The irony of Hermione Granger dog-earing a page was lost on no one, but the gravity of her expression discouraged comment. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Flamel is 665 years old. He lives in Devon with his wife Perenelle. She looked up. That's what Fluffy is guarding. That's what Snape wants. Ron's eyes went wide. Bloody hell. An immortality stone? In a school. Dumbledore is protecting it. He and Flamel are friends, it says so in the book. After the break-in at Gringotts, Flamel must have asked Dumbledore to keep it safe. And Snape's trying to steal it, Ron said, with the conviction of someone who'd already decided. It's not Snape, Harry said. Both of them looked at him. Harry weighed how much to share, measured the distance between truth and prudence, and decided that his friends deserved accuracy even if it came without explanation. Snape's protecting the stone. He's on Dumbledore's side, he has been all year. The person trying to steal it is Quirrell. Ron snorted. Quirrell? The bloke who's scared of his own shadow. The bloke whose shadow isn't entirely his own. The words hung in the air. Hermione's eyes narrowed, her mind seizing on the implication with the speed of a closing trap. Ron looked confused, then thoughtful, then slightly queasy. What does that mean? Ron asked. It means Quirrell isn't alone in his body. Something is riding him. Something that wants the stone very badly, because without it, it's going to die. Something, Hermione repeated. You mean someone. You mean. She didn't say the name. She didn't need to. The air in the common room seemed to thicken, and the fire in the hearth popped and sparked, and for a moment the 3 of them sat in silence, with the weight of the implication pressing down on them like a physical thing. You know who? Ron whispered. On the back of Quirrell's head. That's insane. It's also true, Harry said. How do you know? I can feel him. I've been able to feel him since the first day. He's weak, barely there, a fragment clinging to Quirrell the way a barnacle clings to a ship. But he's real, and he's desperate, and he's been probing the corridor's defenses since September. The silence that followed was the productive kind, the three of them processing, adjusting, recalibrating their understanding of the world to accommodate the fact that the most dangerous dark wizard of the 20th century was living on the back of their defense professor's skull. We should tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Dumbledore knows. How can you be sure? Because Dumbledore knows everything that happens in this castle. He has the wards, the portraits, the ghosts, and a century and a half of experience reading the people around him. He knew what Quirrell was the moment the man walked through the front door. He's letting it play out because he wants to see what Voldemort will do. Ron flinched at the name, but recovered quickly, which Harry noted with quiet approval. So Dumbledore's using the stone as bait. Dumbledore's using everything as bait. The stone, the corridor, the defenses, they're a trap. He wants Voldemort to make an attempt, to expose himself, to be caught or destroyed in the act. It's chess. Dumbledore plays chess the way some people breathe. You play chess terribly, Ron pointed out. I do. But I'm very good at watching other people play. Hermione sat back, processing completed, action plan forming. So we do nothing? We watch. We wait. We stay ready. And when the time comes, when Quirrell makes his move, we make sure we're in position. In position for what? Harry smiled. The expression was genuine and warm and carried just enough of the something else to make Ron's ears go slightly pink and Hermione's breath catch. For whatever needs doing, Harry said. The weeks turned. January became February, February ground toward March, and the castle settled into the deep rhythm of winter term. Classes, homework, Quidditch practice, the daily accumulation of knowledge and friendship and the small dramas that constituted life at Hogwarts. Harry existed in two worlds simultaneously, and the gap between them was widening. In the human world, he was Harry Potter, first-year Gryffindor, youngest Seeker in a century, best friends with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, decent at most subjects, terrible at history of magic, by choice. He found Binza's droning therapeutic and the owner of a snowy owl with more personality than most people. He ate meals in the Great Hall, studied in the library, lost at chess, won at Quidditch, and accumulated the unremarkable experiences of childhood with a hunger that sometimes surprised him. In the other world, the world beneath, the world the stone showed him, Harry was something else. The thin places were growing more visible, more frequent, more insistent. The castle's dreams pressed against his sleeping mind with increasing vividness, showing him things that had no human context, geometries that folded through dimensions the eye couldn't follow, sounds pitched at frequencies the ear couldn't register, the slow movement of vast things in the spaces between spaces. And the stone whispered, always whispered, showing him doors he could open, paths he could walk, layers of reality he could peel back like pages in a book. Harry kept the stone in his pocket, and the doors closed and the paths unwalked. But the effort of holding back was real and growing, and he was increasingly aware that the balance between his two worlds was not static. It was shifting. Slowly, steadily, the weight was tipping toward the dark. He needed anchors. The stone had shown him that. His mother's love was a constant, but love alone wasn't enough. It was a foundation, not a framework. He needed the framework too. The human connections, the daily rituals, the small warmths that kept him oriented in a world that made sense. Ron was an anchor. Solid, reliable, uncompromising in his loyalty. Ron didn't understand what Harry was and didn't care. He cared about Quidditch and food and whether Harry had finished the Transfiguration essay, and this beautiful, mundane normalcy was as grounding as any magic. Hermione was an anchor of a different kind. She understood more than Ron, not everything, but enough to be asking the right questions. And instead of flinching from the answers, she leaned in. Her curiosity was a bridge between Harry's two worlds, a way of translating the incomprehensible into the merely extraordinary. When Harry said things that would have sent most people running, Hermione took notes. "I've been reading about eldritch manifestations," she announced one evening in the library, laying out a spread of books that she'd clearly special-ordered through Madame Pants. Magical phenomena that don't fit standard taxonomies. There's more literature than you'd think. Wizards have been encountering things they can't explain for centuries. They just keep burying the accounts. Probably wise, Harry said. Probably cowardly. Knowledge isn't dangerous. Ignorance is dangerous. Harry looked at the book titles spread across the table. Beyond the Veil, Unexplained Magical Phenomena. The Outer Reaches, Where Magic Meets the Unknown. Unspeakable Things, A History of the Department of Mysteries. Hermione, where did you find these? The restricted section. I forged a note from Professor McGonagall. She had the grace to look slightly guilty. I practiced her handwriting for a week. Madame Pants didn't even blink. Harry stared at her. Then he laughed, a genuine, delighted laugh that made the nearest candles flare bright enough to draw a dirty look from 2 tables over. You forged a teacher's signature to access forbidden books about eldritch manifestations. For me. For research purposes. Hermione Granger, you are a menace. Thank you. He meant it. She knew he meant it. And somewhere in the exchange, in the laughter and the shared conspiracy and the sheer brazen audacity of a 12-year-old girl forging official documents to research cosmic horror, another thread was woven into the anchor that kept Harry human. He read the books. Most of them were useless, the work of wizards who'd glimpsed the edge of something they couldn't comprehend and had immediately retreated into denial, couching their accounts in so many qualifications and disclaimers that the actual content was buried under paragraphs of academic throat-clearing. But one book was different. The Outer Reaches was written by a witch named Cassandra Vablitsky, the same woman who'd authored their divination textbook. Unlike her later, more commercial work, this was raw, the account of a researcher who'd gone too far, seen too much, and come back changed. Vablitsky had spent 3 years studying a thin place in the Scottish Highlands, a spot where reality was worn so thin that things sometimes came through. Not physical things, impressions. Sounds. The sense of being watched by something too large to see. She wrote about the Watchers. Beings that existed in the spaces between dimensions, older than the universe, older than the concept of age itself. She called them the Outer Ones and described them with a precision that was remarkable for someone who'd clearly been terrified. They are not evil. They are not good. They are simply vast, and their vastness is so far beyond our capacity for comprehension that we interpret it as horror. But horror is a human response, not an objective quality. A mountain is not horrifying to another mountain. Harry read this passage 3 times, sitting in his curtained bed with the stone humming in his pocket and the shadows pooling around him in the spiral pattern. A mountain is not horrifying to another mountain. But what about a mountain that was also a boy? What about a mountain that loved treacle tart and lost at chess and wanted, more than anything, to be small enough to fit in the human world? He closed the book. The stone pulsed against his thigh, warm and insistent, and for just a moment, the thin place nearest his bed, a shimmer in the corner where the wall met the ceiling, yawned wide, showing him a glimpse of what lay beyond. Infinite space, infinite dark, infinite possibility. Harry closed his eyes and thought about Ron's laugh and Hermione's notes and the smell of breakfast in the Great Hall, and the thin place narrowed back to a shimmer, and the world was solid again. Balance. Always balance. The scale tipping one way, then the other, and Harry in the middle, holding on. The Gryffindor-Hufflepuff Quidditch match fell on a brutally cold Saturday in February, and Snape volunteered to referee. This was, as Ron eloquently put it, deeply suspicious and also completely terrifying. Snape had never refereed a match before. Snape visibly despised Quidditch. Snape had no reason to be on the pitch except to be close to Harry, and the question was whether close meant protective or threatening. Harry suspected protective. Since the legilimency incident and its aftermath, Snape had shifted from hostile surveillance to something more complicated, a watchfulness that carried as much protectiveness as fear, as if the man had decided that whatever Harry was, he was still Lily's son, and Lily's son was going to survive this year even if Snape had to personally referee every Quidditch match to make sure of it. The match was short. Harry caught the snitch in 5 minutes, a record, Wood told him later, eyes glazed with joy. The snitch had practically flown into his hand, and Harry suspected that the broom, the ball, and quite possibly the wind itself were cooperating with him in ways that had nothing to do with skill and everything to do with the fact that the natural world was, on some fundamental level, inclined to give Harry what he wanted. It was a mild form of reality bending, and he tried not to think about it too hard. The real event of that Saturday happened after the match, when Hagrid invited them for tea and Harry spotted something through Hagrid's window that drove all thoughts of Quidditch from his mind. "Hagrid," Harry said, setting down his rock cake, which could have doubled as an actual rock, "why is there a dragon egg in your fireplace?" Hagrid went pink, which was alarming on a man that large. "Howdy, yeah, it's not, I want it. Off a stranger. In the pub." "You want a dragon egg in a pub," Hermione repeated, in the tone of someone verifying that the universe had actually produced this sentence. He had it under his cloak. Seemed glad to be rid of it as a matter of fact. Harry looked at the egg, large, black, nestled in the roaring fire, glowing with internal heat. He looked at Hagrid, whose expression was equal parts guilty and delighted, the face of a man whose lifelong dream of owning a dragon was about to come true regardless of legality, practicality, or basic fire safety. And he thought about the stranger in the pub. A cloaked figure, conveniently carrying an illegal dragon egg, conveniently losing it to the one person at Hogwarts who lived in a wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest and had a well-known weakness for dangerous creatures. "Hagrid," Harry said carefully, "what did you and this stranger talk about?" "Oh, this and that. He was interested in the creatures I look after. Asked about Fluffy, actually wanted to know how you handle a beast like that. I told him the trick with any animal is knowin' how to calm it. Take Fluffy, fair instance, just play him a bit o' music and he goes straight off to sleep." Hagrid stopped. His face went through a sequence of emotions, realization, horror, self-recrimination, that was painful to watch. "I shouldn't have told you that," he mumbled. "No," Hermione said crisply. "You shouldn't have told the stranger that." The implications settled over them like cold water. Someone, almost certainly Quirrell, acting on Voldemort's instructions, had engineered the entire encounter. Get Hagrid a dragon egg, get him talking, extract the one piece of information needed to get past Fluffy. It was elegant in its simplicity. It was exactly the kind of manipulation that Voldemort excelled at, finding the weakness, applying the lever, getting what you wanted without ever having to use force. "Quirrell knows how to get past the dog," Ron said, his voice flat. "He has for a while, probably," Harry said. "He's just been waiting for the right moment." What moment? Harry thought about the chess game. Dumbledore's pieces, Voldemort's pieces, the board between them. The old wizard was the obstacle. As long as Dumbledore was in the castle, Quirrell wouldn't dare make an attempt. The defenses were too strong, the headmaster too close, the risk too great. Voldemort needed Dumbledore gone. Not permanently, just long enough to make the attempt. "He needs Dumbledore out of the castle," Harry said. "When that happens, he'll move." The dragon egg cracked in the fireplace, and the conversation was temporarily derailed by the emergence of Norbert, Hagrid's name, delivered with tearful affection. A Norwegian ridgeback the size of a large cat with a temperament that made Malfoy look pleasant by comparison. The baby dragon sneezed fire, bit Ron's hand, and set Hagrid's tablecloth ablaze, all within the first 30 seconds of its existence. The Norbert situation escalated quickly and absorbed most of their attention for the next 2 weeks. The dragon grew at a terrifying rate. Hagrid's hut was a fire hazard. Ron's hand swelled to twice its normal size from the bite and turned a shade of green that Hermione diagnosed as mildly venomous. And Malfoy, who'd glimpsed the dragon through Hagrid's window one evening, was circling like a shark, waiting for the optimal moment to inform the authorities. Harry dealt with it. Not through magic, through logistics, which was in some ways more satisfying. He leveraged Ron's brother Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania, and arranged a midnight handoff on top of the astronomy tower. The plan required the invisibility cloak, a tolerance for heights, and the willingness to break approximately 14 school rules simultaneously. It went wrong, of course. These things always did. Malfoy followed them, or tried to, and was caught out of bed by McGonagall, which was mildly satisfying. But Harry and Hermione, returning from the tower after successfully handing Norbert to Charlie's friends, forgot the invisibility cloak and were caught themselves. McGonagall was incandescent. Harry had never seen anyone so angry while remaining so controlled. It was like watching a volcano deciding, through sheer force of will, not to erupt. Out of bed at midnight, on the astronomy tower, with an illegal dragon. Her voice could have cut glass. 50 points from Gryffindor. Each. And detention. For all of you. 50 points each. The Gryffindor hourglass bled rubies overnight, and by morning the entire house knew, and the warm, welcoming community that had embraced Harry since September turned cold and resentful. Students who'd shaken his hand now looked away. The Weasley twins, usually Harry's most vocal supporters, went silent. Even the common room seemed darker, the fire burning lower, as if the castle itself was reflecting the house's displeasure. Harry bore it. He'd borne worse. The Dursleys' contempt, the cupboards dark, the 10 years of being unwanted, a few weeks of schoolyard ostracism was nothing by comparison. But it stung in a way those older wounds hadn't, because this time, he'd had something to lose. He'd had belonging and warmth and the simple human pleasure of being liked, and he'd squandered it through carelessness. Ron stood by him. Hermione stood by him. The three of them formed a tight unit against the cold shoulder of the house, eating together at the end of the table, studying together in the library, walking the corridors in a formation that was half social and half defensive. "It'll blow over," Ron said, though his ears were red and his jaw was set in a way that suggested he was keeping several sharp comments locked behind his teeth. "People forget. People remember forever," Hermione corrected. "But they forgive eventually, which is almost the same thing." Harry said nothing. He sat in the common room, ignored by his housemates, and felt the stone pulse in his pocket, and thought about his father's words. "The old wizard who runs your school will try to control you through love." Was this part of it? The belonging, the warmth, the vulnerability that came with caring what people thought of you, was that the mechanism? Give the boy something to lose, and he becomes manageable? The thought was cold and sharp and came from the dark place inside him, the place that was Nyarlathotep's. Harry examined it, held it up to the light, and set it aside. Not because it was wrong, it might not be, but because thinking like that led somewhere he didn't want to go. The stone hummed its approval, or maybe its disappointment. Hard to tell. Detention was served in the Forbidden Forest. This struck Harry as either monumentally irresponsible or deliberately calculated, and knowing Hogwarts, it was probably both. Filch marched them, Harry, Hermione, Neville, caught out of bed trying to warn them about Malfoy, and Malfoy himself, caught out of bed trying to catch them, down to Hagrid's hut at 11 o'clock at night, wearing an expression of savage satisfaction that suggested he considered feeding students to the forest a feature, not a bug. "Y'all be helpin' me tonight," Hagrid said, his crossbow slung over one shoulder, Fong the boarhound quivering at his feet. "Somethin's been killin' the unicorns. Found one dead 2 nights ago, another one hurt bad. We need to find the injured one before whatever's doin' this gets to it first." Malfoy went pale. "The forest? At night? My father will hear about this." "Your father can come help if he likes," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Bring him along. The more the merrier." They split into groups. Hagrid took Hermione and one path. Harry took Neville, Malfoy, and Fong and another. The forest closed around them like a fist. Harry had been in the Forbidden Forest before brief forays during his solitary walks, testing the boundaries of the school grounds, feeling the edge where human enchantment gave way to older, wilder things. But he'd never gone deep. Not this deep. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wider than rooms, their canopy so dense that the sky was a memory. The ground was thick with moss and fallen leaves, and the air smelled of earth and rot and the sharp green scent of things growing in the dark. He could feel the forest's inhabitants. Not just the usual fauna, the centaurs, the spiders, the thestrals, but the older things, the things that had been here before the forest, before the castle, before the hill. They stirred as Harry passed, sensing him through whatever medium old things used to sense each other, and their attention was curious, respectful, and slightly fearful. Malfoy walked close behind Harry, his earlier bravado having evaporated entirely at the first hoot of an owl. Neville walked close behind Malfoy, which put him at the back of the line and in the most vulnerable position, a fact he was clearly aware of and equally clearly unable to do anything about. "This is barbaric," Malfoy muttered. "Sending students into a forest full of dark creatures." "My father, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. "Shut up." Malfoy shut up. Not because of the words. Harry had heard Malfoy shrug off worse from students twice his size. But because of the way Harry said them, calm, level, without anger or emphasis, in the tone of someone stating a fact about the weather. And because the forest, which had been rustling and whispering with the ordinary sounds of nocturnal life, went silent when Harry spoke. Not quiet. Silent. The kind of silence that has weight and presence, that fills space the way water fills a container, complete and total and absolute. Malfoy looked around at the silent trees with eyes that were very large and very white. Neville made a small, involuntary sound. Fong whimpered and pressed against Harry's leg. "Stay close," Harry said. "Stay quiet. I'll keep you safe." He said it simply because it was true and because both boys needed to hear it. Whatever was killing unicorns was out there in the dark, and Harry could feel it, a wrongness, a corrupted presence, something hungry and desperate and not quite alive. It was between them and the injured unicorn, and it was moving. They walked. Harry led them by feel, navigating the trackless forest the way he navigated the castle, by the pulse of the place, the ancient awareness of the land itself. The trees parted for him, branches lifting out of the way, roots smoothing beneath his feet. Behind him, Malfoy and Neville stumbled and crashed through underbrush that seemed specifically designed to trip them, and Harry felt a moment of genuine amusement at the contrast. Then he saw the light. Through the trees, in a clearing ahead, something glowed. Silver white, soft as moonlight, wrung in a way that made Harry's stomach clench. He held up a hand, stopping the others, and moved forward alone. The unicorn lay in the center of the clearing. It was beautiful even in death, because it was dying. Harry could see that immediately, the silver blood pooling around its body like liquid starlight. Its flanks heaved with labored breathing. Its dark eyes were open, fixed on the canopy above, and in them Harry saw something that looked very much like sorrow. And crouched over it, drinking the blood, was a figure in a dark cloak. The figure was barely human-shaped. It moved with a jerky, puppet-like motion, its head dipping to the wound on the unicorn's neck, drinking deeply, silver blood running down its chin. The wrongness Harry had felt was radiating from it in waves, the stench of corrupted magic, of a soul so damaged that it was barely holding together, of something that had given up every shred of its humanity in the pursuit of survival. Voldemort. The thing that was Voldemort when it wasn't riding Quirrell's body. Out here, in the forest, feeding on unicorn blood to sustain itself, a temporary measure, a stopgap, buying time until it could get to the stone. Harry stepped into the clearing. The figure's head snapped up. Silver blood dripped from its shadowed face, and the eyes that looked out from under the hood were red, not bloodshot, not inflamed, but genuinely red, the color of fresh arterial blood, burning with a light that had nothing to do with reflected moonlight. The red eyes found Harry. Recognition flared in them, and then something else, the same terror Harry had seen in the corridor with the troll, in the great hall at the Halloween feast, on the back of Quirrell's head when Harry let it see. The primal, existential recognition of something that stood above you in a food chain you hadn't known existed. But Voldemort was not a troll. He was diminished, degraded, barely more than a wraith, but he was still Tom Riddle, brilliant, ruthless, incapable of surrender. The terror flared and was conquered by will, and the figure rose from the unicorn's body and faced Harry with something approaching defiance. They stood across the clearing from each other, the dying unicorn between them, silver blood and green-black shadow, and the silence of the forest pressing in from all sides. Harry felt the stone pulse in his pocket, felt the darkness inside him stir, responding to the threat, responding to the challenge, rising like a tide. "You killed my mother," Harry said. His voice was conversational. The words were not. The figure didn't speak. Voldemort's wraith form couldn't, not without Quirrell's vocal cords, not without a body to shape the sounds. But the red eyes burned brighter, and the hatred in them was so concentrated it had a physical texture, a heat that Harry felt against his skin. Harry looked at the wraith and saw it clearly, not just the surface, the cloak and the blood and the burning eyes, but the truth of it. The shattered architecture of Tom Riddle's soul, broken and rebroken, each fragment smaller and weaker than the last. The desperate, animal need for survival that had replaced every other motivation. The fear, vast, corroding, all-consuming, that death was the end and the end was coming. Tom Riddle was afraid of dying. That was the core of it, the engine that drove everything else. He'd been afraid since childhood, since the orphanage, since the first time he'd understood that he was mortal and that mortality was a door that only opened one way. Everything he'd done, the murders, the Horcruxes, the wars, the ideology, was secondary to that primal, screaming terror of the void. And here he stood, in a forest, drinking animal blood to stay alive, face to face with a boy who carried the void inside him like a second heart. Harry almost felt sorry for him. "You should run," Harry said. The wraith lunged, nodded Harry away, into the trees, moving with supernatural speed, cloak streaming behind it like a banner. It crashed through the underbrush and was gone, a retreating pulse of wrongness that faded rapidly as it put distance between itself and the boy in the clearing. Harry let it go. He could have caught it, could have reached out with the dark and unmade it, dissolved the fragment of soul into its component parts, ended the threat of Voldemort right here in a clearing in the Forbidden Forest. But something stayed his hand, not mercy, exactly, and not fear, but a sense of timing. The patience his father had given him. The understanding that some things needed to ripen before they were picked. And Dumbledore's game was still in play. The chess pieces were still moving. Harry could feel them, the old wizard's long-laid plans, the trap waiting beneath the trapdoor, the confrontation that was being engineered with the precision of a Swiss watch. Dumbledore wanted Harry to face Voldemort in a controlled environment, under conditions he'd designed. To intervene now would be to flip the board, and Harry wasn't ready to do that. Not yet. He knelt beside the unicorn. The animal was still alive, barely, its breath coming in shallow gasps, its dark eyes glazed with pain. The wound on its neck was ugly, not just a physical injury, but a magical one, the unicorn's blood stolen for a purpose so profane that the theft itself was a kind of curse. Harry placed his hand on the unicorn's neck over the wound. The animal flinched at his touch, then stilled. Its dark eye rolled toward him, and in it, Harry saw the same thing he'd seen in Hedwig's amber eyes, recognition without fear. The stone hummed. The darkness inside him stirred. And Harry did something he'd never done before, something that wasn't wizard magic, wasn't wand work, wasn't anything in any textbook Hogwarts had ever produced. He mended. Not the wound, that was physical, and physical healing was the province of potions and spells and the skilled witches and wizards who practiced them. He mended the violation. The curse inherent in the theft of unicorn blood, the stain that Voldemort's feeding had left on the animal's magical essence. Harry reached into the unicorn with the part of himself that wasn't human, the part that understood reality at a level below physics, and he smoothed the damage. Realigned the distortion. Put back what had been taken, not by replacing the blood, but by restoring the integrity that the theft had broken. The unicorn's breathing eased. Its eye cleared. It wasn't healed, the wound still bled, the weakness remained, but the wrongness was gone, the curse lifted, the violation undone. The animal looked at Harry with an expression that was as close to gratitude as a unicorn could come, then closed its eyes and slept. Harry stood up. His hand was wet with silver blood, luminous in the moonlight. The blood tingled against his skin, warm, pure, alive with a magic that was fundamentally different from his own. If unicorn blood was light, Harry's nature was the space between lights. But they weren't opposed. They were complementary. Two aspects of the same underlying reality, the way darkness and light were both aspects of the electromagnetic spectrum. Hoofbeats. From the trees to his left, something emerged, not a horse, though it had a horse's body. A centaur. Tall, chestnut-coated, with a human torso rising from equine shoulders and a face that was both noble and wild. He stopped at the edge of the clearing and looked at Harry with eyes that were very old and very knowing. "Harry Potter," the centaur said. "I am Firenze. You know my name. The stars know your name. They have been speaking it since before your birth." Firenze's gaze moved to the sleeping unicorn, then back to Harry. "What you did for this creature. I have not seen such a thing before." The centaurs read the heavens, and the heavens have been troubled this year. Mars is bright, war is coming. But there is another light in the sky, one we cannot name, one that does not belong to any constellation we know. And you think that's me? I think you are part of it. The unnamed light. The thing that does not fit the map. Firenze stepped closer, his hooves silent on the moss, and lowered his head until his eyes were level with Harry's. "Be careful, Harry Potter. The forest knows what you are, even if the wizards do not. And what you are, it draws things. Dark things, yes, but also things beyond dark and light. Things that watch. Things that wait. Things like my father," Harry said, because Firenze clearly knew more than he was saying, and Harry was tired of dancing around it. The centaur's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes, a deepening, a recognition. The stars spoke of this. We did not want to believe. Believe it. Firenze was silent for a long time. The forest breathed around them, and the unicorn slept, and the moon hung overhead like a cold white eye. "Your mother's love is strong in you," Firenze said finally. "It is the brightest thing about you, brighter than the unnamed light. Hold on to it, Harry Potter. It is the only thing that makes you safe." Safe for whom? For everyone. The centaur turned and walked back into the trees, his chestnut flanks disappearing into the darkness, like a ship sinking into deep water. Harry stood alone in the clearing with a sleeping unicorn and silver blood on his hands, and the weight of a prophecy he hadn't asked for settling onto his shoulders. Malfoy and Neville were where he'd left them, huddled together in a comradeship born entirely of mutual terror. Fong was whimpering softly. Harry led them back through the forest without speaking, and the trees parted for him, and the forest's inhabitants watched from the shadows with something between reverence and dread. They found Hagrid and Hermione at the edge of the forest. Hagrid took one look at Harry's face, calm, composed, faintly silver-stained, and asked no questions. Hermione took one look and asked 12, all of which Harry deflected with the ease of long practice. Walking back to the castle, Ron's absence felt like a gap in a wall. Hermione filled it partially, walking close beside him, her questions subsiding into a companionable silence that was its own form of support. "The unicorn," she said quietly as they reached the entrance hall. "Is it going to be all right?" "Yes." "Did you help it?" "Yes." She nodded. Asked nothing more. And Harry felt, for the 100th time, a rush of gratitude for this girl who could sense the edges of what he was and chose to stand beside him anyway. Spring arrived in a sudden rush of green, as if the Scottish Highlands had been holding their breath all winter and exhaled in a riot of new growth. The snow melted. The lake thawed. The forbidden forest leafed out in shades of emerald and jade that were, Harry noticed, slightly deeper and more vivid than they should have been, as if the forest were responding to his presence, the old magic in its roots reaching toward the thing it recognized in his blood. Exams were approaching. Hermione entered a state of controlled frenzy that was both impressive and alarming, revision schedules color-coded by subject and priority, textbooks bristling with bookmarks, a quill that never stopped moving. Ron entered a state of denial that was equally impressive in its own way, maintaining until the last possible moment that worrying about exams was counterproductive and that his time was better spent playing chess. Harry studied because it was expected and because he enjoyed the human ritual of it, the library, the notes, the shared anxiety, the collective enterprise of hundreds of students trying to cram a year's worth of knowledge into a few weeks. He didn't need to study for the exams themselves. The material was straightforward, the spells well within his capability, the theory logical and intuitive. But studying with Ron and Hermione, arguing about the best way to remember the properties of Moonstone, quizzing each other on wand movements, sharing chocolate frogs during breaks, that was the point. The knowledge was secondary. The connection was everything. He aced his exams. Not ostentatiously, he didn't want to draw more attention than he already had. He aimed for top marks without being suspiciously perfect, letting a few minor errors slip through to maintain the appearance of a very talented but ultimately human student. Hermione beat him in 3 subjects, which she accepted with poorly hidden delight and which he genuinely celebrated, because Hermione's happiness was one of his anchors and he'd protect it. And then, 3 days after the last exam, it happened. Harry was sitting by the lake with Ron and Hermione, enjoying the afternoon sun, when he felt the castle's wards shift. It was subtle, a change in the magical pressure, like the barometric drop before a storm. One moment Dumbledore's presence was woven through the castle's defenses like a central thread. The next, it was gone. Harry sat up. Ron, who'd been dozing, opened one eye. What? Dumbledore's left the castle. How do you? Ron caught himself. Right. You just know. Carry on. Hermione was already on her feet. This is it. This is what you said would happen. Quirrell's been waiting for this. There'll have been a reason, Harry said, thinking it through. Something to draw Dumbledore away. A message, probably. Something urgent enough that he'd leave, but fabricated. A lure. The Ministry, Hermione guessed. An emergency owl from the Ministry? Something like that. They looked at each other. The sun was warm on the lake, and the giant squid was lazily waving a tentacle above the surface, and everything was peaceful and ordinary and completely at odds with the cold certainty settling in Harry's chest. Tonight, Harry said. He'll go tonight. Then we go tonight, Ron said, as if it were obvious, as if there were no other possible response to the revelation that an evil spirit was about to steal the key to immortality from beneath a 3-headed dog. Ron, don't. Don't even start with the "it's too dangerous" thing. We've been in this together all year. You're not going alone. I was going to say we should bring the invisibility cloak. Ron blinked. Oh, right. Yeah, good thinking. Hermione was pacing, her mind clearly running through scenarios at high speed. The protections. We know about Fluffy, music puts him to sleep. But there'll be other obstacles. Each professor would have contributed something. McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, Quirrell himself. And Dumbledore, Harry added. The Mirror of Erist. He moved it down there, I told you. It's the last defense. So we need to get past, what, 6 or 7 challenges? More or less. And then face Quirrell. And whatever's on the back of his head. Yes. Hermione stopped pacing. She stood very still, and Harry watched her process the fear, watched it rise in her eyes, watched her acknowledge it, examine it, and set it aside with the deliberate precision of someone shelving a book she'd deal with later. All right, she said. Tonight. Harry looked at his friends, Ron, who was afraid and going anyway, and Hermione, who was afraid and had already started planning, and felt the anchor pull tight. These people. These absurd, brave, fragile, magnificent people. They were going to walk into danger beside him not because they had to, not because they were compelled, but because they were his friends, and that was what friends did. His mother had died for this kind of love. James Potter had died for it. And now 2 11-year-olds were volunteering for it, armed with a year of basic magical education and the unshakable conviction that standing by Harry Potter was the right thing to do. The stone hummed in his pocket. The darkness inside him stirred, not with hunger or ambition, but with something warmer, something protective, something that bore a startling resemblance to love. Tonight, Harry said. And the 3 of them went back inside the castle, walking close together, and the sun slid behind a cloud, and the evening began. They waited until the common room emptied. It took forever. The post-exam euphoria had infected Gryffindor Tower with a party atmosphere that showed no signs of subsiding. Students played exploding Snap and chess and engaged in the kind of pointless, joyful socializing that happens when the pressure of work is suddenly removed. Harry sat in an armchair by the fire and pretended to read, while the stone burned against his thigh and the castle's wards hummed their altered song in his bones. Neville was the last obstacle. He was sitting by the portrait hole when they tried to leave, still awake, looking miserable and determined. "You're sneaking out again," he said. "You're going to lose Gryffindor more points." "Neville," Hermione said gently. "Please move." "No. I'll fight you if I have to." He raised his fists, which shook, and his round face was set with a courage that was all the more remarkable for being so clearly terrified. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, this anxious, underestimated, perpetually fumbling boy, and saw something that most people missed. Beneath the surface, beneath the forgetfulness and the clumsiness and the constant low-grade panic, Neville had a core of iron. Not the flashy, effortless bravery of someone who didn't know fear. The real kind. The kind that shook and sweated and stood its ground anyway. "Neville," Harry said. "I'm sorry about this. Really." Hermione hit him with a full body bind. Neville went rigid and toppled backward, stiff as a board, his eyes wide with betrayal and immobility. "That was horrible," Hermione whispered as they stepped over him. "It was necessary," Harry said. "And when this is over, we'll tell him why, and he'll forgive us, because Neville Longbottom is a better person than most people give him credit for." They threw on the invisibility cloak and slipped through the portrait hole, 3 children heading into the dark. The castle was different at night. Harry had walked these corridors in the small hours many times, but tonight the difference was sharper, more pronounced. The wards felt thin without Dumbledore's presence reinforcing them. The portraits were restless, whispering to each other in urgent tones. The suits of armor stood at attention, their hollow helms tracking movement that might have been invisible children under a cloak or might have been something else entirely. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor. The door was unlocked. Quirrell had already been through. Beyond the door, Fluffy dozed. All 3 heads were snoring, a sound like 3 freight trains running in parallel, and at the dog's enormous feet, a golden harp was playing itself, enchanted strings plucking out a melody that kept the beast asleep. Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved past the dog quickly, stepping over paws the size of dinner tables, and found the trapdoor. Harry pulled it open. Below was darkness. "I'll go first," Harry said, and dropped. He landed on something soft. Something that moved. Devil's Snare. Professor Sprout's contribution, a plant that loved the dark and the damp and killed by constriction, wrapping its tendrils around anything that touched it and squeezing until the struggling stopped. The tendrils were already curling around Harry's ankles, creeping up his legs, tightening with slow, vegetable patience. Harry looked at the plant. The plant, through whatever sense allowed magical flora to perceive the world, looked back at Harry. The tendrils paused. Tightened. Then, with something that Harry could only describe as reluctance, relaxed. They unwound from his legs and retreated, pulling back into the mass of the plant, leaving him standing on a clear patch of floor. Ron and Hermione landed beside him. The Devil's Snare immediately seized them, Ron with a yelp, Hermione with a gasp. "Don't struggle," Hermione said through gritted teeth, even as the tendrils wound around her chest. "It tightens if you light. It hates light. Fire, someone make fire." She couldn't reach her wand. Ron was thrashing, which only made the plant grip harder. Harry watched them for approximately 2 seconds, long enough to confirm that they weren't in immediate mortal danger, short enough that neither of them had time to panic beyond retrieval, and then spoke. "Let them go." His voice carried the same harmonic he'd used on the troll, the frequency that operated below language, below thought, in the space where commands were indistinguishable from natural law. The Devil's Snare heard it and obeyed instantly, tendrils whipping away from Ron and Hermione as if burned, the entire plant contracting into a tight, trembling ball in the corner of the chamber. Ron sat up, gasping. "How do you keep doing that?" "Natural charm. I hate you sometimes." "No, you don't." "No, I don't." Let's keep moving. The next chamber held 1,000 flying keys, swarming like chrome insects beneath a vaulted ceiling. A battered broomstick hovered in the center of the room, and across the chamber, a heavy wooden door was locked tight. Harry looked at the keys. He looked at the lock. He looked at the broomstick. The right key opens the door. You have to catch it on the broom, Hermione deduced, examining the lock. It'll be old, probably silver, like the handle. Large. Might have damaged wings from being caught before. Quirrell already came through here. Harry mounted the broom. The keys scattered as he rose, a blizzard of metal wings, and he scanned the swarm with the patient precision of a hawk riding thermals. There, old silver, large bow, one bent wing where Quirrell had grabbed it. It was trying to hide in the center of the flock, dodging and weaving with frantic energy. Harry accelerated. The broom responded instantly, rocketing through the cloud of keys, and Harry's hand closed around the target with a seeker's precision. He landed, unlocked the door, and tossed the key aside. The entire exercise had taken less than 30 seconds. Show off, Ron said, with affection. The next room was a chessboard. Life-size pieces, carved from dark and light stone, standing on a floor of black and white squares. The white pieces stood motionless. The dark pieces waited. Ron's eyes lit up. It's wizard's chess, he breathed. We have to play our way across. This was Ron's domain. Harry and Hermione took positions among the black pieces, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a rook, and Ron took command as a knight, his voice shifting into a register Harry had never heard from him before, sharp, confident, utterly in control. Ron Weasley, who stumbled through charms and fumbled through potions and lost his temper in History of Magic, came alive on a chessboard. He saw the patterns, understood the exchanges, anticipated the counterattack 3 moves before it developed. He directed Harry and Hermione like chess pieces they were, and the game unfolded with the brutal elegance of a battle fought by a general who knew exactly what he was doing. Harry watched his friend with something close to awe. This was Ron's version of what Harry felt when the darkness stirred, the moment when the hidden depths surfaced, when the thing you were really capable of showed through the ordinary exterior. Ron was brilliant at chess, and his brilliance wasn't the product of study or practice alone. It was native. Structural. The same kind of natural talent that Harry had for bending reality, expressed in a purely human idiom. The game was nearly won. Ron had sacrificed 2 pawns and a bishop to set up the endgame, and the White Queen was in position for the checkmate. But there was a cost. I have to move, Ron said. His voice was steady. His face was white. The Queen will take me. But Harry, you'll have 3 moves to checkmate the king. Ron, no, don't argue. This is my thing. Let me do my thing. He looked at Harry across the board, and his eyes were bright and fierce and afraid and brave all at the same time. Check the king, Harry. Win the game. He moved. The White Queen crossed the board with terrible, grinding purpose and struck Ron from his square. The sound of stone on stone was sickening, and Ron crumpled, and Hermione screamed. Harry felt the darkness surge. It rose in him like a black tide, responding to the threat to someone he loved, and for one terrible moment the chessboard seemed to flicker, the squares rippling, the pieces trembling. The very air in the chamber vibrating with a frequency that had nothing to do with wizard's chess. He pulled it back. Dragged the darkness down through sheer force of will, because losing control here would mean destroying the room and everything in it, including Ron's unconscious body, and that was not an acceptable outcome. 3 moves. Harry crossed the board. Checkmate. The White King dropped its crown, and the pieces parted, and Harry ran to Ron while Hermione was already kneeling beside him, checking his pulse, her wand out, her face pale but composed. He's alive, she said. Unconscious. He hit his head. He'll be okay, but he needs the hospital wing. Stay with him, Harry said. Hermione's head snapped up. Harry, stay with him. Get him to Madame Pomfrey. I'll go on. You can't go alone, Hermione. He knelt beside her, and he let the mask slip, just a fraction, just enough for her to see what was underneath. Not the darkness, not the vast inhuman thing, but the certainty. The absolute, unshakable knowledge that he was going to walk through that door and face whatever was on the other side and come back alive, because the alternative was simply not possible. She saw it. Her breath caught. Her eyes went wide. And then she nodded, once, the same decisive nod she'd given in the library when he'd told her what he was. "Come back," she said. It was an order. "I will." Harry stood. He walked through the door. Behind him, he heard Hermione casting a stretcher charm, heard the scrape of Ron's body being lifted from the stone floor, heard her footsteps receding as she carried their friend toward help. The next room stank of troll, the same municipal dump reek he remembered from Halloween. But the troll was already dealt with, unconscious on the floor, Quirrell's handiwork. Harry stepped over it. Then, Snape's challenge. A table of potions, 7 bottles in a row, and a parchment with a logic puzzle. Harry read it once, identified the correct bottle, and drank. The potion was ice cold and tasted of nothing, and the black flames blocking the forward door parted for him like curtains. One last chamber. Harry stepped through. The mirror of Ariste stood in the center of the room, its golden frame gleaming in the torchlight. And in front of it, turban and all, stood Professor Quirrell. He wasn't stuttering. "I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter," Quirrell said, and his voice was smooth, confident, stripped of the theatrical nervousness he'd worn all year. He turned, and his face was calm, composed, the face of a man who'd stopped pretending. Harry looked at Quirrell and saw both of them, the man in front and the thing behind, the host and the parasite, 2 consciousnesses layered in one body like geological strata. Quirrell's own personality was thin now, worn down by months of cohabitation, stretched like a drumhead over the iron will of what lived on the back of his skull. The stuttering was a nice touch, Harry said. Threw everyone off. They all suspected Snape. Severus? Quirrell laughed. It was an ugly sound, thin and high and not entirely his own. Yes, he does make a wonderful villain, doesn't he? All that black and all that sneering. Meanwhile, no one looks twice at the nervous man in the turban. Harry walked into the room. The mirror of Ariste loomed behind Quirrell, its surface shimmering with potential. Harry could feel the stone, through the mirror, inside the mirror, existing in a space that was neither physical nor magical, but something between. Dumbledore's final protection. The stone could only be retrieved by someone who wanted to find it but not use it. A clever mechanism. A trap within a trap. You can't get to it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Quirrell's composure cracked. Just a fraction, a tightening around the eyes, a flicker of frustration that was human and real. The mirror is obstructive. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but I can't determine how use the boy. The voice came from Quirrell, but it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was thin, high, cold, a voice like wind through a crack in a wall, whistling and inhuman and carrying an authority that Quirrell's own voice had never possessed. The voice came from the back of his head, from behind the turban. Quirrell turned to face Harry fully. Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see. Harry walked forward. Not because he was commanded, because he was ready. The game had reached its final position, and it was time to play the last move. He stood before the mirror of Ariste and looked. He saw himself. Just himself, standing in the chamber, green-eyed and dark-haired and 11 years old. His reflection smiled and reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone and winked, and then his reflection put the stone back in its pocket, and Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket, not the left one, where Nyarlathotep's black stone hummed, but the right, the Philosopher's Stone. Transferred from the mirror's enchantment to his body through a mechanism that operated on desire and intent. He wanted to find it. He didn't want to use it. The mirror's conditions were met. Well, Quirrell demanded. What do you see? Harry turned from the mirror. The Philosopher's Stone sat in his right pocket like a warm coal, and the black stone sat in his left like a cold star, and between them, in the space where Harry's body was the bridge between human magic and something far older, a circuit completed. I see myself winning the House Cup, Harry lied. He lies, whispered the voice from the back of Quirrell's head. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Coral reached up and unwound his turban. The cloth fell away, revealing the back of his head, and Harry looked at what lived there. A face. Pressed into the back of Coral's skull like a carving in clay, flat and distorted, with slit-like nostrils and eyes that burned red. The face of Lord Voldemort, or what was left of him. The face of a man who'd broken himself into pieces in pursuit of immortality, and was now a parasite, a ghost, a whisper of power clinging to borrowed flesh. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The thin lips moved against the back of Coral's head, and the voice filled the chamber, and Harry felt the old scar on his forehead flare with pain, real pain, sharp and bright, the first physical pain he'd felt in years. The pain was interesting. Harry filed it away. We meet again, Voldemort continued. You were barely more than an infant when last I saw you. When I killed your parents. You killed my mother, Harry said. James died trying to stop you. They were brave. You were desperate. The red eyes flared. Brave? They were fools. Brave and foolish are the same thing, Potter. Your parents died for nothing. They died for me. And what are you? A boy. A child. Standing in front of something he cannot comprehend. Harry smiled. It was the wrong smile, the one that wasn't quite human, the one that showed too much of what lay beneath the surface. He didn't bother pulling it back. You have no idea what I am, Harry said. Voldemort felt it then. Harry let him feel it, not a glimpse this time, not the brief flash he'd allowed in the Great Hall. He opened the door wider, let the thing inside him rise toward the surface like something vast ascending from deep water, and the chamber changed. The temperature dropped. Not gradually, instantly, as if someone had opened a door into space. The torches on the walls guttered and turned blue, their flames bending away from Harry as if repelled by a magnetic force. The mirror of Erist shuddered, its enchanted surface rippling, and for one instant the reflections in the glass showed not the room but something else, a vast dark space filled with geometries that the human eye couldn't process, shapes that folded through dimensions that didn't have names. The shadows in the chamber came alive. They peeled from the walls and floor and pooled around Harry's feet, moving with organic purpose, forming patterns that Quirrell's eyes couldn't follow but Voldemort's understood on a level that went deeper than knowledge, deeper than magic. All the way down to the primitive, screaming base of the brain that recognized existential threat. Harry stood in the center of it, 11 years old, green-eyed, Lily's son, and the darkness poured off him like smoke from a fire. Not attacking. Not threatening. Simply being. Showing what was there. You crossed the galaxy looking for immortality, Harry said, and his voice had harmonics now, layers of frequency that made the stones vibrate. You broke your soul into pieces. You murdered and tortured and conquered, all because you were afraid of one small thing, dying. He stepped closer. Quirrell tried to back away. His body wouldn't move. The darkness held him, not with force, but with presence, the way a mountain holds the earth beneath it, the way the ocean holds the shore. You came to my family's home, Harry continued, and you killed my mother, and you pointed your wand at me, and you said the words that were supposed to end me. And do you know what happened? The red eyes were wide now. Wide and bright and burning with a terror so complete it had consumed everything else, the hatred, the ambition, the cold strategic intelligence. All gone. All replaced by the one emotion Tom Riddle had spent his entire life running from. Fear. Your curse meant something it couldn't kill, Harry said. Not because of my mother's sacrifice, though that was part of it. Not because of any prophecy or protection or ancient magic. Your curse failed because you tried to destroy something that doesn't follow your rules. Something that exists outside your understanding of life and death. Something that was here before you were born and will be here long after you're forgotten. He reached out and touched Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate. Where Harry's fingers met Quirrell's skin, the skin burned. Not with fire, with something worse. The flesh blistered and cracked, blackening, disintegrating, as if Harry's touch carried the concentrated antithesis of everything Voldemort's parasitic existence depended on. Quirrell screamed, a real scream, raw and human, the host's agony drowning out the parasite's fury. Harry pulled his hand back. The burns on Quirrell's face were severe, weeping, the skin charred around fingerprint-shaped wounds. "My mother's love," Harry said. "That's what burns you. She put it in my skin, in my blood, in every part of me she could reach. It's the one thing you can't touch, can't corrupt, can't survive. And it's been waiting for you." Voldemort screamed. Not in pain, in rage, in frustration, in the bottomless fury of a being that had arranged the universe to suit itself and found one boy who didn't fit the arrangement. The face on the back of Quirrell's head contorted, the slit nostrils flaring, the red eyes blazing. "Kill him!" Voldemort shrieked. "Seize him!" Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and the pain of contact was mutual. Harry felt the scar on his forehead split open with agony that went beyond physical, a white-hot lance driven through his skull. But Quirrell's pain was worse. His hands were burning, the flesh melting away from bone, and he was screaming, and the screams were the worst thing Harry had ever heard, because they were real. Human. The sounds of a man being destroyed by forces that were using his body as a battleground. Harry grabbed Quirrell's wrists. He didn't push him away. He held on. The burn spread. Up Quirrell's arms, across his chest, consuming him. Wherever Harry's skin touched his, the flesh crumbled to ash, and Quirrell's screams rose to a pitch that shattered one of the torches and cracked the mirror's frame. And then Quirrell stopped screaming. His eyes, his own eyes, brown and terrified and briefly, agonizingly lucid, met Harry's. "Please," Quirrell whispered. And Harry didn't know if he was asking for mercy or for release, and it didn't matter, because in the next moment, Quirrell's body gave way entirely, collapsing into ash and dust and silence, and from the ruin of it, something dark and shrieking tore itself free. Voldemort's wraith form. Ripped from its host, naked and exposed, a screaming shadow in the shape of a face. It hung in the air for one terrible moment, red eyes meeting green ones, and then it fled through the walls, through the stone, through the castle's wards, out into the night, a diminished, defeated, terrified thing running from the boy who stood in the chamber below. Harry stood alone among the ashes of Quirrell's body. The mirror of Eriste was cracked. The torches burned low. The shadows retreated to their natural positions, settling back against walls and floors like curtains after a wind. He hurt. The scar on his forehead was bleeding freely, and his hands were burned where they'd gripped Quirrell's wrists, burned by his own protection. Lily's love turned to fire. The Philosopher's Stone sat heavy in his pocket, warm and whole. He looked at his hands, blistered and red, and felt the pain of them with something approaching wonder. Pain. Real, physical, uncomplicated pain. It was, in its own way, reassuring. Proof that beneath the darkness and the power and the cosmic inheritance, there was still flesh. Still nerves. Still a body that could hurt. Still human. At least partly. The chamber tilted. Harry's vision grayed at the edges, and the floor came up to meet him with the gentle inevitability of a tide coming in, and the last thing he saw before consciousness left him was the mirror, cracked, darkened, but still standing, and in its damaged surface, the faintest reflection of a red-haired woman with green eyes, reaching for him, smiling, whispering something he couldn't hear but understood perfectly. "I'm proud of you, too." Harry closed his eyes. The darkness took him, not the eldritch darkness, not the void, but the simple, human darkness of exhaustion and injury and the body's need for rest. He slept on the cold stone floor of the chamber, the Philosopher's Stone in one pocket, his father's gift in the other, and the ghost of his mother's love burning in his skin. Above him, in the castle, alarms were going off. The wards were screaming. Somewhere, a phoenix was singing. Help was coming. Chapter 4. The Mask of the Father. Harry woke in the hospital wing to the smell of flowers and the sound of someone trying very hard to be quiet. The trying to be quiet part was Ron, who was sitting in a chair beside the bed eating a packet of crisps with the exaggerated care of someone who believed that chewing slowly would make it soundless. It didn't. Each crisp crackled like a small explosion in the otherwise silent ward. Hermione sat on the other side of the bed, not eating anything, reading a book with the focused intensity of someone using literature as a coping mechanism. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, white, vaulted, familiar. He'd been here before, after Quidditch. The hospital wing had a specific quality of light, clean and institutional and infused with the faint magical residue of 1,000 healing spells. "He's awake," Ron said, spraying crisp fragments across the bedsheet. "I can see that, Ronald." Harry sat up. His body protested a dull, diffuse ache that extended from his hairline to his toes, as if every cell had been individually stressed and was now individually complaining about it. His hands were bandaged. The scar on his forehead throbbed with a low, persistent heat that wasn't quite pain. But he was alive. The human parts of him, the parts that could be damaged, had been damaged and then mended by whatever Madame Pomfrey had done while he slept. He could feel the healing magic in his tissues, confident, professional, a little fussy, like the magical equivalent of a mother straightening a collar. "How long?" Harry asked. 3 days, Hermione said, closing her book. "Dumbledore brought you up from the chamber. He came back to the castle. Someone tipped him off that he'd been lured away, and he flew back. Found you unconscious on the floor with what was left of Quirrell." Her voice caught slightly on the last part. Harry looked at her and saw the strain. 3 days of worry etched into her face, dark circles under her eyes, the particular pallor of someone who'd been spending too much time in hospital chairs and not enough time sleeping. "I'm all right," he said. "Your hands were burned to the bone, Harry. Madame Pomfrey said she'd never seen injuries like them. Dumbledore had to intervene personally to stabilize you before she could even begin healing. But I'm all right now." "That's not the point." "It's exactly the point." They looked at each other. Hermione's jaw tightened, and Harry saw what was underneath the worry, anger. Not at him, exactly. At the situation. At the fact that her friend had walked into a chamber alone and faced something terrible and nearly died, and she'd been carrying an unconscious Ron up 7 flights of stairs while it happened. "Next time," she said, her voice very controlled, "we go together. All 3 of us. I don't care if one of us is hurt. I don't care if it's dangerous. We go together or we don't go at all." Ron nodded emphatically, his mouth full of crisps. Harry looked at his 2 friends, Ron with his crisps and his absolute loyalty, Hermione with her anger and her absolute devotion, and felt the anchor pull tight. "Together," he agreed. Ron held out the packet. "Crisp?" Harry took one. It tasted like salt and vinegar and normalcy, and it was exactly what he needed. Dumbledore came in the afternoon. He appeared at the entrance to the hospital wing the way he appeared everywhere, without announcement, without hurry, as if the universe had simply rearranged itself to put him where he needed to be. He wore robes of deep purple and his half-moon spectacles glinted in the afternoon light, and his expression was, as always, a masterclass in controlled warmth. "Ah, Harry. I see you're feeling better. Might I have a moment?" Ron and Hermione took the hint and left, though Hermione's departure was accompanied by a backward glance that clearly communicated, "I will be demanding a full account of this conversation later." Dumbledore settled into the chair Hermione had vacated, crossing his long legs, and looked at Harry with those blue eyes that saw everything and revealed exactly as much as their owner intended. "Lemon drop." He produced a small bag from his robes. "No, thank you. Pity. They're quite good." Dumbledore took one himself, sucked on it thoughtfully, and let the silence stretch. It was a technique Harry recognized, the strategic pause, the invitation to fill empty space with words. Harry didn't fill it. He waited. He was better at waiting than almost anyone. Dumbledore smiled, as if the silence itself had been a test and Harry had passed it. "Professor Quirrell is dead," Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle but factual, delivering the information without softening or embellishment. What remained of him was insufficient for any form of recovery. Voldemort's wraith has fled, weakened but not destroyed. The Philosopher's Stone has been returned to Nicholas Flamel, who has agreed to destroy it. Harry absorbed this. Flamel's going to die. Nicholas and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order. They've lived a very long time, Harry. To the well-organized mind, Death is but the next great adventure. Is it? The question was sharper than Harry intended. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose fractionally. You have reason to doubt it? Harry looked at the old wizard, really looked, the way he sometimes did, peeling back the layers of presentation and performance to see the machinery beneath. Dumbledore was concerned. Genuinely concerned, not performing concern. The blue eyes held something that Harry hadn't seen in them before, uncertainty. I killed Quirrell, Harry said. You defended yourself against an attack. The protections your mother placed in your blood responded to that attack. Quirrell's death was a consequence of Voldemort's possession, not of your actions. That's the story you're going to tell. Another silence. Longer this time. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the twinkle dimming, the warmth cooling to something more measured. It is the truth, Harry. It's a truth. Your favorite kind, the kind that's technically accurate and deeply incomplete. Harry sat up straighter in bed, ignoring the protest of his healing body. My mother's protection burned Quirrell. That's true. But it wasn't the only thing happening in that chamber, and you know it. Dumbledore said nothing. But his eyes were very sharp now, the grandfatherly facade stripped back, the archmage fully present. You were there, Harry continued. You saw what was left. The shadows. The temperature. The mirror of Eriste cracked, not from Quirrell's magic. From something else. Something you've been watching for all year, trying to understand, trying to categorize. And what would you say that something is? You know what it is. You knew before I got here. You knew when you left me with the Dursleys. You knew when my mother was alive. The words hung between them, heavy with implication. Dumbledore sat very still, and for the first time since Harry had known him, the old wizard looked his age. The years settled onto his shoulders visibly, a weight that no magic could lighten. Your mother came to me, Dumbledore said quietly. Before you were born. She was frightened, not for herself, but for you. She told me what had happened. What she'd encountered during her research at the Department of Mysteries. What had resulted from that encounter. Harry waited. She didn't tell me everything. I don't believe she could have. The experience was beyond what human language could fully convey. But she told me enough. That you would be different. That something vast and incomprehensible had taken an interest in her, and that she'd accepted that interest, and that you were the product of it. Dumbledore paused. She asked me to protect you. Not from the world, from yourself. The words landed with precision, each one a careful, calibrated strike. Harry felt them in his chest, in the space where his mother's anchor lived. She was afraid of what I'd become, Harry said. She was afraid of what you might be pushed toward. She loved you, Harry, fiercely, completely, without reservation. She didn't see you as a monster or an abomination. She saw you as her son. But she understood what your father was, and she understood that there would be forces beyond anything the wizarding world could combat, that would try to pull you toward that inheritance. And so she asked you to be the counterweight. She asked me to give you a human life. A human childhood. Friends, education, the chance to choose what you wanted to be rather than being defined by what you were born as. Dumbledore's voice was very steady. The Dursleys were not my first choice. Or my second. But they were Lily's blood, and the blood protection she invoked needed a living anchor in her family line. I placed you there because the alternative, bringing you into the wizarding world as an infant, surrounded by magic and attention and the constant temptation of power, was worse. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The thin meals. The loneliness. The years of being unwanted, unloved, treated as a burden and a freak. Worse than what I had? I believe so. I may have been wrong. The admission cost Dumbledore something. Harry could see it in the slight tightening around his mouth, the almost imperceptible drop of his gaze. I have been wrong before, Harry. More often than I would like. Silence settled over the hospital wing. Outside, birds sang in the sunlight. The world was ordinary and bright, and completely indifferent to the conversation happening within these walls. What do you want from me? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes were bare now, stripped of their usual ornamentation, no twinkle, no calculation, no carefully calibrated warmth. Just an old man, looking at a child who was not entirely a child, trying to bridge a gap that might not be bridgeable. I want you to keep choosing, Dumbledore said. Every day. Keep choosing your friends, your studies, your humanity. Keep choosing to be Lily's son. The other choice, your father's choice, the choice of power and attachment, and the vast indifference of things beyond human comprehension, it will always be there. It will always be easier. But your mother didn't die so you could be easy. She died so you could be good. The words hit Harry somewhere deep, somewhere below the darkness and the power and the cosmic inheritance. They hit the place where Lily lived, the green-eyed ghost in his blood, the sacrifice that burned in his skin, the love that had turned a killing curse back on its caster. You could have told me all of this months ago, Harry said. I could have. But you needed to find out what you were through experience, not explanation. You needed to face Voldemort and discover that you could defeat him without losing yourself. You needed the troll, and the forest, and the mirror, and the chamber. You needed to choose, and you did choose, Harry. Every time. You chose your friends over your power. You chose kindness over fear. You chose to be human. And if I hadn't? Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. The pause was the longest yet, and in it, Harry heard the answer that the old wizard wouldn't speak aloud. Then I would have had to stop you. Harry looked at Dumbledore and saw the contingency plans behind the blue eyes, the preparations, the safeguards, the terrible hypothetical scenarios that the headmaster had gamed out in his office on sleepless nights. What to do if the boy chose wrong? How to contain something that was half eldritch entity if it decided to stop being contained? The alliances, the artifacts, the desperate measures of a man who loved humanity enough to plan its defense against threats that most humans couldn't imagine. It should have made Harry angry. It didn't. It made him sad for the old man who carried the weight of the world's safety on his shoulders and couldn't put it down, who cared so much that he'd planned to destroy a child if that child became a threat. I'm going to keep choosing, Harry said. Not because you asked me to. Because my mother did. Dumbledore blinked. Something bright and liquid appeared in his blue eyes, there for a moment and then gone, blinked away with the efficient practice of someone who'd had more than a century to learn control over his emotions. Yes, he said. I believe you will. He stood, adjusting his robes with fussy precision that Harry now recognized as a mechanism for regaining composure. You should rest. The end-of-year feast is tomorrow, and I believe Gryffindor is still in the running for the House Cup, despite a certain disregard for school rules that would give your father, both of your fathers, I suspect, considerable pride. He paused at the door. Harry, the black stone in your pocket. The one that isn't the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's hand moved involuntarily to his left pocket, where the stone hummed its quiet, persistent hum. I don't know what it is, Dumbledore said. And that concerns me. Be careful with gifts from sources you don't fully understand. Then he was gone, his purple robe sweeping around the corner, and Harry was alone in the hospital wing with the afternoon light and the birdsong and 2 stones in his pockets, one returned to its rightful owner, one still burning with the cold fire of something that existed beyond the edge of the knowable world. The end-of-year feast was a spectacle, and Dumbledore used it the way he used everything, as a tool. The Great Hall was draped in green and silver, Slytherin colors, the presumptive House Cup winners by a comfortable margin thanks to Gryffindor's catastrophic point loss. Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table looking smug. The Gryffindor table was subdued. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together near the middle, eating quietly, trying to be invisible. Then Dumbledore stood and began awarding last-minute points. 50 to Ron, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts had seen in many years. 50 to Hermione, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire. 60 to Harry, for pure nerve and outstanding courage. The Great Hall erupted, students on their feet, shouting, cheering, the point tallies shifting in real time on the giant hourglasses by the door. It wasn't enough. Slytherin still led by 10 points. Dumbledore waited for the noise to die down. His eyes found Neville Longbottom, sitting at the Gryffindor table with his round face and his bitten nails, and his expression of habitual anxiety. And finally, 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom, Dumbledore said, for the courage it takes to stand up to your friends when you believe they are doing wrong. The Great Hall exploded. Green and silver transformed to red and gold with a wave of Dumbledore's hand. Gryffindors were screaming, hugging, standing on benches. Percy Weasley was weeping openly. McGonagall was doing something with her face that might have been a smile. Harry watched Neville, watched the disbelief, then the joy, then the tears, and felt a complicated warmth. Dumbledore had orchestrated this. Every point, every revelation, every dramatic pause, it was theater, designed to maximize emotional impact and reinforce exactly the values Dumbledore wanted to promote. Courage, loyalty, intelligence, and the quiet bravery of standing up for what's right even when it's unpopular. It was manipulation. It was also, Harry admitted, genuinely beautiful. And the fact that it was both calculated and sincere, strategic and heartfelt, was what made Dumbledore the most dangerous person in the castle. Harry clapped for Neville and cheered with his house and ate too much pudding and let himself be, for one evening, nothing more than an 11-year-old boy who'd helped win the House Cup. The stone hummed in his pocket, and the shadows pulled normally around his feet, and the castle hummed its deep, contented hum, and everything was warm and bright and as close to perfect as a half-eldritch child could hope for. Later, in the dormitory, Ron fell asleep almost immediately. The boy had an athlete's ability to switch off, transitioning from waking to unconscious with a speed that Harry found both admirable and slightly enviable. The other boys followed, one by one, their breathing deepening into the slow rhythm of sleep. Harry lay awake. The curtains of his bed were drawn, the familiar red fabric enclosing him in a private space that was his and his alone. The stone hummed against his thigh. The castle dreamed around him, its vast old mind cycling through memories and possibilities, images flickering at the edge of Harry's awareness like a television playing in another room. He thought about the year, about what he'd learned, what he'd done, what he'd chosen. He thought about the troll and the forest and the chamber beneath the trapdoor, about Quirrell's face as the flesh burned away, about Voldemort's scream, that thin, high, terrified sound, the last cry of something that had once called itself the greatest dark wizard of all time, fleeing from a boy who was something worse. No, not worse. Different. Other. Beyond the categories of dark and light that the wizarding world used to organize its understanding of magic. Harry was something new. That was the truth Dumbledore had been circling all year, the truth Snape had glimpsed through legilimency, the truth the Sorting Hat had screamed at, the truth the centaurs read in their stars. Harry Potter was something that had never existed before, a bridge between the human and the inhuman, the known and the unknowable, the warm small world of love and friendship and treacle tart and the vast, cold, infinite darkness that existed in the spaces between everything. And he'd chosen the warm world. Again and again, he'd chosen it. Not because it was stronger, it wasn't, not even close. But because it was worth choosing. Because his mother had thought so. Because Ron and Hermione thought so. Because every time Harry ate a meal or laughed at a joke or won a Quidditch match or sat with his friends in the common room doing absolutely nothing of cosmic significance, he proved that the warm world mattered. The stone pulsed. Once, twice, 3 times. And then, in the darkness of Harry's curtained bed, the air changed. It didn't shimmer or ripple or do anything so theatrical. It simply became thicker, denser, inhabited. The shadows in the corners of the bed deepened and then connected, forming a continuous darkness that was too complete to be natural, too present to be merely the absence of light. Harry sat up. The darkness gathered, coalesced, took shape. A man. Tall, dark-eyed, wearing the same perfectly tailored suit from the dream, standing in the impossible space between Harry's bed and the curtained wall, occupying dimensions that the physical layout of a 4-poster bed shouldn't have been able to contain. Nyarlathotep smiled. In person this time, Harry said. Not a dream. Does it matter? The boundary between dream and reality is thinner than most people suppose. Thinner for you than most. His father's voice was the same, warm, rich, carrying harmonics that vibrated in frequencies the human ear couldn't consciously register, but the body responded to anyway. It was the voice of the stone in Harry's pocket amplified and given personality, the hum made articulate. You've had quite a year, Nyarlathotep said, settling onto the foot of Harry's bed with the casual grace of a man sitting at a cafe. The bed didn't creak. The mattress didn't dip. He had weight and presence, but no physical mass, or rather, his mass existed in dimensions that the bed's springs didn't intersect with. "Quirrell's dead," Harry said. "Yes. Voldemort escaped." "Also yes. You knew that would happen." "I knew what was likely. Probability and certainty are different things, even for me. But yes, the broad strokes were within my expectations." He tilted his head, studying Harry with those dark eyes. "You're upset about Quirrell." It wasn't a question. Harry looked at his hands, still faintly pink from the healing, and remembered the feeling of flesh turning to ash beneath his fingers. "He was a person," Harry said. "He made bad choices, and he was weak, and he let Voldemort use him. But he was a person, and he died, and I was the one touching him when it happened." "Does that trouble you?" "Shouldn't it?" Nyarlathotep was quiet for a moment. The silence was different from Dumbledore's strategic pauses. It was genuine, a being of vast intelligence actually considering the question rather than waiting for the right moment to deliver a prepared answer. "It should trouble the human part of you," Nyarlathotep said. "The part that your mother gave you. And I'm glad it does, because it means that part is strong. Lily wanted you to care about human life, to feel the weight of it, to understand that every death is a loss." "That's a gift, Harry. A limitation that is also a grace." "And the other part of me?" "The other part of you knows that Quirrell was already dead the moment he let Voldemort inside his head. The possession was killing him slowly, consuming his life force, eroding his personality, using him up like fuel. Your touch accelerated what was already happening. You didn't murder him. You released him." Harry thought about this. He thought about Quirrell's eyes, brown, terrified, briefly lucid, and the whispered, "Please," that might have been a plea for mercy or for an end. "That doesn't make it feel better," Harry said. "No, but it makes it more accurate. And accuracy matters, even when it doesn't comfort." Nyarlathotep leaned forward, and his dark eyes caught something that wasn't light, an illumination that came from within, or from some dimension that intersected with the space behind his pupils. "You're learning something that most beings, human or otherwise, never understand. Power doesn't exempt you from consequence. It increases consequence. Every action you take ripples further, touches more, changes more. The more powerful you become, the more responsible you are for the effects of that power." That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. Dumbledore and I agree on more than either of us would like to admit. We simply come to the same conclusions from very different starting points. The warm smile again, the one that shouldn't exist on the face of an outer god. He cares about humanity because he is human. I care about it because it's interesting. But care is care, regardless of its origin. Harry studied his father's face, the dark eyes, the high cheekbones, the features that Harry saw echoed in his own reflection. The human form was a costume, he knew that. Nyarlathotep wore it the way an actor wears a role, convincingly, expertly, but not natively. Beneath the suit and the smile and the warm voice, his father was something that had no face, no body, no fixed form. Something that existed in the spaces between dimensions, that walked between worlds the way Harry walked between classes, that had been old when the universe was young. And yet the warmth in those dark eyes looked real. The pride Harry had felt in the dream looked real. The care looked real. Was it? Could something inhuman genuinely care? Or was the caring itself a mask, worn as convincingly as the suit and the face, a performance of fatherhood by something that understood the concept intellectually but not experientially? Harry didn't know. He suspected he might never know. And he suspected that the not knowing was, itself, part of the lesson. "You said you had a warning and a gift," Harry said. "In the dream. The stone was the gift." "What's the warning?" Nyarlathotep's expression shifted. The warmth remained, but something else joined it, something colder, more focused, the face of a being that had seen the shape of things to come and found the picture concerning enough to mention. "The wraith that fled the castle tonight is a fragment of a larger problem. Tom Riddle didn't fracture his soul once, he fractured it many times. Pieces of him are scattered across the country, hidden in objects of significance, anchored by dark magic of a kind that even Dumbledore doesn't fully understand. As long as those anchors exist, Voldemort cannot truly die. Horcruxes. The word surfaced in Harry's mind with the cold clarity of a fact that had always been known but never articulated. Pieces of a soul, shattered by murder, hidden in containers. How many? Harry asked. That's for you to discover. I could tell you, I could lay out every location, every object, every protection. But I won't, for the same reason I gave you the stone instead of simply opening your eyes to what it shows you. You need to find these things through your own effort, your own intelligence, your own connection to the world. If I hand you the answers, you become my instrument. If you find them yourself, you remain your own. That's a very convenient philosophy for someone who enjoys watching experiments. Nyarlathotep laughed. The sound was warmer this time, more human, less cosmic, the laugh of a father genuinely amused by his son's sharpness. You're not wrong. I do enjoy watching. But he paused, and for the first time in their interaction, seemed to search for the right word. I also want you to succeed. Not because success serves my purposes, though it does. But because you are my son, and your mother loved you, and the combination of those two facts produces in me something that I don't have another name for. Love. Perhaps. Or perhaps the closest approximation to love that something like me can produce. The name matters less than the function. He stood, and the shadows gathered around him like a cloak, and his form began to blur at the edges, the suit and the face losing their precision, the human costume starting to thin. The stone will show you more as you grow. It will respond to your development, revealing depths as you become capable of processing them. Think of it as a key that unlocks progressively more complex doors. And the doors lead where? To understanding. To power. To choice. Always to choice. He was fading now, the darkness reclaiming him, the boundary between form and void blurring like watercolors in rain. Be well, Harry. Eat your breakfast. Do your homework. Love your friends. Be human. The last two words carried a weight that transcended their simplicity. Be human. Not stay human, be. An active choice, a continuous process, a thing that required effort and attention and the daily commitment to the small, warm world that Lily Evans had died to give him. Will I see you again? Harry asked. The darkness smiled. It was the strangest thing Harry had ever seen, a smile in the void, warm and fond and terrifying, belonging to nothing and everything simultaneously. I am always watching, Harry. I am always proud. Then the darkness was just darkness, and the shadows were just shadows, and Harry sat in his curtained bed in Gryffindor Tower, alone, holding a black stone that hummed like a heartbeat, and the world was ordinary and real and impossibly, achingly precious. He didn't sleep for a long time. He lay in the dark and thought about fathers and mothers and the choices they make for their children, and the choices their children make for themselves, and the infinite, terrifying, beautiful spectrum of possibility that stretched between the warmth of a human heart and the cold fire of the space between stars. When he finally slept, he dreamed of nothing. It was the most restful sleep he'd had all year. The last days of term passed in a haze of sunshine and packing and the bittersweet anticipation of departure. Students moved through the castle with the languid purposelessness of people who'd finished their work and were waiting for permission to leave. The grounds were beautiful, the lake sparkling, the forest green, the mountains rising against a sky so blue it looked painted. Harry walked the corridors one last time, running his hand along the stone walls, feeling the castle's warmth under his palm. The building knew he was leaving. He could feel its awareness shifting, adjusting, the vast old magic settling into a different configuration, preparing for the summer silence. I'll be back, Harry thought, pressing his palm flat against the stone of the entrance hall. The castle hummed in response, a sound that was felt rather than heard, a vibration that ran through the floor and up Harry's arm and settled into his bones like a promise. He found Hagrid at his hut, red-eyed and sniffling, who pressed into Harry's hands a leather-bound photo album. "Send owls to all your mum and dad's old friends," Hagrid said, blowing his nose on a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. "Asked fair photos. Thought yet like, Harry opened the album. The first photo was Lily and James on their wedding day, Lily in white, radiant, laughing at something James had said. James with his arm around her, glasses slightly askew, looking at her as if she were the most remarkable thing in the universe. James had known what she carried. He'd known about Nyarlathotep, about the pregnancy, about the nature of the child she was carrying. And he'd married her anyway. He'd loved her anyway. He'd raised Harry as his own and died in a hallway trying to buy time for his wife and a boy who wasn't his blood but was, in every way that mattered, his son. Harry looked at the photo and felt the two kinds of love that defined him, the vast, cosmic, incomprehensible love of a being that existed beyond the stars, and the small, fierce, utterly human love of a man who'd chosen to be a father. One infinite. One mortal. Both real. "Thank you, Hagrid," Harry said, and his voice was rough, and the big man pulled him into a hug that lifted him off the ground and smelled of dog hair and pumpkin and something that might have been brandy. The train ride was long and warm and full of the particular melancholy of endings. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment, and they talked about everything and nothing: exams, Quidditch, summer plans, the safe mundane topics that filled the space where harder conversations would eventually go. Hermione was watching Harry again. She did it subtly. She learned subtlety over the course of the year, replacing her initial wide-eyed scrutiny with something more sophisticated. But Harry felt it anyway, the gentle pressure of her attention, the questions she was holding back. "Just ask," he said, as the train rolled through the English Midlands. Hermione glanced at Ron, who was asleep with his mouth open and a chocolate frog card stuck to his cheek. "When you went through the trapdoor," she said quietly. "What happened? Really happened. Not the version you told McGonagall." Harry told her. Not everything. He left out Nyarlathotep's visit, left out the Black Stone, left out the full scope of what the chamber had shown about his nature. But he told her about the confrontation with Quirrell, about the burning, about the moment when the darkness rose and the chamber changed and Voldemort saw what was looking at him through Harry's eyes. Hermione listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time, staring out the window at the passing countryside. "The books I've been reading," she said finally. "The ones from the restricted section. They talk about entities that exist outside normal magical taxonomy. Beings that predate human civilization. Beings that human minds can't fully comprehend." She turned from the window and looked at Harry with eyes that were sharp and steady and brave. "Is that what you are?" "Partly. Partly. And the other part is your mother. Human. Which? The love that protects you." "Yes." She nodded slowly, processing, integrating, building her understanding one brick at a time. "And you choose the human part. Every day you choose it. Every day. Good." She said it with a firmness that was almost fierce. "Keep choosing it. And if it ever gets hard, if the other part ever gets too strong, tell us. Tell me and Ron. We'll help." "How?" Hermione smiled. It was a small smile, but it carried a certainty that went beyond her years, the kind of certainty that came from having faced a troll and a logic puzzle and the knowledge that her best friend was partly something indescribable, and having decided that none of it mattered more than the friendship. "By being here," she said. "By being normal. By nagging you about homework and arguing about Quidditch and making you eat breakfast. By reminding you every single day what you're choosing." Ron snored. The chocolate frog card slid off his cheek and fluttered to the floor. Hermione picked it up, glanced at it, and set it on the seat beside him with the gentle automaticity of someone who'd been doing small kindnesses so long they'd become reflexive. Harry looked at his friends and felt the anchor hold. Not just hold, strengthen. Every act of loyalty, every moment of ordinary human connection, every shared meal and shared laugh and shared silence wove another thread into the rope that kept him tethered to the world his mother had died for. It was enough. For now, it was enough. King's Cross Station was loud, chaotic, and aggressively normal. Muggle commuters rushed past the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without a glance, their attention sliding off the impossible doorway with the practiced indifference of people who had trains to catch. Students poured through from the wizarding side, emerging into the Muggle world blinking and slightly disoriented, like diverse surfacing from deep water. Ron's family was waiting. Harry had a brief, overwhelming glimpse of red hair in quantity, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, beaming, the twins, already causing trouble, Ginny, small and fierce-eyed, staring at Harry with an intensity that made him wonder what Ron had written home about. Mrs. Weasley pulled Harry into a hug that was warm and slightly suffocating and smelled of home cooking and garden soil. "You must come stay this summer," she said, holding him at arm's length, examining him with the practiced eye of a mother who could diagnose homesickness at 50 paces. "Ron's told us all about you." "All good things," she added, with a look at Ron that suggested this claim was generous. "I'd like that," Harry said. He meant it. Hermione's parents were there too, dentists, Muggle, looking slightly stunned by the whole experience. Hermione hugged Harry quickly, fiercely, and whispered right to me in his ear before disappearing into the crowd with her parents. And then Harry was alone. He pushed his trolley through the barrier, back into the Muggle world, and walked through King's Cross Station toward the exit, where the Dursleys would not be waiting because the Dursleys didn't know he was coming and wouldn't have come if they did. He didn't mind. He'd take the tube, then a bus, then walk. He'd arrive at number 4, Privet Drive, and let himself into the house that had been his prison for 10 years, and he'd spend the summer in his cupboard or, if the Dursleys' fear of him had matured sufficiently, in Dudley's second bedroom. But it would be different this time. Everything would be different. Harry walked through the station, the photo album in his trunk, the holly wand in his pocket, the black stone humming against his thigh. The Muggle world swirled around him, ordinary, oblivious, blissfully unaware of the magic and the monsters and the cosmic entities that existed in the margins of their reality. A man bumped into him and didn't apologize. A child dropped an ice cream and screamed. A pigeon landed on a bench and began methodically destroying a discarded sandwich. Normal. Beautiful. Precious. Harry smiled and kept walking. Outside the station, the summer sun was warm on his face. London sprawled around him, vast and gray and alive, and beyond London the world stretched on green and blue and golden, a planet full of people who woke up every morning and chose to live, chose to love, chose to make breakfast and argue about parking and worry about weather and do all the small, unremarkable things that constituted a human life. Harry understood now why his mother had chosen this world. Not because it was powerful, the wizarding world was powerful, and the world beyond the thin places was powerful beyond all measure. She'd chosen it because it was real in a way that power alone could never be. Real and fragile and temporary, and therefore infinitely valuable, the way a flower is more beautiful for dying, the way a moment is more precious for passing. He pulled out the black stone and held it in his palm. It hummed, warm and insistent, showing him the thin places in the station, the seams where reality wore thin, the doors that could be opened, the paths that led to places where the word human lost its meaning. Harry closed his hand around the stone, put it back in his pocket, and walked toward the tube station. The doors would be there tomorrow. And the day after that, and the day after that, forever as long as Harry lived. His father's inheritance. The infinite possibility of the space between spaces. But today he was going home. Such as it was. And tomorrow, he'd wake up and be Harry. Harry who read letters from his friends and counted the days until September and ate too many biscuits and lay in bed at night watching the shadows make patterns on his ceiling. Harry who chose to be human. Every day. Every moment. A choice made not in ignorance, but in full knowledge of the alternative, and all the more meaningful for it. The tube train arrived. Harry got on. The doors closed. London rattled past outside the windows, and Harry leaned his head against the glass and closed his eyes, and the stone hummed, and the shadows settled, and the world his mother had died for, the world his human father had fought for. The world his cosmic father watched with something that might have been love turned on its axis, hurtling through space, small and bright and gloriously, defiantly alive. Chapter 5. Through the Trapdoor. Summer at Privet Drive was a study in quiet transformation. Harry arrived at number 4 to find the front door locked, which was expected, and the house empty, which was not. The Dursleys were out, some function of Dudley's, a birthday party or a school event, the kind of obligatory social engagement that Vernon and Petunia attended with grim determination, and Dudley endured with sullen entitlement. Harry let himself in through the back garden, where the lock on the gate had never worked properly, and the kitchen window was always left on the latch. The house smelled the same. Pine cleaner, air freshener, and the faint underlying staleness of a home where the windows were rarely opened because the outside world might get in. Harry stood in the kitchen and breathed it in and felt nothing. Not anger, not sadness, not the hollow ache of returning to a place where you were unwanted. Just a flat, patient neutrality, the emotional equivalent of a held breath. He went to the cupboard under the stairs and opened it. His old mattress was still there, thin and stained. The spiders had rebuilt their webs. The broken toy soldiers Dudley had discarded years ago were lined up along the baseboard in neat rows that Harry didn't remember arranging. He closed the cupboard and went upstairs to Dudley's second bedroom. It was full of broken things: a television with a cracked screen, a bicycle with a bent wheel, a shelf of books that had never been opened, a cage that had once held a pet Dudley had forgotten about. Harry set down his trunk, opened Hedwig's cage, and let her out the window. She hooted once, circled the house, and disappeared into the evening sky with the relieved urgency of a creature escaping captivity. Harry sat on the bed, Dudley's old bed, spring-shot, mattress sagging, and pulled out the black stone. It sat in his palm and hummed, and the thin places in the room shimmered at the edges of his vision. There were 3 in this room alone, one in the corner by the window, one behind the bookshelf, one directly above his head, in the ceiling. Number 4, Privet Drive, was riddled with them. Living with Harry for 10 years had worn the fabric of reality thin, the way a heavy object left on cloth for a long time creates a permanent depression. He closed his hand around the stone and lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling and let the summer begin. The Dursleys returned at 9. Harry heard the car in the driveway, the slam of doors, Dudley's whining, Vernon's grumbling, Petunia's sharp, efficient management of them both. He heard them enter the house, heard the pause as they noticed his trunk in the hall. He'd left it there deliberately, a flag, an announcement. Footsteps on the stairs. Vernon's heavy tread, followed by Petunia's lighter one. They stopped outside the bedroom door. Harry could feel their hesitation through the wood, the complicated mix of fear and resentment and obligation that had governed their relationship with him since infancy. The door opened. Vernon filled the frame, his face already assembling itself into the expression of aggressive authority that was his default response to any situation involving Harry. Behind him, Petunia's thin face was pinched and wary. "You're back, then," Vernon said. "I'm back. We didn't know when. Your lot didn't send any notice. I'll be staying for the summer. I'll stay out of your way. I need this room." Vernon's mouth opened to refuse. It was reflexive. Any request from Harry was to be denied on principle, the way a border guard denies entry to anyone without the right paperwork. But his mouth opened and no words came out, because Harry was looking at him, and something in Harry's gaze, not threatening, not hostile, simply present in a way that hadn't been there before, made the words die in Vernon's throat. Harry had changed. Not physically, he was still small for his age, still thin, still wearing Dudley's hand-me-downs. But the year at Hogwarts had shifted something fundamental in the way he occupied space. He sat on the bed in Dudley's second bedroom, and the room organized itself around him, subtly, unconsciously, the way iron filings organize around a magnet. The lamp on the bedside table burned a little brighter. The shadows in the corners were a little deeper. The air was a little thicker, charged with something that Vernon couldn't name, but his body recognized at the most primitive level. "Fine," Vernon said. His voice was hoarse. "Stay out of our way." He closed the door. Harry heard him retreat down the stairs, heard the television go on, heard the clink of Vernon pouring himself a drink. The Dursley household settled into its evening routine, and Harry was part of it and apart from it, as he'd always been. He wrote letters. To Ron, to Hermione, to Hagrid. He told them about the Dursleys, made it funny where he could, made it honest where he couldn't. Ron wrote back on parchment stained with what appeared to be gravy, his handwriting atrocious, his enthusiasm undiminished by distance. Hermione wrote back in neat, precise script on Muggle notebook paper, her letters 3 pages long and densely packed with information about the books she was reading and the theories she was developing. Hagrid sent a birthday cake that arrived on July 31st, battered from all transit but intact. It tasted like chocolate and sincerity. Harry ate it alone in his room at midnight, by wanlight, and felt the same raw warmth he'd felt on the island a year ago. Someone remembered. Someone cared. The summer unfolded. Harry did chores because the routine was soothing, mowing the lawn, weeding the garden, washing dishes. He did them in silence, moving through the Dursley household like a ghost, and the Dursleys gave him a wide berth that was wider than it had ever been before. Vernon didn't shout. Petunia didn't snipe. Dudley avoided him entirely, which was new and which Harry attributed to whatever instinct had kept the large boy away from him since childhood, now refined by a year of absence into something closer to conscious policy. The garden was doing strange things again. The roses had returned to their unnatural deep red, almost black at the petal tips. The lawn grew in patterns, not the spiral, not exactly, but something adjacent, curves and angles that Petunia attacked with the mower and that reasserted themselves overnight. A family of foxes had taken up residence under the garden shed, which would have been unremarkable except that they sat in a row every evening at dusk and watched Harry's bedroom window with an attentiveness that went well beyond normal vulpine behavior. Harry watched them back, from his window, the stone humming in his hand, and felt the summer press against him slow, heavy, saturated with the particular melancholy of a child counting days until freedom. He practiced magic. Not wand magic, the trace prevented that, a monitoring enchantment that detected underage spellcasting and reported it to the ministry. But the other kind. The kind that came from beneath, from the darkness, from the inheritance. The kind that didn't register on any ministry instrument because it operated on principles that wizarding magic had never mapped. He practiced at night, in his room, with the door locked and the curtains drawn. Small things at first, moving shadows, shaping darkness, making the thin places pulse and shimmer at his command. The stone guided him, not with instructions but with resonance, humming approval when he got something right and falling silent when he went wrong. He learned to see through the thin places. Not to cross them, that was something else, something bigger, something the stone wasn't ready to show him yet. But to see through them, to press his awareness against the membrane and perceive what lay on the other side. Mostly it was nothing, or rather, it was the everything that humans called nothing, the infinite void between dimensions, empty and full simultaneously, teeming with potential that had no form. Sometimes it wasn't nothing. Sometimes there were shapes. Vast, slow, moving through the between space with the ponderous grace of whales through deep ocean. They were aware of Harry, these shapes. They turned toward him when he looked through the thin places, acknowledging his presence the way one ship acknowledges another on an empty sea. They were not threatening. They were not friendly. They were simply there, existing in their own medium, occupying their own reality, indifferent to the concerns of the small warm world on the other side of the membrane. Harry watched them, and they watched him, and neither side attempted communication. It was enough, for now, to know that the other side existed. That the darkness his father came from was not empty but inhabited. That the void was a place, not an absence. August arrived, hot and dusty. Harry's 12th birthday passed with letters and sweets from his friends and silence from the Dursleys. He was growing a little taller, a little leaner, his face losing the last of its childhood softness. His green eyes, Lily's eyes, were sharper now, more focused, carrying a quality of attention that made strangers on the street look twice and then look away. He was ready to go back. The waiting was over. And then Ron stopped writing. The letters had come every week. Harry relied on them more than he wanted to admit. Those messy, gravy-stained dispatches from the burrow were lifelines, proof that the warm world existed, that his friends were real, that September was coming, and with it the return to everything that mattered. When the first week passed without a letter, Harry told himself all post was unreliable. When the second week passed, he wrote again, twice, and received no response. When the third week passed, he pulled out the stone and looked. The thin places showed him nothing useful. They didn't work that way, didn't provide surveillance or scrying. But the stone did something else when Harry held it and focused on Ron. It showed him absence. A gap in the web of human connections that Harry was slowly learning to perceive, a hole where Ron's bright, warm signal should have been. Not dead, Harry would have felt that, the way you feel a change in air pressure. Just blocked. Intercepted. Deliberately cut off. Someone was stopping Ron's letters from reaching him. Harry's first thought was the Dursleys, because the Dursleys hated all post and had spent the previous summer trying to confiscate every letter that arrived. But Vernon hadn't shown any signs of intercepting mail this year. He was too afraid of Harry to try it, a fact that was unspoken between them but understood. His second thought was something else entirely. Harry sat on his bed in the hottest part of August with the stone in his hand and the shadows pooling around his feet, and considered the possibility that the interference was magical. That someone or something was deliberately isolating him, cutting him off from his anchors, trying to create the conditions in which the pull of the dark might overcome the pull of the human. It was the kind of move Nyarlathotep would make. Or Dumbledore. Or any sufficiently strategic mind that wanted to test Harry's responses under pressure. Harry didn't panic. He didn't spiral into suspicion or paranoia. He sat with the information, turned it over, examined it from multiple angles, and then made a decision. He was going to leave Privet Drive. Not in a temper. Not as an escape. As a choice. The letters weren't coming, the isolation was deepening, and Harry was not going to sit in a box and wait for someone else to decide when to open it. He packed his trunk. He let Hedwig out with a note for Ron coming to find you. Don't worry. He put the stone in his pocket and the wand in his belt and walked out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, at 11 o'clock at night, carrying everything he owned. The Dursleys didn't notice. They were asleep, dreaming the small, constrained dreams of people who'd spent their entire lives making sure nothing unusual ever happened to them. The street was dark and quiet. Privet Drive in the small hours was a study in suburban stillness, neat lawns, neat cars, neat houses, all of it sleeping under a sky that was, tonight, exceptionally clear. Stars blazed overhead in configurations that Harry now recognized, not the constellations of human astronomy, but the deeper pattern, the geometry that connected star to star in a web of meaning that the human eye couldn't follow, but Harry's could. He walked to the end of the street and stopped. Something was watching him. Not the usual ambient attention of the shadows and the thin places. Something specific, focused, and very close. Harry turned slowly, scanning the dark, and found it. A house elf. It was standing under the street lamp at the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent, a small, spindly creature with enormous bat-like ears, bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls, and a pointed nose. It wore what appeared to be a dirty pillowcase fashioned into a crude toga. It was wringing its hands and bouncing on the balls of its feet with a nervous energy that suggested it was about to either speak or explode. "Harry Potter," it squeaked, its voice high and trembling. "Such an honor, sir, such a privilege. You've been blocking my mail," Harry said. The house elf froze. Its enormous eyes went even wider, which shouldn't have been possible, and its lower lip trembled. Dobby was only trying to. How did Harry Potter know? I pay attention." Harry set down his trunk and crouched to the elf's eye level. The creature was terrified, not of Harry specifically, but of everything, a generalized anxiety that radiated off it in waves. Beneath the anxiety, Harry sensed something else, determination. This small, frightened being had deliberately defied its nature, intercepted mail, come to find a wizard it wasn't supposed to contact, all in service of some purpose it believed was important enough to risk punishment. "Why?" Harry asked. Simply. The floodgates opened. Dobby talked fast, frantic, nearly incoherent, bouncing between statements and self-recrimination, punctuating his speech with bursts of self-punishment that Harry found both disturbing and informative. The elf kept trying to bang his head against the street lamp, and Harry kept catching him by the pillowcase and setting him upright. The core of Dobby's message was this: Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Terrible things were going to happen. There was a plot. A dark and terrible plot. Someone was going to open something, and bad things would emerge, and people would get hurt, and Harry Potter was in danger. Who's behind the plot? Harry asked. Dobby's eyes bulged further. He opened his mouth, made a strangling sound, and began beating himself around the head with both hands. Dobby cannot say. Dobby's family would, he choked, gagged, and went rigid, the compulsion of his servitude clamping down on his vocal cords like a physical restraint. Harry watched this and felt something cold settle in his chest. Not the eldritch cold, the cosmic indifference of the void. Something more human. Anger. This creature was enslaved. Bound to a family it feared, compelled to obedience by magic woven into its very nature, punishing itself for the crime of trying to do something good. You're owned, Harry said. By a wizarding family. One that's involved in whatever's going to happen at Hogwarts. Dobby nodded miserably. And you came to warn me despite the risk to yourself. Another nod. Tears were streaming down the elf's pointed face. That's very brave, Dobby. The elf made a sound like a deflating balloon. No one has ever. Harry Potter is too kind, sir, too good. I'm going back to Hogwarts. Dobby wailed. The sound was so loud that a light came on in the nearest house, and Harry grabbed the elf by the shoulder and pulled them both into the shadow of a hedge. The contact sent a jolt through Harry's fingers, not unpleasant, but strange. Dobby's magic was different from wizard magic. Older, in some ways. More deeply woven into the fabric of the world. And right now, it was pulsing with distress. Listen to me, Harry said, his voice low and even. I appreciate the warning. I believe you. Something bad is going to happen at Hogwarts, and you're risking yourself to try to prevent it. That matters. But I have friends there, people I care about, and I'm not going to hide while they're in danger. But Harry Potter could be hurt. Harry Potter will be fine. He said it with the quiet certainty that he brought to all such statements, the absolute, bedrock confidence of a being that existed partly outside the rules that governed mortal danger. Dobby looked at him, green eyes searching Harry's face, and whatever the elf saw there made his trembling slow, his breathing ease. The determination remained. Dobby was too committed to his mission to simply give up, but the raw panic subsided into something more manageable. Dobby will try other ways, the elf said, almost to himself. Dobby will protect Harry Potter, even if Harry Potter will not protect himself. Dobby, Harry said, and the elf looked at him, startled by the gentleness of his tone. When this is over, whatever happens at Hogwarts this year, I'm going to help you. You shouldn't be a slave. Nobody should. The elf stared at him for a long moment, enormous eyes shining. Then, with a crack like a gunshot, he vanished, and Harry was alone on Privet Drive with his trunk and the lingering echo of a house elf's gratitude ringing in the air like a bell. Harry stood in the dark and considered his options. He was 12 years old, alone, with a trunk full of school supplies and no transport. The night bus existed, he'd read about it, but summoning it required standing on a curb with your wand hand out, and he didn't fancy the attention. He thought about the thin places. There was one nearby, a shimmer in the air beside the hedge, a seam in the world that he could press his fingers into and widen, just enough to step through. The between space wasn't nothing. It was a medium. And media could be traversed. The stone hummed in his pocket, eager. Ready. Offering a path that was fast and direct and entirely outside the boundaries of anything the wizarding world would recognize. Harry considered it for exactly 3 seconds, then dismissed it. Not because he couldn't. Because it wasn't time. The stone's paths were his father's paths, and Harry was choosing to walk his mother's, the human way, with all its inconveniences and limitations and beautiful, inefficient normalcy. He stuck out his wand hand. A triple-decker purple bus materialized from nothing, screeching to a halt inches from his face. A pimply young conductor leaned out and launched into a well-rehearsed welcome speech that Harry barely listened to. He paid his fare, stowed his trunk, and collapsed onto a bed. The night bus apparently used beds instead of seats, which was either charmingly eccentric or a catastrophic liability, depending on your perspective. "Where to?" the conductor asked. "The Borough," Harry said. "Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon." The bus lurched forward with a bang and a purple flash, and Harry was thrown sideways as the vehicle squeezed through impossible gaps in traffic and jumped between locations with stomach-churning instantaneity. Street lamps leaped out of the way. Hedges flung themselves aside. The countryside blurred past the windows like a watercolor left out in the rain. Harry held on and watched the world streak by and felt something rising in his chest that was pure, uncomplicated excitement. He was going to see Ron. He was going to the Borough. The summer of isolation was over, and ahead of him lay warmth and noise and friendship and a house that he'd never seen but already knew he'd love, because any house that produced Ron Weasley had to be, on some fundamental level, a place where love lived. The bus screeched to a halt on a dark country lane. Harry gathered his trunk, thanked the conductor, and stepped off into the Devon night. The Borough was visible from the road. You couldn't miss it. It was a house that defied architecture, physics, and probably several building codes, a precarious tower of additions and extensions and modifications that leaned at angles no supporting structure should have been able to maintain. It was held together by magic and stubbornness and what appeared to be several centuries of accumulated hope. Chimneys stuck out at odd angles. Windows glowed at different heights. A garden gnome waddled across the front path, looked at Harry, and waddled faster. It was the most beautiful building Harry had ever seen, including Hogwarts. He walked up the path and knocked on the door. It opened immediately, as if someone had been waiting. Ron stood in the doorway, taller than Harry remembered. He'd grown over the summer, gangly limbs getting ganglier, wearing pajamas, and an expression of mixed relief and outrage. "Where have you been?" "I've been writing all summer. Hedwig showed up 2 hours ago without you. Mum's been in a state, Dobby," Harry said. "Who?" "Long story. Can I come in?" Ron grabbed his arm and pulled him inside, and the warmth of the Borough hit Harry like a wall. Not just physical warmth, though the kitchen was toasty despite the summer heat. Magical warmth. Emotional warmth. The accumulated love of a family that had lived in these walls for generations, soaked into every beam and brick and slightly lopsided surface. Mrs. Weasley appeared from the kitchen in a dressing gown, her face transitioning from worry to relief to maternal fury in the space of a single second. She hugged Harry, fed Harry, scolded Harry for traveling alone at night, hugged Harry again, and installed him in Ron's room at the top of the house with the sort of efficient, overwhelming care that left no room for argument. Ron's room was small, orange, Chudley Cannon's posters covered every surface and contained the very strong impression that organization was a concept Ron had heard about but never personally experienced. Harry loved it. They stayed up until 3 in the morning talking. Harry told Ron about Dobby, the blocked letters, the warning, the plot against Hogwarts. Ron listened with the focused intensity he usually reserved for chess and Quidditch. "Someone's going to open something at Hogwarts," Ron repeated. "Something dangerous." "That's what Dobby said." He couldn't give details, his servitude prevents it. But he was terrified, Ron. Genuinely terrified. And he belongs to a family that's mixed up in it. Pure-blood family if they've got a house elf. A pure-blood family with connections to dark magic. They looked at each other. The name hung between them, unspoken. "Malfoy," Ron said. "Maybe. Probably. But we don't know for certain. Malfoy's dad is a piece of work. My dad's mentioned him, Lucius Malfoy, big donor to the ministry, used to be a Death Eater, got off by claiming he was under the Imperious Curse." Ron's lip curled. If anyone's plotting something dark at Hogwarts, it's that family. Harry filed this away. Lucius Malfoy. A name to remember, a thread to follow. The stone hummed in his pocket, and the thin places in Ron's room, there were two, both small and stable, shimmered at the edges of his vision. "Whatever it is," Harry said, "we'll deal with it." "Damn right we will." They grinned at each other, and the night settled around them, warm and orange and full of the particular optimism of 12-year-old boys who believe, with complete justification, that friendship and courage can overcome anything. The burrow was chaos and Harry adored every minute of it. The Weasley household operated on a principle of organized pandemonium, too many people in too small a space, all of them loud, all of them passionate, all of them fundamentally unable to have a quiet conversation about anything. Meals were a contact sport. The ghoul in the attic banged on the pipes at all hours. Garden gnomes staged elaborate raids on the vegetable patch. Fred and George conducted experiments in their bedroom that produced sounds and smells that defied scientific explanation. And through it all, like the eye of a cheerful, ginger-haired hurricane, Mrs. Weasley presided, cooking, cleaning, arbitrating disputes, distributing hugs and reprimands with equal enthusiasm, keeping the entire improbable enterprise running through sheer force of maternal will. Harry helped with the dishes, helped with the garden, helped with the de-gnoming, which turned out to involve grabbing gnomes by the ankles and spinning them over the fence, an activity he found both absurd and deeply satisfying. He played Quidditch in the paddock behind the house with Ron and the twins. He ate meals at a table that was always full, always noisy, always warm. He was happy. Simply uncomplicated, humanly happy. The stone hummed in his pocket, and the shadows pooled at his feet, and the thin places shimmered in every room. And none of it mattered because he was sitting at a kitchen table eating Mrs. Weasley's shepherd's pie and laughing at something George had said, and this was what his mother had wanted for him, and it was everything. Hermione arrived a week before term started, dropped off by her slightly bewildered parents, carrying 3 bags of books and an expression of grim academic determination that suggested she'd spent the summer preparing for classes with the intensity of a general preparing for war. "I've read ahead," she announced, settling into Ginny's room. "All the second-year textbooks, plus additional material on defensive magic, magical history," and she lowered her voice. "The entities I told you about. I found more sources." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Over the summer?" "Without the restricted section. Muggle bookshops, actually. There's a surprising amount of relevant material in the occult section, if you know how to filter the nonsense. Most of it's wrong, but the patterns are consistent. Multiple cultures, multiple centuries, all describing the same phenomena, beings beyond human comprehension, existing in spaces adjacent to our reality." She looked at him with those sharp brown eyes. The Muggles noticed. They didn't have the framework to understand what they were noticing, but they noticed. "Lovecraft," Harry said. Hermione blinked. "You've read Lovecraft?" The Dursleys' neighbor had books. "I read everything I could get my hands on." Harry smiled slightly. He got a lot wrong. The tone, the terror, the assumption that contact with the other side is inherently destructive. But the broad strokes. He shrugged. He was closer than most. How close? Close enough to be interesting. Not close enough to be dangerous. Hermione pulled out a notebook, Muggle, spiral-bound, covered in her neat handwriting. "I've been building a taxonomy. Based on everything you've told me, everything I've read, and some inferences I'm not entirely comfortable with." She opened it to a page covered in diagrams. "The entities exist in what I'm calling interstitial space, the gaps between dimensional layers. Your thin places. They're not supernatural in the traditional sense, they're natural, just operating under physical laws we don't understand yet. And you." She traced a line on the diagram that connected 2 circles labeled human and other. "You're a bridge. A living connection between the 2 spaces. That's why the thin places respond to you. That's why the castle recognizes you. You exist in both simultaneously." Harry looked at the diagram. It was neat, logical, precisely wrong in all the ways that human attempts to map the incomprehensible were always precisely wrong, and yet it was also, in its limited way, useful. A map didn't have to be accurate to be helpful. It just had to orient you. "That's good, Hermione," he said. "And meant it." She beamed. Then caught herself beaming and rearranged her face into something more scholarly. "I have questions. You always have questions. The stone your father gave you. What is it, exactly?" Harry pulled out the stone. It sat in his palm, black and smooth and humming, and Hermione leaned forward to examine it without touching, her eyes wide with the particular hunger of a scientist confronting a genuinely novel phenomenon. "It's a key," Harry said. "Or a lens. It shows me the thin places, makes them visible, makes them accessible. My father said it would reveal more as I developed. Right now it shows me the surfaces, the edges between here and there. Eventually, I think, it'll show me how to cross. Cross into interstitial space." "Yes." "And you haven't tried?" "Not yet." "Because you're not ready?" "Because I'm not sure I'd come back the same." The admission surprised him. He hadn't articulated it before, even to himself. But saying it made it true. The fear, if he could call it that crossing into his father's realm would change him in ways he couldn't predict. That the human part of him, the part that loved treacle tart and lost at chess, might not survive the trip intact. Hermione looked at him for a long time. Then she reached out and, very carefully, very gently, closed his fingers around the stone. "Then wait," she said. "Until you're ready. There's no rush." "There might be. Dobby's warning, we'll deal with whatever's coming at Hogwarts the same way we dealt with last year. Together. With magic and brains and Ron's terrifying willingness to sacrifice himself on a chessboard." She paused. "Though let's try to avoid that part this time." Harry laughed. The stone hummed against his palm, warm and patient, and the shadows in Ginny's room settled into comfortable patterns, and outside the window the Devon countryside stretched green and gold under a summer sky, and everything was, for this moment, exactly as it should be. Diagon Alley was their last stop before Hogwarts, and it was there that the shape of the coming year first showed itself. They traveled by flue powder, a mode of magical transport that involved throwing dust into a fireplace and being sucked through a network of interconnected hearths at high speed. Harry found it deeply unpleasant. The spinning, the ash, the disorienting rush through tight spaces, it was the opposite of the thin places, which were vast and still and infinite. Flue travel was cramped and chaotic and entirely too physical. He stumbled out of the wrong fireplace, naturally. Ended up in a dark, cluttered shop that he recognized immediately as being on the wrong side of the magical commerce spectrum, dark artifacts in glass cases, shrunken heads on shelves. An atmosphere that hummed with the residue of magic that had been used for things the Ministry would not approve of. Borgin and Burke's. Harry dusted himself off and moved toward the door, then stopped. Voices. From the back of the shop. One was the oily, obsequious tone of the shopkeeper. The other was cold, precise, and carried the particular authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Dispose of certain items. With the Ministry conducting raids, one cannot be too careful. Harry pressed himself against a cabinet and listened. Through a gap in the shelves, he could see a man tall, pale, with long white blonde hair and a silver-handled cane. Lucius Malfoy. Beside him, looking bored and slightly petulant, stood Draco. "The climate has changed," Borgin, Lucius said, his voice low. "Arthur Weasley and his Muggle Protection Act. Raiding homes, confiscating artifacts. If he finds certain items in my possession." He produced a list. Borgin took it, scanned it, began quoting prices. Harry didn't care about the prices. He cared about the fact that Lucius Malfoy was offloading dark artifacts, which meant he was expecting scrutiny, which meant he was planning something that would attract scrutiny. Dobby's warning echoed in his mind. A plot. Something opening. Something dangerous. Harry slipped out of the shop before the Malfoys noticed him, emerged into the narrow alley outside, and navigated back to Diagon Alley proper, where the Weasleys were already in a state of moderate panic over his disappearance. "Where have you?" Mrs. Weasley began, before Ron cut in. "He's fine, Mom. Look, he's fine. Not a scratch. I got lost in the flow network," Harry said. "Ended up in Knockturn Alley." Mrs. Weasley went pale. Mr. Weasley, thin, balding, with an air of cheerful distraction that concealed sharp intelligence, looked at Harry with an expression that was more calculating than his wife's. "Knockturn Alley," Mr. Weasley repeated. "See anything interesting?" Lucius Malfoy. "Selling dark artifacts." Mr. Weasley's eyes sharpened. Did he now? The exchange was brief and pointed and loaded with implications that neither of them spelled out. Mr. Weasley worked for the Ministry, the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, a post that was underfunded and undervalued, but which gave him access to information and authority that people like Lucius Malfoy would prefer he didn't have. They shopped. Flourish and Blots was their main destination, where the required textbooks for the year were being sold alongside a book signing by the most ridiculous human being Harry had ever encountered. Gilderoy Lockhart was tall, blonde, and handsome in the specific, polished way of someone who spent more time on their appearance than on any other aspect of their existence. He wore robes of forget-me-not blue, a smile that showed every tooth in his head, and an aura of self-satisfaction so dense it was practically visible to the naked eye. He was, according to his books, the most accomplished dark creature hunter in wizarding history. He was also, according to Harry's stone-enhanced senses, a fraud. Not a bad wizard, there was real magic in Lockhart, a genuine talent buried under layers of vanity and self-promotion. But the stories in his books, the heroic adventures, the daring encounters with werewolves and vampires and banshees, they were hollow. The magical residue that clung to the books was wrong. The way a note played on the wrong instrument sounds wrong. The magic in those stories belonged to other people. Lockhart spotted Harry in the crowd and descended on him with the predatory enthusiasm of a publicist who'd scented a photo opportunity. "Harry Potter. I don't believe it." He seized Harry's hand and dragged him to the front of the shop, positioning them both for the photographer from the Daily Prophet. One arm clamped around Harry's shoulders with a grip that was surprisingly strong for someone who appeared to be made entirely of hair product and ego. Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. When young Harry walked into Flourish and Blots this morning, he had no idea that he would be walking out with my entire collected works, free of charge. He thrust a stack of books into Harry's arms. The crowd applauded. The photographer's flash went off. Harry stood in the center of it and felt the absurdity of the moment wash over him, this preening, fraudulent man, this hungry crowd, this machinery of celebrity that had been activated by the collision of two famous names. He disentangled himself as quickly as possible and retreated to the back of the shop, where Ron was waiting with an expression of barely suppressed mirth. "Your face," Ron said. "I wish I had a camera." "He's going to be our defense against the dark arts teacher," Harry said, because the announcement had been made during the signing and the implications were appalling. Ron's mirth evaporated. "You're joking." He announced it from the podium. "We're going to die. We're not going to die. But we're not going to learn anything either." They were interrupted by Lucius Malfoy, who materialized from the crowd with the silent precision of a man who'd spent years practicing his entrances. He looked at Harry with cool gray eyes, then at Ron, then at Mr. Weasley, who'd appeared at Harry's shoulder with a speed that suggested he'd been tracking Malfoy's movements through the store. "Arthur," Lucius said. "Busy day." "Lucius." Mr. Weasley's voice was polite and completely devoid of warmth. "Buying books? My son requires the standard texts. As does, I see, yours." Lucius's gaze swept the Weasley family with an expression of faintly disgusted assessment. "Though I wonder how you manage the expense. All those children on a ministry salary." Mr. Weasley's ears went red. It was, Harry noted, the same signal as Ron's the Weasley flush. The warning light that indicated the line between civility and violence was about to be crossed. Harry stepped forward. Not between them, beside Mr. Weasley, close enough that Lucius's attention shifted. The older Malfoy's gray eyes found Harry's green ones, and the temperature of the exchange changed. Lucius Malfoy was good at reading people. You didn't survive the Death Eater ranks and the subsequent political rehabilitation without an acute sensitivity to power dynamics. He looked at Harry and saw, not the darkness, not the cosmic horror that Snape had seen through legilimency. Those things were hidden, buried beneath the surface. What Lucius saw was simpler and in some ways more dangerous, a boy who was not afraid of him. Every other child in the shop, every other adult in the shop, gave Lucius Malfoy a degree of deference. It was automatic, the unconscious response to wealth and power, and the subtle menace of a man who'd once stood at the right hand of the most feared dark wizard in history. People stepped aside for Lucius. People lowered their eyes. Harry didn't step aside. Harry didn't lower his eyes. Harry looked at Lucius Malfoy with a calm, level, faintly curious gaze that contained no trace of deference, no trace of fear, and no trace of the awe that Lucius expected from 11-year-old boys. It unsettled him. Harry could see it, the tiniest flicker in those gray eyes, the briefest interruption in the mask of aristocratic disdain. Lucius didn't know why this boy's gaze bothered him. He just knew that it did. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said. "The famous Harry Potter." He reached out and brushed the hair from Harry's forehead, revealing the scar, and Harry let him do it because the touch told him things Lucius's magic, dark and controlled and carrying the taint of old allegiances. The object in his pocket, a small book, old, pulsing with a magic that was wrong in ways Harry recognized, the cold, strategic mind behind the aristocratic face, already calculating, already planning. The book. Harry felt it through Lucius's robes, a handspan away from where his fingers had touched Harry's forehead. It radiated malice, not the hot, explosive malice of anger, but the cold, patient malice of something that had been waiting a very long time. There was a consciousness in that book. A fragment of a soul, trapped in paper and ink, hungry and aware. Harry went very still. "Fascinating," Lucius murmured, studying the scar. "The whole world wonders how you survived." "The whole world can keep wondering," Harry said pleasantly. Lucius's lips thinned. He withdrew his hand, adjusted his robes, and turned away with a final, dismissive glance at Mr. Weasley. As he left, he paused beside Ginny, small, red-haired, 11 years old, starting her first year at Hogwarts, and Harry watched Lucius's hand dip into the cauldron she was carrying. The book. He'd slipped the book into Ginny's cauldron. The motion was smooth, practiced, invisible to anyone not specifically watching for it. Ginny didn't notice. Mrs. Weasley didn't notice. Mr. Weasley was too busy glaring at Lucius's retreating back. Harry noticed. He watched the Malfoys leave the shop, father and son, blonde hair and cold eyes, and the particular arrogance of people who believed that wealth and blood made them superior. And he thought about the book now sitting in Ginny Weasley's school supplies, the hungry consciousness it contained, and Dobby's frantic warning about something being opened at Hogwarts. The pieces were connecting. Not all of them, not yet, but enough to see the shape of the board, the positions of the players, the direction of the game. Lucius Malfoy had planted a dark artifact on an 11-year-old girl. Whatever was going to happen at Hogwarts this year, Ginny was going to be at the center of it, not as a willing participant, but as a weapon. A carrier. An innocent girl used as a delivery system for something dark and old and patient. Harry looked across the bookshop at Ginny Weasley, who was leafing through a copy of Voyages with Vampires with the particular distracted happiness of a child about to start a great adventure, and felt something crystallize inside him. Not anger, though anger was there, a cold hard knot in his chest. Not the darkness, though it stirred in response to his emotion, rising like water in response to heat. What crystallized was purpose. Clear, specific, actionable. He was going to protect Ginny Weasley. He was going to find out what was in that book. And he was going to make sure that whatever Lucius Malfoy had planned, it would fail. Not because of prophecy. Not because of destiny. Not because of cosmic inheritance or eldritch power or the vast unknowable purposes of the crawling chaos. Because she was Ron's sister, and she was 11, and nobody used children as weapons. Not while Harry was around to stop it. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross on September 1st under a sky the color of old pewter, clouds thick and low, the last gasp of summer pressing against the coming autumn. Harry sat in his usual compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside unreal through the window, feeling the pull in his chest, stronger this year, more insistent. The compass needle swinging toward Hogwarts with the urgency of a magnet finding its pole. The castle wanted him back. He could feel it across the miles, the vast old awareness reaching for him, the wards trembling with recognition as the train brought him closer. Whatever Dumbledore's protections were, whatever magical barriers separated the school from the outside world, they recognized Harry as an insider. A resident. part of the castle's own architecture. The journey was uneventful until it wasn't. Somewhere north of London, the compartment door slid open and Draco Malfoy appeared, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, his pale face arranged in its customary sneer. Potter. Weasley. Granger. He said each name like a separate insult. I heard you had an exciting summer, Potter. Running away from home, staying with the Weasleys. Moving down in the world. Malfoy, Harry said. Your father planted a dark artifact on an 11-year-old girl. The compartment went silent. Ron's head snapped toward Harry. Hermione's eyes widened. Malfoy's sneer froze on his face, then shattered, replaced by something that looked very much like shock. What? Malfoy said. In flourish and blots. He put a book in Ginny Weasley's cauldron. A diary. Old, black, with a consciousness embedded in it. Harry watched Malfoy's face and saw the truth. The boy hadn't known. Lucius Malfoy had used his son as a prop and a distraction, and Draco was genuinely blindsided by the accusation. You didn't know. I don't. My father wouldn't. Your father was a Death Eater. The tattoo on his left forearm says so. The artifacts he was selling in Borgin and Burke say so. And the book he gave Ginny Weasley says so. Harry's voice was even and factual and completely without malice, which somehow made it worse. Accusations could be shouted down. Facts were harder to dismiss. Malfoy's face went through several colors, white to pink to red, before settling on a blotchy gray that suggested his internal systems were struggling with a conflict between loyalty and dawning comprehension. He opened his mouth, closed it, turned on his heel, and left without another word. Crabbe and Goyle followed, looking confused, which was their natural state. Harry, Hermione said, the moment the door closed. What book? What are you talking about? Harry told them. He described what he'd felt in the bookshop, the dark artifact in Lucius's pocket, the consciousness trapped inside it, the moment when the book had been slipped into Ginny's cauldron. We need to get it from her, Ron said immediately. Before she opens it. Before it does whatever it's supposed to do. Agreed. But we need to be careful. If Ginny's already started using it, she hasn't, Hermione said. Both boys looked at her. I've been sharing a room with her at the Burrow. She has a diary, new Muggle. Her mum bought it for her. She's been writing in that one. The black book is still in her trunk, unopened. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Then we have time. How much? Enough. I'll get the book before the welcome feast. Before we even reach Hogwarts. Ron frowned. How? You can't just go through her things. No. But I can ask her. The simplicity of the plan seemed to offend Ron's sense of drama. You're just going to ask my 11-year-old sister to hand over a book? She trusts me. She'll listen. She has a massive crush on you. That's not the same as trusting you. Ron. I'm just saying. Harry found Ginny 3 compartments down, sitting with a group of first years who were buzzing with nervous excitement. She looked up when Harry appeared in the doorway, and her face went the particular shade of crimson that Harry had learned to associate with the youngest Weasley's emotional state in his presence. Ginny, he said. Can I talk to you for a minute? She followed him into the corridor, clutching her own elbows, not quite meeting his eyes. Harry crouched slightly to bring himself to her eye level. She was small for 11, fine-boned and fierce, with Weasley red hair and brown eyes that held a spark of something that suggested she would, in time, be formidable. In your school supplies, Harry said, there's a book you didn't buy. A black diary. Old, with a name on the inside cover. Do you know the one I mean? Ginny frowned. I thought Mum bought it. Or maybe, I don't know where it came from, actually. Lucius Malfoy put it in your cauldron in flourish and blots. It's a dark artifact, Ginny. It's dangerous. The color drained from her face. What? I saw him do it. He slipped it in while no one was looking. I should have told you sooner, I'm sorry about that. But I need you to give it to me so I can deal with it. Ginny stared at him, the crush forgotten, replaced by something harder and more practical. The Weasley backbone, asserting itself. It's in my trunk. Come on. She led him to her compartment, rummaged through her trunk with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd grown up with 6 brothers and learned early that hesitation was the enemy of action, and produced the book. Harry took it. The moment his fingers touched the leather cover, the consciousness inside the diary surged. It pushed against his palm, a cold, probing intelligence that was immediately and horribly familiar, the same fractured, parasitic quality he'd felt in Quirrell, the same taint of a soul shattered by murder and sustained by dark magic. But this fragment was stronger, more coherent, older, perhaps, or better preserved, sealed in its paper prison for decades, waiting. Tom Riddle. A younger version, the fragment trapped in this diary was a memory, an imprint, a 16-year-old Tom Riddle frozen in ink and malice at the height of his youthful brilliance. It reached for Harry's mind with elegant, practiced precision, a consciousness that had been designed to seduce and manipulate, to pour itself into anyone who wrote in its pages, to consume them slowly from the inside out. It met the darkness. The diary screamed. Not a sound, a vibration, a psychic shriek that Harry felt in his teeth and his bones and the space behind his eyes. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul had reached for Harry and found, instead of a vulnerable child's mind, the vast, dark, infinite something that lived beneath Harry's surface. Harry gripped the diary and held on. The fragment thrashed, trying to withdraw, trying to seal itself back inside its paper prison, but Harry's grip was more than physical. The darkness held the fragment the way a hand holds a butterfly, completely, inescapably, with a gentleness that was more terrifying than any violence, because it demonstrated total control. Harry looked at the diary. The black leather cover was warm against his fingers, and inside, the consciousness that had once been Tom Riddle's teenage self was pressing itself flat against the pages, trying to hide, trying to become small enough to escape notice. It couldn't. Harry saw it clearly, the architecture of the Horcrux, the dark magic that anchored a fragment of soul to a physical object, the parasitic mechanism designed to feed on the emotions and life force of anyone who used it. It was clever, sophisticated, the work of a brilliant young wizard who'd discovered the darkest secret of soul magic and applied it with the cold precision of a surgeon. And it was completely, utterly helpless against what Harry was. "Is everything all right?" Ginny asked, watching Harry stare at the diary with an expression she couldn't read. Harry put the diary in his bag. "Everything's fine. Thank you, Ginny. You did the right thing. What are you going to do with it?" "Destroy it." He said it simply, the way he said everything, a statement of fact, a declaration of intent so certain it might as well have been a description of something that had already happened. Ginny looked at him, and whatever she saw in his face, the calm, the certainty, the faint shimmer of something vast and dark behind the green eyes, made her nod once, sharply. "Good," she said. Then, with the practicality of a girl who'd grown up in a house full of chaos, "Do you want me to save you a seat at the feast?" "That would be great." She went back to her compartment. Harry walked back to his with the diary in his bag, the consciousness inside it still and silent, playing dead. As if that would help. Ron and Hermione looked up when he entered. "Got it," Harry said. "That easy?" Ron blinked. "I asked." "She gave it to me." "You're mental, you know that?" "In a good way, but mental." Harry sat down and put the bag between his feet. The diary pulsed against his ankle, cold and faint, and the black stone in his pocket hummed in counterpoint, warm and steady. 2 artifacts. 2 fragments of power. One designed to destroy, one designed to reveal. They pressed against Harry from either side like the points of a compass, dark and dark, cold and warm. The train rolled north. The sky darkened. Scotland emerged from the mist, wild and ancient. And ahead, growing closer with every mile, Hogwarts waited, the castle, the wards, the pulse in the deep places, the thin places shimmering in every corridor, the vast old awareness that was already reaching for Harry like a hand reaching for a glove. He was coming home. And he was bringing a piece of Tom Riddle's soul with him. Harry destroyed the diary that night. Not in the dormitory. Not in the common room. Not in any of the rooms that Hogwarts showed to ordinary students. He went deeper, down through the hidden passages the castle opened for him, past the dungeons, past the foundations, down to the cavern beneath the lake where the air was thick with old magic and the pulse beat slow and steady in the bedrock. He went alone. Ron and Hermione would have come, they'd both offered, both insisted, and Harry had refused with a gentleness that was firm enough to end the argument. What he was about to do wasn't wizard magic. It wasn't something they could help with, or learn from, or even safely witness. The cavern was dark. Harry didn't need light. The darkness was his element, his medium, the space where his non-human senses operated with the greatest clarity. He sat on the stone floor and placed the diary in front of him and pulled out the black stone and held it in his left hand. The diary knew what was coming. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul was active now, pressing against the pages, trying to reach Harry, trying to make contact, to seduce, to negotiate, to offer whatever it thought Harry might want in exchange for its survival. Harry felt the offers slide against his mind, power, knowledge, the secrets of the darkest magic the wizarding world had ever produced. Tom Riddle had been brilliant, and his brilliance was preserved in the diary like a fly in amber, perfect and complete and desperate. "You're a piece of someone who killed my mother," Harry said to the diary. His voice echoed in the cavern, bouncing off stone walls that were older than human memory. The diary pulsed. The fragment tried a different approach, sympathy, understanding, the manufactured warmth of a consciousness that had been designed to mirror and manipulate. "I understand your pain. I can help you. Let me show you what I know. We're not so different, you and I. We're nothing alike," Harry said. He opened his hand. The black stone blazed. Not with light, with anti-light, with the focused absence of illumination, a point of absolute darkness that was somehow more visible than any flame. The stone's hum rose to a frequency that Harry felt in his bones, in his blood, in the darkness inside him that was his father's gift. Harry reached for the diary with his right hand. He placed his palm flat on the cover. And he pushed. Not physically. He pushed with the part of himself that existed between dimensions, the part that could see the thin places and feel the pulse and understand the geometry of reality at a level below physics. He pushed into the diary the way you push into clay, sinking through the surface, past the pages and the ink and the enchantments, down to the core where the Horcrux lived. He found it. The fragment of soul, the piece of Tom Riddle, anchored to the diary by the darkest magic in the wizarding world. It was small, a sliver, a splinter, a broken-off piece of something that had once been whole. But it was alive, in the way that Horcruxes were alive, and it was aware, and it was afraid. Harry looked at it with senses that no human possessed and no wizard had ever wielded. He saw the structure of the dark magic, the bonds, the anchors, the intricate lattice of curse and counter-curse that held the soul fragment in place. It was impressive work. Tom Riddle had been 16 when he made this, and the sophistication of the magic was extraordinary. It was also, compared to what Harry could do, a toy. He didn't undo the bonds. He didn't break the anchors. He didn't use magic at all, not wizard magic, not any magic that Hogwarts or the Ministry or any human institution would recognize. He simply reached into the space where the Horcrux existed and changed the conditions. The way you might change the temperature in a room by opening a window, or the light in a room by drawing a curtain. He altered the fundamental parameters of the local reality, adjusting the rules that the Horcrux depended on for its existence. The dark magic unraveled. Not violently, not explosively, but completely, the bonds dissolving, the anchors releasing, the lattice coming apart with the quiet inevitability of ice melting in warm water. The soul fragment, suddenly unsupported, hung in the space between dimensions for one brief, terrible moment, naked, exposed, a piece of a human soul stripped of all its protections. Harry felt it. Felt the fragment's terror, its confusion, its desperate, grasping need to survive. Felt the echo of the 16-year-old boy who'd been brilliant and damaged and so afraid of death that he'd mutilated his own soul to escape it. He felt sorry for it. And then he let it go. The fragment dissolved. Not into nothing, nothing didn't exist, not really, not in the way humans understood it. The fragment dissolved into the between space, the interstitial medium that existed between dimensions, the vast dark territory of Harry's father. It was absorbed, assimilated, returned to the infinite the way a drop of water returns to the ocean. The individual consciousness, the piece of Tom Riddle, ceased to exist as a separate entity and became, instead, a tiny part of something much larger. The diary lay on the stone floor, empty. The pages were blank. The leather cover was cold. It was just a book now old, ordinary, drained of everything that had made it dangerous. Harry picked it up and held it for a moment, feeling the absence where the soul fragment had been. Then he put it in his bag, pocketed the stone, and stood. The cavern was quiet. The pulse beat on slow, steady, ancient, indifferent to the small drama that had just played out on its surface. Harry stood in the dark and breathed and felt the aftereffects of what he'd done settle through him like sediment through water. He'd destroyed a Horcrux, the first of however many Tom Riddle had made. He'd done it without violence, without tools, without any magic the wizarding world would recognize. He'd done it by being what he was: the bridge, the key, the living connection between the human world and the space beyond it. And it had felt natural. Right. The way it felt right to eat breakfast or talk to Ron or fly on a broom. As if this was part of what he'd been made for. Harry climbed back up through the castle's hidden passages, emerging into the corridors of Hogwarts in the small hours of the morning. The castle hummed around him, warm and approving, its wards singing softly in frequencies that only he could hear. Portraits slept in their frames. Ghosts drifted through walls on their nightly rounds. Everything was peaceful. He reached Gryffindor Tower, gave the password to the fat lady, who grumbled about the hour, and climbed through the portrait hole into the common room. The fire had burned low. The chairs were empty. The room smelled of ash and old cushions and the faint, sweet residue of magic. Harry sat in an armchair by the dying fire and looked at his hands. Clean. Unblistered. No silver blood this time, no charred flesh. Just hands, ordinary 12-year-old hands, a little too thin, a little too pale. He'd destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. He'd done it in a cavern beneath a lake, alone, using abilities that came from a being that existed beyond the edge of human comprehension. And now he was sitting in a common room in a castle in Scotland, looking at his hands and wondering if there were any biscuits left in the tin by the fireplace. There were. He ate 3. They were ginger snaps, slightly stale, and they tasted like exactly what he needed. The fire crackled. The shadows settled. And Harry Potter, the son of Lily Evans and the crawling chaos, ate his biscuits and watched the embers glow and felt, in the deep place where his mother's love lived, a steady, unshakable peace. One down. However many more to go. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, there were ginger snaps and a warm fire, and the quiet heartbeat of a castle that knew him, and the simple, irreducible comfort of being human in a world that was worth protecting. Harry finished the biscuits, brushed the crumbs from his robes, and went to bed. He slept without dreaming, and the shadows in his curtained bed arranged themselves into the spiral pattern, and the stone hummed its quiet hum, and somewhere in the space between stars, something vast and patient and almost fond watched its son sleep and was satisfied. Chapter 6. The Human Boy. The absence of the diary changed the year. Harry didn't realize how much until weeks had passed, and the thing that was supposed to happen didn't. No attacks. No petrified students. No blood writing on the walls, no whispers in the pipes, no monster in the depths. Whatever Lucius Malfoy's plan had been, and Harry was increasingly certain it had involved the diary possessing Ginny, using her to open something old and terrible beneath the castle, the plan was dead. The diary was empty. The weapon was disarmed before it was ever fired. Hogwarts in autumn was peaceful. Suspiciously peaceful. To someone who'd been warned by a terrified house elf that terrible things were coming. Harry walked the corridors and felt the castle's contentment, the wards humming their steady song, the pulse in the deep places beating its slow, ancient rhythm. No disturbances. No dark magic. Just a school being a school, Students learning, professors teaching, the ordinary chaos of several hundred children living in a building that occasionally rearranged its own architecture for entertainment. The peace should have been reassuring. It wasn't. It was the silence of a loaded gun that hadn't been fired, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the bullet was still in the chamber. He kept the empty diary in his trunk, underneath his socks. Sometimes at night he'd take it out and hold it and feel the absence where the soul fragment had been, a hollowness in the leather, a gap in the magical texture. The diary was dead, but it was still a Horcrux. Still a container, designed and crafted for a specific terrible purpose. And the existence of one Horcrux implied the existence of others. His father had said as much. Tom Riddle didn't fracture his soul once, he fractured it many times. Pieces scattered across the country, hidden in objects of significance, anchored by murder. The diary had been one. How many more? Harry sat in the common room with this question turning in his mind like a wheel, watching the fire burn down to embers, and felt the weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders with the slow, inevitable pressure of a glacier advancing. But that was the future. The present was classes and Quidditch, and the daily business of being 12 years old, and Harry was learning slowly, deliberately, with the patience his father had given him and the love his mother had left behind, to live in the present even when the future pressed. Gilderoy Lockhart was worse than Harry had expected, which was impressive given that his expectations had started in the basement. The man's first class involved releasing a cage of Cornish pixies, small, electric blue, aggressively destructive creatures that immediately set about dismantling the classroom with the enthusiasm of tiny blue anarchists. Lockhart, having released them with a flourish and a dazzling smile, proved entirely incapable of recapturing them. His attempt at a spell, Pescapixie Pesternemy, which Harry was fairly certain wasn't a real incantation, did nothing. The pixies continued their rampage. Students dove under desks. Harry watched from his seat, the only student who hadn't moved, while pixies swirled around him in a chaos of blue wings and high-pitched shrieking. They avoided him. Not consciously, pixies weren't intelligent enough for conscious avoidance. But the same instinct that made the devil's snare retreat and the troll flee operated in these small creatures, and they gave Harry a wide berth without understanding why, their flight paths bending around him like water around a stone. Hermione noticed. She noticed everything. She was under her desk, wand out, methodically stunning pixies one by one with a competence that put their professor to shame, and she noticed that the pixies weren't going near Harry. "They're afraid of you," she said later, in the corridor, brushing blue pixie dust from her hair. "They're not afraid. They just recognize the priority." The priority being, don't annoy the eldritch entity disguised as a second year? Something like that. Lockhart's uselessness became the defining feature of second-year defense against the dark arts. Every lesson was a new exercise in incompetence, dramatic readings from his own books, theatrical reenactments of adventures that hadn't happened, quizzes about his favorite color and his secret ambition and his ideal birthday gift. The man taught nothing of value and consumed enormous quantities of everyone's time, and the only useful thing Harry learned in his classroom was that human vanity was a more powerful force than most dark magic. Harry bore it. He bore it because school was part of the human world, and the human world included incompetent teachers and wasted time, and the specific, grinding frustration of being trapped in a system that didn't serve you. These were human problems. Harry was collecting human problems the way other people collected stamps, deliberately, attentively, with the understanding that each one made him more real. But he supplemented. In the library, in the hidden rooms the castle opened for him, in the long evenings when the common room was full and loud and nobody noticed his absence, Harry studied. Not the second-year curriculum, he'd mastered that in the first week. He studied the things that mattered: advanced defensive magic, the theory of soul magic, the history of Tom Riddle, and the slow, careful exploration of the Blackstone's capabilities. The stone was changing. Or rather, his ability to perceive what the stone showed him was developing, the way a child's vision develops in the first months of life, each day a little clearer, a little deeper, the world resolving from blur into focus. The thin places that had been shimmers at the edge of his vision were now fully visible, their structures apparent, their connections to each other traceable. Harry could see the web now, the interconnected lattice of thin places that networked through reality like blood vessels through tissue, each one a point of potential crossing, each one a door. He didn't open the doors. Not yet. But he mapped them. He sat in the library with a notebook, Muggle, spiral-bound, like Hermione's, and drew diagrams of the thin place network, marking locations and strengths and the subtle variations in frequency that distinguished one thin place from another. The castle had hundreds. The forbidden forest had thousands. And beneath the lake, in the deep places where the pulse beat strongest, there was something that wasn't a thin place at all, but something bigger, a gap, a wound. A permanent opening in the fabric of reality through which the between space pressed like flesh through a tear in cloth. The castle had been built on that gap. Not by accident, the founders had known. They'd built Hogwarts here because the gap was a source of power, a wellspring of magical energy that fueled the wards and the enchantments and the castle's own impossible architecture. They'd used it the way humans always use things they found, practically, pragmatically, without fully understanding what they were exploiting. Harry sat in his cavern beneath the lake and felt the gap pressing against his awareness, vast and inviting, and he understood why his father had been pleased when Harry came to Hogwarts. The gap was a threshold. Not a door, doors could be closed. This was more fundamental, a place where the membrane between worlds was permanently thin, where the between space and the human world existed in a state of continuous, intimate contact. Harry could cross here. If he wanted to. If he was ready. The gap was wide enough, stable enough, and his connection to both sides was strong enough. He could step through and exist, for the first time, fully in his father's domain. He wasn't ready. The human part of him, Lily's gift, the anchor, the warmth, recoiled from the crossing with an instinct that went deeper than thought. It wasn't fear. It was the same instinct that made him choose treacle tart over infinity, that made him value Ron's laughter over cosmic knowledge, that made him human by choice rather than limitation. But the crossing was there. Waiting. Patient. Like everything in Harry's other inheritance, it didn't rush. It simply existed and waited and would be there whenever he was ready. If he was ever ready. October brought rain and Quidditch and the slow unraveling of Gilderoy Lockhart. The rain was relentless, not the gentle, misty drizzle of English autumn, but proper Scottish downpours, curtains of water that turned the grounds to mud and the lake to a frothing gray expanse. Quidditch practice became an exercise in aquatic survival. Oliver Wood, entering his final year and his final chance at the Quidditch Cup, drove the team through training sessions that would have constituted cruel and unusual punishment in most legal jurisdictions. Harry flew through the rain and loved it. The water on his face, the wind trying to unseat him, the broom bucking and diving through turbulent air, it was physical, immediate, demanding. It required his full attention, his full presence, and there was no room for cosmic contemplation when you were trying to spot a golf ball-sized golden object through sheets of horizontal rain at 100 miles an hour. The match against Slytherin was scheduled for the first Saturday in November. The Slytherin team had new brooms, Nimbus 2001s, bought by Lucius Malfoy, the price of his son's spot on the team. Draco Malfoy stood on the pitch in his green robes, gleaming broomstick in hand, and sneered with the confident malice of someone who believed that equipment could substitute for talent. Harry looked at Malfoy and felt, beneath the competitive adrenaline, a complicated sympathy. Draco didn't know about the diary. Didn't know his father had tried to use an 11-year-old girl as a vessel for Voldemort's soul fragment. Didn't know that the wealth and status he wore like armor was built on a foundation of servitude and dark magic. He was a boy shaped by his father's choices, performing a role that had been written for him before he was born. Harry understood something about that. The match started in driving rain. Visibility was atrocious. The players were gray blurs against a grayer sky, the quaffle a barely visible streak of red, the bludgers invisible until they were close enough to break bones. Lee Jordan's commentary was drowned out by thunder. The crowd was a huddle of wet, shouting shapes under a forest of umbrellas. Harry rose above the chaos and searched for the snitch. The rain streamed past him, soaking his robes, plastering his hair to his skull. Below, the game was violent. Slytherin played dirty in good weather and filthy in bad, and Marcus Flint's tactics bordered on assault. Malfoy pulled alongside him. The blond boy's face was set with determination, his new broom keeping pace with Harry's old one, and for a few minutes they flew in parallel, two seekers scanning the storm. "My father says you're dangerous, Potter," Malfoy said, raising his voice over the wind. "Says there's something wrong with you." "Your father's not wrong," Harry said. Malfoy opened his mouth for a retort, then closed it. The words registered, and Harry watched the processing happen, the brief, disorienting moment when an insult you expected to deny was confirmed instead, leaving you with nowhere to put your prepared response. A flash of gold. Harry saw it and moved, a sharp dive, broom screaming through the rain, Malfoy a beat behind and falling further back with every second. The snitch darted and jinked through the storm, a tiny golden point of frantic energy, and Harry matched its every move with the effortless precision of someone who existed in a deeper relationship with space and motion than broomstick aerodynamics could account for. He caught it. One hand, clean grip, the wings beating against his fingers. The whistle blew. The game was over. Gryffindor erupted. The team landed in a pile of soaking wet bodies, screaming, hugging, sliding in the mud. Oliver Wood was actually crying, rain and tears mingling on his face. Harry held the snitch above his head and grinned into the storm and felt the pure, uncomplicated joy of physical achievement, and the rain drummed on his skull, and the wind tore at his robes, and everything was wet and cold and absolutely perfect. In the stands, wrapped in a heavy cloak, Severus Snape watched. He'd been watching all year. Not with the hostile intensity of first year, and not with the stunned terror that had followed his legitimacy encounter. This was something different, a settled, continuous attention that had become part of Snape's daily routine, as habitual as his morning coffee and his evening marking. He watched Harry in class, in the Great Hall, on the Quidditch pitch. He watched the way a scientist watches a reaction in progress, noting changes, recording data, building a model. Snape's model was nearly complete. Harry could feel it, not through legitimacy, which Snape hadn't attempted since the incident, but through the subtle shifts in Snape's behavior, the way his gaze lingered, the questions he didn't ask, the conversations he had with Dumbledore behind closed doors. Snape was putting it together. Not the full picture, no human mind could contain that. But enough. The shape of it. The outline. After the match, dripping wet and heading back to the castle, Harry felt Snape fall into step beside him. The potions master said nothing for the length of the entrance hall, his black robe streaming water, his hooked nose dripping, his face set in its habitual expression of dissatisfaction with the universe. Then, as they reached the marble staircase, Snape spoke. "Your mother was the bravest person I ever knew." The words were quiet, rough, delivered without looking at Harry, aimed at the staircase ahead, as if Snape were talking to the stones rather than the boy. Harry stopped walking. Snape stopped too, 3 steps up, his back to Harry. "She came to me," Snape said. "Before you were born. She told me what had happened. What she'd encountered. What you would be." His voice was steady but strained, the sound of someone speaking through enormous internal pressure. "I didn't believe her. I thought she'd gone mad. Lily Evans, who was always so sensible, so brilliant, telling me that something beyond the veil had." He stopped, breathed, continued. "She asked me to watch over you. If anything happened to her. She said Dumbledore would handle the large-scale protections, but she wanted someone close. Someone who would see you every day, who would notice if things went wrong." A pause that was almost a laugh. "She chose me because I was the most observant person she knew. And because she knew I would do anything she asked." Harry stood at the base of the staircase and looked up at Snape's back, the rigid posture, the clenched fists, the slight tremor in the man's shoulders that could have been cold or emotion or both. He saw the truth of it, the full picture that Snape's behavior all year had been building toward. A man who'd loved a woman, lost her, hated her husband, feared her son, and still, despite everything, kept the promise he'd made. Not because of duty, not because of obligation, because of love. The same irrational, inexplicable, stubbornly human force that had fueled Lily's sacrifice, that kept Ron loyal, that made Hermione stay. Love, messy, painful, unrewarding love, was the engine that drove Severus Snape, and he'd never forgive anyone for knowing it. She chose well, Harry said. Snape turned. His black eyes met Harry's green ones, and for one moment the masks were down, both of them, the boy's careful human surface and the man's careful bitter exterior. And two beings who understood loss and loneliness and the terrible weight of being something others couldn't comprehend looked at each other without pretense. "You have her eyes," Snape said. It was the oldest, most obvious, most worn-out observation anyone could make about Harry Potter. But Snape said it as if he were seeing it for the first time, as if the familiarity of the fact made it more painful rather than less. "I know," Harry said. Snape turned away. He climbed the staircase without another word, his black robes trailing behind him, and disappeared into the shadows of the upper floors. Harry stood alone in the entrance hall and listened to the rain hammering on the castle doors and felt the complicated, painful warmth of being known. Snape knew what he was. Snape had known for a year, had wrestled with the knowledge, had built his model and reached his conclusions. And Snape had chosen, like Ron and Hermione, like Dumbledore, like Lily herself, to keep his promise anyway. The anchor held. It was stronger than ever, woven through with new threads, new connections, new reasons to stay human. Harry touched the stone in his pocket and felt it hum its quiet counterpoint, the darkness answering the warmth, and the balance held. Always the balance. Always the choice. And always, beneath everything, the quiet certainty that the choice was worth making. Christmas came again, and with it the particular magic of Hogwarts in winter, the snow, the fires, the decorated trees in the Great Hall, the pervasive sense of warmth against cold that made the castle feel more like a home than ever. Harry stayed. Ron stayed. Hermione went home to her parents, but wrote daily, her letters full of Muggle Christmas traditions that she described with anthropological precision and genuine affection. Harry read them in the common room by the fire, Ron dozing beside him, and smiled at her detailed account of her father's annual attempt to build a gingerbread house that always collapsed and her mother's annual claim that next year she'd buy the kit instead. Human things. Small, warm, utterly unremarkable human things. Harry collected them and held them close. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to the usual pile of presents, Mrs. Weasley's sweater, blue this year, with a golden snitch, Hermione's book, a Muggle novel about a boy who lived under the stairs, which she'd clearly chosen for the irony, Hagrid's treacle fudge, which could double as construction material, and Ron's gift of a box of chocolate frogs with a handwritten note that said, "Beat this. I got Agrippa," in letters so large they barely fit on the card. And from Dumbledore, a book. Small, leather-bound, old. No title on the cover. Inside, in handwriting that Harry recognized because he'd seen it on his mother's Hogwarts records in the library, were notes. Lily's research journal. Her notes from the Department of Mysteries, from the period before Harry's birth. The pages were dense with her handwriting, elegant, precise, the penmanship of a woman who thought clearly and wrote the way she thought. Diagrams of magical theory. Equations that mixed arithmancy with something older. Descriptions of experiments conducted at the boundary of known magic, pushing into territory that the Department of Mysteries existed specifically to explore. And, toward the end, personal entries. Not research but reflection, written in a looser hand, the careful academic voice giving way to something more intimate. "I met something today. Through the veil. Not a ghost, something else. Something alive, in a way that the word barely covers. It looked at me and I looked at it and neither of us looked away." Harry's hands trembled. Not from the cold. He sat in his curtained bed on Christmas morning and read his mother's words and felt her presence, not the ghost of her, not the echo in his blood, but the real, specific, individual woman who had lived and thought and loved and chosen. It took a form I could understand. A man. Dark-eyed, dark-haired, with a voice like music played on instruments that haven't been invented yet. It was beautiful, and I knew the beauty was a translation, a version of itself filtered through my human perceptions. I didn't care. I loved the translation, and I think I know the thing behind the translation was pleased by that. Page after page. Lily's account of her encounter with Nyarlathotep, written in her own hand, in her own voice, curious, brave, unflinching. She didn't minimize what she'd experienced. She didn't romanticize it. She described it with the precision of a researcher and the honesty of a woman who understood that she was crossing a line that couldn't be uncrossed. I'm pregnant. The tests are clear. The baby is healthy, human healthy, all the measurements normal, heartbeat strong, growth on track. But when I cast diagnostic charms, I get readings that don't correspond to any known magical signature. The baby's magic is different, deeper. As if the normal magical spectrum is a surface and this baby's magic extends below it, into layers I can't see. I told James. He held me and said it didn't matter. He said the baby was ours, mine and his, regardless of biology. He said love was a stronger bond than blood, and he meant it so completely that I believed him, even though I know the science says otherwise. James Potter is the best man I've ever known. He's choosing this. He's choosing us. I told Severus. He didn't take it well. A blotted line. Ink smeared, as if Lily's hand had shaken. I need Sev to watch over the baby. If anything happens to me and James, I need someone close, someone observant, someone who will keep his promise even if keeping it costs him everything. Sev will hate this. He'll hate the baby for not being James's and hate himself for caring and hate me for asking. But he'll do it. Because I asked. Because that's who Severus Snape is, underneath all the armor. Harry closed the journal. He held it against his chest and breathed and felt the tears on his face, actual tears, hot and salt and utterly human, falling from eyes that were his mother's eyes, the green she'd given him along with her courage and her love and her desperate, determined hope that her son would choose to be good. He cried. Quietly, behind his curtains on Christmas morning, in a castle in Scotland, while Ron snored in the next bed and snow fell outside the window, and the world was ordinary and real and full of the particular, heartbreaking beauty of things that end. He cried for his mother, who had been brave and brilliant and afraid. For James, who had chosen love over biology and died for it. For Snape, who had kept a promise that cost him everything. For himself, for the boy in the cupboard who had waited 10 years for someone to tell him who he was. The tears stopped eventually. They always did. Harry wiped his face, put the journal in his trunk beside the empty diary, and went downstairs to Christmas breakfast with his eyes slightly red and his heart slightly raw and the anchor in his chest stronger than it had ever been. Ron noticed the redness. "All right, mate." "Yeah," Harry said. "Just good presents this year." Ron grinned and passed him the toast, and the moment folded into the warm, noisy, unremarkable fabric of Christmas morning at the Burrow, or rather, at Hogwarts, which felt like the Burrow, which felt like home, which was the point. The new year turned. January gave way to February, February to March, and Hogwarts remained peaceful. No attacks. No mysterious openings. No monsters in the pipes. The absence of the diary had excised the threat so cleanly that nobody except Harry, Ron, and Hermione even knew there had been a threat to excise. Harry thought about telling Dumbledore. He thought about it carefully, turning the decision over with the methodical patience that characterized his approach to anything important. The old wizard should know about the Horcrux, about its existence, its destruction, the implication that others existed. That was information with strategic value, information that could change the course of the coming war. But telling Dumbledore meant revealing how Harry had destroyed it. Not with wizard magic. Not with any tool or technique the headmaster would recognize. With the darkness. With his father's inheritance. With abilities that existed so far outside the wizarding world's frame of reference that they would, inevitably, shift Dumbledore's assessment of Harry from unusual child who needs guidance to existential unknown that needs monitoring. Harry trusted Dumbledore. Mostly. He trusted the old man's intentions, his intelligence, his genuine love for the students in his care. But he also remembered his father's warning: he will try to control you through love, and he recognized that trust and control were often, in Dumbledore's hands, the same thing. In the end, he compromised. He went to Dumbledore's office on a Tuesday evening in March, when the castle was quiet and the headmaster was alone. The gargoyle moved aside for Harry without requiring a password, the castle's recognition overriding its security protocols, which probably should have concerned someone. He climbed the spiral staircase and knocked. "Come in, Harry." Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered, circular, full of whirring silver instruments, lined with portraits of sleeping headmasters. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his perch, magnificent in red and gold, and turned his head to look at Harry with eyes that burned like small, warm suns. The bird trilled, a single note, pure and clear, that resonated with something in Harry's chest and made the stone in his pocket hum in counterpoint. Fawkes was not afraid of him. Like Hedwig, like the unicorn in the forest, the phoenix recognized what Harry was and found it acceptable. Perhaps more than acceptable, the trill had carried a quality of welcome that went beyond mere tolerance. Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore and placed the empty diary on the desk. Dumbledore looked at it. His expression didn't change, but Harry felt the shift in his attention, the sudden, total focus of a very powerful mind encountering something unexpected. "This is a Horcrux," Dumbledore said. Not a question. He'd recognized it immediately, which told Harry that the old wizard knew about Horcruxes, had perhaps been studying them, had perhaps been building a model of his own. It was. "It's empty now." Dumbledore picked up the diary with careful hands, turning it over, examining it with both physical eyes and magical senses. Harry watched him work, the methodical, precise analysis of an expert encountering a novel phenomenon. After a long moment, Dumbledore set the diary down and looked at Harry. "How?" "I destroyed the soul fragment inside it." "How?" Harry met the old wizard's gaze. Blue eyes and green eyes, Archmage and Bridge, the most powerful wizard alive and the thing that existed beyond the categories of wizardly power. "I can't explain the mechanism in terms you'd recognize," Harry said. "It's not wizard magic. It's something else. Something I can do because of what I am." "Can you do it again?" "Yes." "To other Horcruxes?" "If I can find them." Dumbledore sat back in his chair. His expression was thoughtful, calculating, and Harry was surprised to see relieved. Not entirely relieved. There was still caution there, still the careful assessment of a man who planned for contingencies. But the relief was real, and Harry understood why. Dumbledore had been trying to solve the Horcrux problem. It was the central obstacle to defeating Voldemort. As long as the soul fragments existed, the Dark Wizard couldn't be permanently destroyed. And destroying a Horcrux through conventional means was extraordinarily difficult, requiring the most destructive magical forces available: fiend fire, basilisk venom, the killing curse. Methods that were dangerous, unreliable, and potentially catastrophic. Harry could do it with a touch. "Lucius Malfoy planted this diary on Ginny Weasley," Harry said, "in flourish and blots at the start of term. It was designed to possess its user, to drain their life force and use it to resurrect the fragment of Tom Riddle trapped inside. If I hadn't intercepted it, Ginny would have been used to open the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. This was new information, not the diary's function, which he could infer, but the specific mechanism of delivery. "Lucius Malfoy. You're certain?" "I watched him do it." "And you removed the diary from Ginny before she could use it?" "The same day." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he did something Harry didn't expect. He laughed. Not a big laugh, a small, quiet, slightly exhausted sound that held genuine amusement and genuine wonder. "You dismantled an entire plot, a plot that could have resulted in student deaths, in the opening of a legendary chamber, in the resurrection of a shade of the darkest wizard of our age, before term even properly began. Without telling anyone. Without asking for help. I told Ron and Hermione." Naturally. The twinkle was back, but it was warmer now, less calculated. Harry, you have a remarkable gift for making the apocalyptic seem mundane. I had a good upbringing. Dumbledore's lips twitched. I deserve that. You do. They looked at each other, and something shifted in the space between them, a recalibration, a recognition. Not equals, they'd never be equals, not because of power but because of perspective. But something closer to partners than they'd been before. Two beings who cared about the same world, committed to its protection, approaching the problem from different sides. There are more Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. I've suspected for some time. Tom Riddle was too obsessive, too paranoid, to trust his immortality to a single anchor. But I haven't been able to confirm their number or their locations. My father said the same thing. He wouldn't tell me specifics, he said I needed to find them myself. Dumbledore's expression at the mention of Harry's father was complicated, a mix of wariness, intellectual curiosity, and something that might have been grudging respect. Your father. Nyarlathotep. It was the first time either of them had said the name aloud. It hung in the air of the office, not heavy or ominous, just present, a name like any other, attached to something that was like nothing else. He visits sometimes, Harry said. Not often. He watches more than he acts. He's interested in what I become. As am I, Dumbledore said quietly. As is the entire wizarding world, though they don't know it yet. Harry stood. The conversation had reached its natural end, the information was shared, the understanding established, the foundation laid for whatever came next. He reached for the diary, then stopped. Keep it, he said. Study it. The soul fragment is gone, but the craft is still there, the enchantments, the magical theory. You might learn something about how they work that helps us find the others. Dumbledore took the diary with both hands, holding it with the reverence of a man receiving a gift of considerable value. Thank you, Harry. Harry nodded and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor. My mother's journal. The one you gave me for Christmas. Yes. Thank you. For keeping it. For giving it to me when I was ready. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very bright. She asked me to. It was the last thing she asked of me, the night before she died. Give it to him when he's old enough to understand. I've been waiting 12 years to honor that request. Harry looked at the old wizard, the long beard, the half-moon spectacles, the eyes that had seen more than a century of joy and sorrow and the endless, exhausting work of keeping the world safe, and felt a rush of something that was simpler and stronger than the complicated respect he usually harbored for Dumbledore. Something like gratitude. Something like love. Good night, Professor. Good night, Harry. And Harry, eat breakfast tomorrow. You've been skipping it, and Mrs. Weasley has written to me 3 times about your weight. Harry laughed and left the office and walked through the castle, his castle, feeling the warmth of the wards around him and the pulse beneath him and the stone in his pocket humming its quiet, eternal hum. The portraits whispered as he passed. The suits of armor stood a little straighter. The torches burned a little brighter. The castle knew him, loved him, held him in its ancient embrace, and Harry walked through it all with the easy, unhurried stride of someone who was exactly where he belonged. Spring came. Exams came and went. Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup. Lockhart attempted to convince anyone who would listen that the peaceful year was a direct result of his presence, and nobody believed him, and he didn't notice. The end-of-year feast was warm and loud and full of the bittersweet energy of endings. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table and ate roast chicken and laughed at the twins' jokes and listened to Percy lecture about OWL preparation and felt the year closing around him like a book reaching its final pages. It had been a quiet year. A good year. A year without monsters or confrontations or the kind of dramatic crises that made for exciting stories. Instead, it had been a year of growth, slow, steady, invisible growth, the kind that happens in roots rather than branches, underground, in the dark. Harry was stronger. Not in the flashy, demonstrable way, he hadn't faced down any trolls or defeated any dark wizards. But the balance inside him had shifted. The human and the other, the warmth and the dark, the anchor and the void, they'd found a new equilibrium, a stability that was more than just holding on. It was integration. The two halves of Harry were learning to coexist, to complement, to strengthen each other rather than pull apart. The stone had played its part. Through months of careful, patient exploration, Harry had learned to use it not as a key to unlock the other side, but as a lens to see himself more clearly. The thin places were visible, the doors were mapped, the crossing was possible. But the crossing wasn't the point. The point was understanding what he was, where the boundaries lay, what he could do and what he chose not to. Choice. Always choice. His mother's gift, his father's lesson, the thread that ran through everything. "You're brooding," Ron said, elbowing him. "I'm reflecting." "Same thing. Eat your pudding." Harry ate his pudding. Treacle tart, his favorite, golden and sticky and absurdly sweet. He savored every bite with the conscious attention of someone who understood that small pleasures were not small at all, that they were the foundation of everything, the reason to choose the warm world over the infinite dark. After the feast, Harry walked the corridors one last time. Not the main corridors, the hidden ones, the castle's secret paths, the passages that opened only for him. He walked through them slowly, trailing his hand along the stone walls, feeling the castle's awareness brush against his palm. "I'll be back," he thought. And the castle hummed its response, warm and certain, a promise made in frequencies that only Harry could hear. He descended to the cavern one last time, sat on the cold stone floor, in the dark, beside the gap. The between space pressed against the membrane, vast and patient and full of movement. Harry sat with it, breathed with it, felt the slow pulse of it matching the rhythm of his own heart. "I know you're watching," he said to the dark. The dark didn't answer. It didn't need to. The watching was answer enough, the constant, fond, endlessly patient attention of a father who existed beyond the boundaries of time and space and yet found, in the small drama of a half-human boy's school year, something worth watching. Harry sat in the dark for a long time. Then he stood, climbed back up through the castle's hidden passages, and went to bed. The Hogwarts Express left on a bright June morning, the countryside green and lush outside the windows, the summer stretching ahead like an open road. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their compartment and ate chocolate frogs and talked about nothing important and felt the particular, complicated happiness of someone who was exactly where they wanted to be, with exactly the people they wanted to be with. Hermione was making plans. She was always making plans, summer reading lists, research agendas, letters to be written and books to be acquired and theories to be tested. Her notebook was out, pages covered in her neat handwriting, diagrams of thin-place networks and entity taxonomies, and the growing, evolving model of what Harry was that she refined with every new piece of data. "I want to try something this summer," she said. "If you're willing." "Try what?" "Controlled observation. You use the stone, I document what happens. Systematic, scientific, properly recorded. If we're going to understand your abilities, we need data. Real data, not just anecdotes and impressions." Harry looked at her, this brilliant, fierce, endlessly curious girl who had decided, at the age of 12, to apply the scientific method to the study of eldritch phenomena, and felt a surge of affection so strong it was almost painful. "You want to study me," he said. "I want to study with you." "There's a difference." "Is there?" "Yes. Studying you implies you're a specimen. Studying with you implies you're a colleague." She met his eyes. "You're my colleague, Harry. And my friend. And whatever else you are, whatever the books say, whatever the stones show, whatever the darkness whispers, you're those things first." Ron, who had been eating a chocolate frog with the single-minded focus of someone trying to set a personal record, looked up. "She's right, you know. You're our mate first. Eldritch abomination second." "I'm not an abomination. Half abomination." "Ron. Quarter abomination." "He's a bridge," Hermione corrected. "Between dimensions. A living connection point." "Right. A bridge. Sounds much better than abomination." Ron grinned. "Still our mate, though." Harry looked at his friends, Ron with chocolate on his chin and loyalty in his bones, Hermione with her notebook and her fierce, uncompromising love of truth, and felt the anchor pull tight, felt the balance hold. felt the warm world assert itself against the infinite dark with the quiet, stubborn persistence of everything good. Always, Harry said. The train rolled south. London appeared on the horizon, gray and vast and teeming with the ordinary, extraordinary business of human life. Students gathered their things, said their goodbyes, prepared to cross the barrier back into the Muggle world. Harry pulled on his jacket, still Dudley's, still too large, a physical reminder of where he'd come from and what he'd survived. He put the stone in his pocket, where it hummed its quiet hum, and he picked up Hedwig's cage, where the owl hooted softly and nipped his finger with affection. King's Cross. The barrier. The Muggle world, bright and loud and blissfully unaware of the magic and the monsters and the half-eldritch boy who was about to walk among them. Harry stepped through the barrier and into the sunlight. The station swirled around him, commuters, tourists, pigeons, the particular chaos of a major transport hub on a summer afternoon. He breathed it in. The sound, the smell, the press of human bodies, the vast, noisy, messy business of being alive. Mrs. Weasley was there. She'd come to collect Ron and, it became immediately clear, to collect Harry as well. The invitation was non-negotiable. He was to spend at least the second half of summer at the Burrow, and she'd already written to the Dursleys, and if they had a problem with it, they could take it up with her personally. Which was a threat of such magnitude that Vernon would probably agree just to avoid the confrontation. "You're too thin, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling him into a hug that smelled of flower and warmth, and everything the Dursleys' house was not. "We'll fix that." Harry hugged her back. He hugged Ron, which was awkward and brief and perfect. He hugged Hermione, which was less awkward and slightly longer. He shook Mr. Weasley's hand. He exchanged nods with Fred and George, who were already plotting something that would probably result in property damage. And then he walked away, toward the Dursleys who were waiting by the car park, Vernon scowling, Petunia rigid, Dudley eating an ice cream and pretending Harry didn't exist. He walked toward them with his trunk rolling behind him and Hedwig on his shoulder and the stone in his pocket and 2 years of choices behind him and all the years ahead stretching out like a road with no end. He thought about what Dumbledore had said, keep choosing. He thought about what his mother had written, love the translation. He thought about what his father had said, be human. And he thought about what Ron had said, which was, in the end, the truest thing anyone had ever told him. You're our mate first. The Dursleys' car was parked at the far end of the lot. Harry loaded his trunk, settled Hedwig in the back seat, and climbed in. Vernon started the engine. Petunia stared straight ahead. Dudley scooted as far from Harry as the seat belt allowed. Number 4, Privet Drive. The cupboard under the stairs. The garden with its 2 red roses and its watching foxes and its thin places shimmering in every corner. The house where Harry had learned loneliness and patience and the particular strength of someone who has nothing and survives anyway. He'd spend a few weeks there. Then the Burrow. Then Hogwarts. And between now and then, in the quiet hours, in the dark of his room, he'd hold the stone and feel it hum and look at the thin places and know that the doors were there, waiting, patient, endlessly available. His father's gift. The key to infinity. And he'd choose not to open them. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because the warm world, the world of Ron's laughter and Hermione's notes and misses, Weasley's hugs and Dumbledore's lemon drops and Snape's bitter, unbreakable loyalty, was worth more than infinity. Was worth more than power or knowledge or the cold fire of the space between stars. His mother had known that. She'd given her life for it. And Harry, her son, the bridge between worlds, the boy who carried the void in one hand and love in the other, was going to honor her choice by making it his own. Every day, every moment, for as long as the warm world would have him. The car pulled onto the motorway. The sun was warm through the window. Harry leaned his head against the glass and closed his eyes and felt the stone hum and the shadows settle and the world, small, bright, fragile, temporary, infinitely precious, turn beneath him. And somewhere, in the space between dimensions, in the vast dark territory that existed beyond the edge of everything, something watched. It watched with dark eyes and a warm smile, and something that might have been love or might have been the closest possible approximation of love that a being of infinite chaos could produce. It watched its son choose, again, the small warm world. It watched and was proud. The experiment continued. The boy was human. And that, against all probability, against all expectation, against the vast indifferent machinery of the cosmos itself, was enough.